is back in Dragonflight with its first full season boasting a $390,000 prize pool. Let's break down everything you need to know about the Great Push 2023. The Great Push is a spin-off format from the Mythic Dungeon International aimed at testing the very best Dungeoneers in all of Azeroth. Whereas teams in the MDI are tested by speedrunning through dungeons head-to-head, teams in TGP push keystones as high as they possibly can over 3 days of broadcast. The tournament is divided into 3 stages. First, the Proving Grounds. The Proving Grounds are open registration to any team that wants to participate. Teams are invited to unique MDI tournament realms where they can create any max level character in order to compete in the event. They are challenged with 2 Proving Grounds keystones to push up as high as possible over a 5-day period. After the Proving Grounds conclude, teams who complete the keys are eligible to earn in-game rewards, with the top 18 teams advancing to the next round, the group stage. The 18 qualified teams are split into 3 groups of 6 teams. Each group will have a dedicated 3-day weekend where they'll compete from Friday to Sunday live on broadcast. The teams are assigned 6 Mythic Keystones by Blizzard, with a set dungeon and affix combo that they must push as high as they can. Teams are only given 5 hours a day to achieve this though, and at the end of each day, the team with the lowest combined scores of completed keys is eliminated. The group stage is all broadcast live on Twitch, YouTube, and players can stream their own perspectives so everyone can follow the action live. From each of the 3 groups, the top 2 teams advance to the TGP 2023 Global Finals, where $300,000 in total prizing is on offer to teams. This is the ultimate test for the best teams from all over the world to compete for pride and glory and to become the TGP 2023 champion. Make sure to catch the Great Push live on Twitch and YouTube starting July 21st, starting at 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Central European Time. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in Azeroth.
What's wrong, Billy?
I'm trying to run higher keys, but I just can't get the route right. I don't know where to find the best routes.
Well, have I got the tool for you then? Introducing Raider.io's Auto Route Creator. With this new feature, every live-tracked key is instantly converted to a shareable route through Keystone Guru. You can even keep your routes private to protect your own personal strategies.
Wow, this is amazing. When can I start using it?
Right now, Billy. It's available in closed beta to our Patreon supporters. So what are you waiting for? Get your hands on the Auto Route Creator today!
Dude, why is this how we're starting? Whew. Well, they're partners.
What's my dress blue? It's green.
Is it green IRL?
Is
Yes.
it golden, maybe?
It is green.
There's no way.
I don't know.
That's wild.
Oh, do you remember this thing about the blue and
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I
black
said.
dress?
Golden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Blue and white,
to me.
or blue and golden. Looks gold to me.
Wow. Well, never in my life have I seen an intro derailed quite as immediately as this one. We're back for day 2 of the Great Push. We've got 5 teams still alive that are going to be battling it out over the next 5 hours. And then one of them is going home. But to kind of set the stage, Mix, can you give us a little bit of a rundown of how we got here, what happened yesterday to get us to this point?
Absolutely. So yesterday we gave the teams the first 4 dungeons, which were Freehold, Neltharion Lair, Brackenhide, and Algathar Academy as Season 1 dungeon. Before I can see you, chat. I can feel you typing. Why is Algathar Academy here? We give them one Season 1 dungeon for every group weekend. This weekend it was Algathar Academy, and the teams that you're seeing on the screens were the ones that went through these dungeons, got them pushed up to 27 across the boards. We even saw a 29 commenced, and sadly, Cool Beans got eliminated on the back of their score at the end of day 1. Another team is going to follow them after today.
Yeah, that is the way that it works. At the end of the day, the team with the fewest points gets eliminated, which it's kind of looking like it's going to be between Ready Checks and Last Moment. At least it would be if it was going to end right now today. They're very close in score. Zyro, do you have who are you expecting is going to maybe make it through or get eliminated today? How are you feeling about our different teams?
I'm actually surprised how the end of yesterday kind of shaked out with Legendary not able to finish that last runoff, right? Like Pixel kind of just stealing the top 2 seed with the last second. I still am pretty convinced that Legendary's pretty firmly in the top 2 position for the weekend based off of most of what we saw yesterday, but Pixel definitely surprised me with how well they played pretty much throughout yesterday. Of course, there is the caveat, right, that they have those couple of, 1 chests that will end up setting them back today versus Legendary, and even some of our other teams on the lower end of the seed, like Ready Checks and Last Moment. I think you're probably looking at one of those bottom 2 teams right now, the Ready Checks or Last Moment, to probably Ready Checks to really have to step up their level of play today to try to secure themselves a seed into Sunday.
I do think that Pixel, even though they're the second seeds, if you look at 1 chest and 2 chests they have available for them, they're only 1 dungeon ahead compared to Ready Checks and Last Moment. So they have the 28 Brackenhide, while Ready Checks and Last Moment only have the 27. But outside of those, they have the same amount of 2 chests. So each team, Pixel, Ready Checks, and Last Moment, they all have only two chests that they can go from here. So they have the same possibility of points from here on out, except Pixel is of course 1 point ahead, while Legendary has 4 2 chests, which in my opinion means Legendary is obviously quite a bit ahead if they manage to get those dungeons done pretty quickly and don't deplete them over and over again, of course. But yeah, so Pixel, Ready Checks, and Last Moment, in my opinion, are the contenders to get eliminated. But obviously we do announce another dungeon today, and anything can happen with that dungeon.
Yeah, that dungeon is going to start off at 23 as well, so a little bit higher, but still going to start off in that kind of 3 chesty range. We expect most teams will probably head there fairly early. We've also got all of our cards up on the board right now where you can see where people are findable, right? Their Twitches, their Twitters, their YouTubes in some cases as well. And you can go and check out those places if you want to watch. There are even a few players streaming. Ready Checks, for example, is featuring some streams, so definitely go check that out. All right.
I can't hear anything. What does that sound?
There's some airplane noise.
That is Zyro, I believe.
Whatever it is, it's got to stop
Might just
immediately.
be Unity.
It might be,
I don't think Broadcast is hearing it, but we're currently getting blasted with loud noises,
Actual airplane jets going off, but we'll persevere.
Yeah, chat can't hear it. It's just us.
As long as chat can hear it, it's just then that's fine. That's totally fine. All right, so let's see. We have some trivia questions. Even though Doa's not here, we still have some of his great questions this weekend. The first one is, which are the names of a Knoll pup and hyena cub in Brackenhide? Is it A, Gwibod and Ginger?
Okay.
B, Rira and Hack? C, Ika and Spice? Or D, Haka and Bark? What are we, anybody got any preferences here?
I think Gura should go first,
know.
because she just named some pets. Surely she has some expertise here.
I have zero clue. I've not seen those cups or pups at all. But I'm just gonna take a wild guess and say it's Rira and Hack.
Okay. Tettles, any guess for you?
All right, so I'm gonna go with my man Josh 1875 in chat, and he said B, so I'm gonna go with B, Rira and Hack.
That is cheating. That is unbelievably cheating to have chat open during this segment. I cannot believe this.
Hey, I just guessed it by myself without reading chat.
Yeah. I'm gonna guess B.
I'm a man of the people. Those are my
people.
people. I'm working with them.
The thing is, chat doesn't know either, because I can see all of the options that are here being named, and even though some might be named more often, I don't believe that. So I'm going to say Haka and Bark, because it sounds really cool.
All right, let's see what the answer is for this one. The big reveal, perhaps? It is Gwibod and Ginger.
Okay,
All right.
my people gotta get better at trivia.
This is so messed up.
We gotta be better. You guys need to help me out more.
Brutal. Well, that's okay. We tried our best, and that's in some cases that's the most important thing. So we'll come back next time.
Dennis?
No, I guess B as well. I guess B because you guys are all guessing B. I don't know. We've got another one here though. Which creature is not present in the stronghold of Freehold? A, Freehold Pack Mule. B, Wandering Mouser. C, Shiprat. Or D, Bilge Rat. Now, the stronghold of Freehold. I feel like this might be a trick question. This might just be a part of Freehold, or do we think this is like the whole dungeon? What do we think?
I think it's the whole
Welcome
dungeon.
back, yeah.
Welcome back.
Okay, whole dungeon?
Can chat hear you?
Okay,
I
the
think
pack
so.
mules are definitely in, right?
Yeah, pack mules are definitely in. People pull those for
I
count.
think
Those
it's
are count.
Shipwrecks
They're
and
Wandering
Bilge as well.
Mouser.
Bilge
one
Rats
of
and
the
Shipwrats
rats.
are definitely in.
Yeah,
Is it?
it's the
Okay.
Wandering
It's a
Mouser,
mouser.
I'd say.
That's gotta be
Gotta
the
be the
mouser, yeah.
mouser.
Or the
All
trick
right.
question is it's none of the above.
Okay,
Like, they're
I'm
all
gonna go
present.
with C, Shiprat. That's what my people are guessing.
Okay. Yeah, see, I bet there's only one type of rat.
Yeah,
And there's like a
it's-
mouser somewhere in there as a neutral.
My people request I vote for C, so I'm going for C.
All right, let's see what the answer is for this one. It is D, the Bilge Rat.
That's in Siege of Borealis?
says-
Wait, what?
It's in Siege of Borealis, not Freehold, yeah?
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Yeah, the shiprat famously was one of those critters that got infested in season 1 of BFA.
Okay, why are
There's the one of
my
those,
people
right?
missing the answer every time? I thought the Ask the Audience thing was the most likely to get the question correct.
Oh,
All right, I've got
hear
the
that phone call though. It's
Phone
it's
joker.
time.
Oh, Twitch
The new
chat,
dungeon
you're
for
wrong.
today
Get it together.
is calling. It's a plus 23 of some kind. We're going to see the affixes and the dungeon very shortly here. It is Raging, Afflicted, Fortified, Ultiman Legacy of Tyr.
Oh, okay.
All right.
So, Uldaman was one of the dungeons during time trials that teams were doing. What were the time trial affixes for this place? It was...
Good question.
Fortified, Storing, Bursting. So all of these teams should have pretty high practice on Fortified Uldaman and what that should look like. So I expect the teams to be able to push this key up rather quickly.
I think they can also... I mean, obviously in time trials they played a completely different comp for Uldaman. But I do think that they can push even higher than what they did in time trials. And having like a basic route for it is going to be a super big advantage. But we see some teams actually not go to Uldaman straight away. We do see NA's Last Hope in Freehold 28 getting that key done, which is something we've seen Group A do as well. At least some teams in Group A decided, like Perplex, for example, they just did all of the other keys for like 3 hours until they ended up going to that 5th dungeon that was announced, which scared us a little bit. We thought they might not be able to get that last dungeon pushed up. But yeah, it makes sense to just stick with the strategy that you know, right? Because the dungeons that they played yesterday, they know perfectly well, and they know what they can basically figure out a plan and an idea on what they want to do here. And then once they're out of ideas, they can go to a new dungeon, right? I do think it makes sense.
Yeah, sometimes we see teams head to that new dungeon, especially if it's something that they, are familiar with, because it's easiest points that are available on the board right now are, of course, from that 23, rather than these 28s, 29s that teams are doing right now. But they've had time to prep their ideas for these dungeons is the thing, right? Whereas they haven't had time over in, Ultimate Legacy of Tyr with those affixes to have a plan developed, as first death of the day is showing up for ready checks in the bottom right. Roypin going down on this first left pull in a 29 Algathar. That's going to probably end up being just a quick reset here, as we are only 1 minute into that. The other teams we're seeing on the board, NA's Last Hope, Legendary, and Pixel, have all made that freehold call. It's 28s for NA's Last Hope and Pixel. Actually a 29 for Legendary, though, which would be pretty big for them. Pretty big +2 points for their score. That would move them up to tied with NA's Last Hope if they can get this done. Of course, NA's Last Hope will be earning points in the meantime.
Yeah, Pixel on the bottom left also having some issues, as Viklund on the Shadow Priest did go down at that first pull. They did decide to just battle rest and continue, which I guess it makes sense, because a 2-chesting at 28 freehold can be pretty difficult. We've seen most teams not even 2-chest at 27. So just going for it anyway, because the timer should be okay for the 28, and 2 chests not really a thing, so I think they're going to be fine to just keep on going.
Yeah, there are some dungeons where we're going to see some early resets if there's like big wipes. Most dungeons, I guess if you full wipe early on, you're just going to hit the reset button because it's so cheap to do that. But in a lot of these dungeons, there are like 5 minutes to spare, depending on the key level, right? If you're not trying to challenge that 2-chest timer, but you're pretty safe for the dungeon timer. So you're going to see a lot of teams kind of have some flexibility in some of these runs. That's going to stop being true pretty quick today, though. Once we start seeing that key level get up to 29 and 30, all of a sudden the wiggle room just goes away.
Yeah, definitely. Last moment on the bottom left now in that 29. Brackenhide as well, still playing the Enhancement Shaman. Last moment, the only team that actually changed their comp a little bit in some of the keys, playing the Enhancement Shaman instead of the Fire Mage in some dungeons. And then they also played a Prot Warrior in Nelflair, compared to the Guardian Druid, of course, for all the other teams. So yeah, last moment, having a little bit of diversity, and then did manage to get to day 2 as well. But yeah, their points and their dungeons that they have available to play right now with their 2 chests and 1 chest is definitely not looking great. So they do have to get some good keys done today to not get eliminated.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on the teams that are at the bottom of our... It's not just the scores, right? But it's like the number of 2 chests that they're sitting on, the number of potential points that they have. They're going to be in danger reasonably quickly, but today we're going to have to see teams start getting to those very high failure rate keys. So even if you're one of the bottom teams on the leaderboard, there's a very good chance if you can time most of your keys today that you're going to be able to be safe, right? Because all of the keys are so hard that it's pretty likely most of the other teams are going to have some trouble in some of them as well.
Yeah, definitely. We do see a lot of teams that are in freehold right now also changed up their Bloodlust strategy. Like a lot of the teams did use Bloodlust on one of those first trash pulls on the lower key levels to make sure they just get it on cooldown, get some efficiency out. But now almost all teams are using their Bloodlust for the boss here for phase 1, making sure to get through that as fast as possible, because the pistol shot in phase 1 just does so much damage to the group. And at some point you're just running out of defensives, right? You have Sapphire, you have AM, you have Mass Barrier, you have Obsidian Scales, then at some point you're just out. And then you're going to have to push the boss, otherwise people are going to get one shot.
Yeah, this is one of the fun parts about scaling up into those hierarchies. And it's often the Evoker as well that sort of starts being in danger, because when you look at these augmentation Evokers, they have Zephyr, they have Obsidian Scales, but Obsidian Scales is often used as sort of a group cooldown, right? So then if you look at the rest of their kit, they don't actually have any defensives that are just for themselves, right? And they don't have any defensives they can overlap with their group CDs. So, if your Evoker's pressing Zephyr and your Mage is pressing Mirror Image, your Mage is super safe. But your Evoker doesn't really have anything except for group-wide defensive buttons, aside from Renewing Blaze, which is extremely powerful, but does not help at all against one-shots. One thing we saw last weekend was as the key level got really high, we started seeing some Phial of Icy Preservation being used, which does give you a damage reduction effect when you're over 50% health in exchange for damage increased below 50% health. And that's something that we might see people start to use against stuff that is pretty one-shot-y. Interesting.
Yeah,
okay.
and Nail's Last Hope though, on the top left, it looks like they were...
What are they doing here? Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they tried to do their strategy like we've seen them do yesterday. So basically everyone except the tank was stacking up on top of this house on like a position where there's no path available for the duelists to charge, and the Sea Sprout was just underneath them, so they didn't have to move from that. But it looked like maybe something went wrong, and they didn't manage to actually gather it up. Or is it the second pull they do here?
It could be. There's an Enforcer here, which maybe what happened is they failed to skip the Enforcer on the bridge, and they didn't want to have an Enforcer involved in this pull, so they're kind of just slowing it down a little bit. Looks like they're just going straight into Eudora, though, so it's hard to tell when you're watching Dorky what is a plan and what is improvisation, because he improvises so well that it's just difficult to, like... it's difficult to know, like, was this what they were going for, or have they just adapted immediately to the situation and, have made a new call? I'm not sure.
It's weird, because I did see Dorky was in combat with his Enforcer, but he has Shadow Melt available, and he just didn't press it. So maybe another member of the group was in combat as well, and then Shadow Melting from Dorky wouldn't have done anything, because the other person would have still been in combat, and they just decided to drag it in. That is a good point. Maybe that is what happened. Either way, I'm sure they can still adapt. It's a 28 freehold. They can still time this for sure, and as we said, the 2-chest timer in this key is probably not really going to happen, and therefore, even if they have to improvise a little bit and do something that is maybe not as efficient as they planned, it's still going to work out for them if nothing majorly goes wrong from here on out.
Meanwhile, we have Last Moment in a Brackenhide Hollow in the bottom right. A 29 Brackenhide Hollow. They've already accrued 3 deaths, but their first boss time is not looking too bad. They've got, only 23% count. So this Last Moment route is a little bit different than we've seen a lot of other teams do. A lot of other teams like to get up to around 35% in that first area. Last Moment love to just like skip all the trash at the start of this dungeon. Does set them up to need to pull basically everything for the rest of the dungeon, but there's a lot of good trash in like this area here. The Rotwood is a very popular area to get a lot of trash count. There's a lot of mobs here. It looks pretty dangerous, but a lot of them are pretty small and don't really do anything. And even the Rot Hexer, which I don't think they've even pulled in, is manageable when you have those Cauldron buffs available.
I agree. I like this area a lot, but it is Sanguine. And with Sanguine, this area becomes infinitely harder almost, just because these oak trees really don't want to move. They just want to stand still, put their roots into the ground, get healed by the Sanguine, and it's definitely noticeable. We've seen so many of these trees heal to almost full HP yesterday. Thankfully, Sanguine was nerfed a little bit, so the pool on the ground does not stay that long anymore, and they're not going to heal to all the way full HP most of the time. But still, pretty dangerous area to deal with Sanguine, so we'll see if Last Moment can deal with it nicely, which is pretty important at 29. Fortified, you do want to have that time, and you don't want to waste anything in this area. But ReadyCheck's having some issues at the very end of Vaximus there in the bottom left, as Royben does go down, but the boss is dead, so they can just use their normal rest. Get her back up. But yeah, their battle rest is already gone. They did have to use it on presumably the trash pool before Vaximus or at the start of the boss, so they don't have a rest for some time here.
Yeah, Tyrannical Veximus is a pretty scary fight, especially this season. It feels like the, Croth difficulty is maybe a little bit more manageable, especially like the tank danger on Croth is a little bit lower than it was in Season 1, but the Veximus group danger is very high. That's a lot of damage, and you also have to be really careful with how you're playing it, because you will just get killed if you make a mistake and, get knocked back into a puddle or something on that fight, so... I'm not surprised to see that one cost them some deaths, and I think they're probably still going to be safe there. Little Mind Control is going to come out with Dominate Mind onto the Incorporeal Being. That's a nice thing. There are a couple of Incorporeal dungeons. The Brackenhide and the Algathar both have that active. Shadow Priest works really well in this dungeon because you can cast Dominate Mind on those Incorporeals, and they actually put their damage reduction effect on the enemies instead, although it's like 10% as effective, which is still good, though.
Yeah, it is very good. I mean, it's basically free damage reduction and a CC on top, so it's just a win-win for everybody. Except for the Shadow Priest, who has to actually cast it on the mob and lose some damage on the actual trash. But, you know, Shadow Priest just buff PI and then it's fine, right?
Yeah, that's press PI, main mission accomplished. The rest of the damage it's good, but PI is especially good on that mage, especially lining up with the Evoker, buffs and Breath of Eons as well, which that's one of the nice things about this comp, right, is that Breath of Eons, Power Infusion line up very nicely with each other, pretty reliably. Okay, look at Goop up in the top left. He's going to hover up this little hill here, and then jump and hover through the air. And this allows you to get to this Ring of Booty without pulling any of the trash. Lets him start the RP. He's going to run back over here and start pressing his Wurnstone, or perhaps he's going to Wurnstone. Get back over to Drogo. And that RP now has been started, and he's able to go rejoin the group. And this is, I think, them setting up that big pull. So they are still on this massive pull. He's going to rescue Drogo up onto the top of that hill. Then he's going to fly around himself to get onto this building. Now, this is the core of their strategy here, is by getting over onto this little sign, you can see all those ground effects are proccing on the wood below them, not actually hitting them. Of course, Goop does have to leave the safety of there soon. Oh, wow. So he has to go down for Breath of Eons, but then he gets gripped back up by Junkrat to stay in the safety area. And you can see they're not getting hit by the traps, the Duelist Dash, or the Sea Spout because they're hanging out up here.
And have to be a bit careful because, of course, it's bursting in this dungeon, so they do have to worry about that with the Master Spell, making sure to hit that in the correct moment. Also, entangling, little bit of an issue up there, right? Like, they do have to give freedom to the correct people that can't get out of it otherwise. And then you also have the Disease that does so much damage to Goop. You can see Goop just dropping so low from the bursting there and some other debuffs that is on him. But yeah, you have to... Padfoots that still put the disease on people, and that one does quite a lot of damage, so they have to worry about that a little bit if they run out of the spells.
Yeah, looks like a jump maybe was used there by Goop, ended up stunning himself. Happens to all of us in this dungeon. That's one of the fun parts about Freehold. You gotta watch out for that. This comp actually has a lot of good tools against the entangling affix as well, is one of the nice things. Like, you don't actually have to move from it, I don't think, in this comp. The mage has a way of breaking it, right, with either, it's like one of their barriers, right, that can remove it, or blink or something. They can blink in place or something and remove it. Something like that they can do. And then the priest can fade and clear it with fade. You can freedom the evoker, and then all three of them can just stay up there and not have to actually dodge the entangling at all. So that's probably the core of their strat on that little sign.
Yeah, the only downside is you cannot freedom the tank.
Yeah.
Right? And not that a Guardian Druid would have a hard time walking out of it, but you technically don't want to move that much when you run a comp like this, right? You don't want to move them out of the AoE effects on the ground from the mage. So technically you want to freedom the Guardian Druid, but I'm sure if Dorky plays around it smartly, he can still stay within the AoE while also moving out of the entangling.
Yeah, you can always
shapeshift out.
Yeah. That's you really want to try and avoid shapeshifting out of bear form whenever you're playing that spec, though. In fact, if you watch Dorky's Guardian Druid guide, he'll give you a nice macro for a bear form button that you can press that'll put you into bear form, but that won't take you out of it, which I do recommend Guardian Druids pick up.
Maybe some Mookins should pick it up as well.
Yeah,
They don't die.
That's not a bad idea. All right, so they've got a triple crusher pull going here. We've seen a lot of teams kind of generally avoid these crushers. What do you think about these sorts of mobs and pulling them in Freehold?
Well, I think these crushers had like a bad reputation from like the last time this dungeon was actually live, like in BFA. Because in BFA, many seasons had full melee comps as like the meta, and you played like triple rogue and whatever, just like a lot of melee. And pulling these crushers with a full melee comp is obviously pretty bad because they do have the AoE around them. and they also throw rocks, and they don't move very much, and so on. But I think with a full range comp, these crushers are not really a problem, right? You don't have to move away from the AoE that they do around them. You do have to move from the stone that they throw, but it's not going to be a damage loss for any of these players because it's a pretty long travel time as well. So you can even finish your cast and then move out. So I think they're fine to pull. Pretty easy count, not too dangerous for the tank either. I think they're good.
Yeah, I like it as well, although Junkrat dropping a little bit low there. Gonna be dispersion to keep from having a first death on the board. Pretty impressive for NA's Last Hope and Legendary. Both teams on our top boards here on Freehold. 0 deaths for either one so far. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep that going. Meanwhile, Ready Checks in the bottom left have reset their Algathar Academy. They are trying again. So hopefully they're able to get this one under control. Again, this is one of the teams. The 2 teams at the bottom here are 2 of the ones that we think are most in danger of elimination at the end of our day. So Ready Checks and Last Moment. It's vitally important that they don't spend too much time on dungeon attempts, especially early in the day.
Yeah, definitely have to watch out for that. As Last Moment, though, on the other hand, on the bottom right, they're also one of those teams that have to watch out a little bit. But they're looking really good in this 29-45 bracket height. They have the 4 deaths on the board, but they already had 3 deaths, I believe, after the first boss. So only 1 extra death since then. And of course, we don't really know the sanguine healing, at least not from overall. But they're looking fine. Like, the timer definitely looks still pretty good for them.
Yeah, they had a 5th death to their tracker there, but it was a shaman death, so the Ankh came in nice and quick, and hopefully nobody in the group saw it, right? That's the one of the skill checks of playing a shaman is just the instant reaction on Ankh so that nobody in your group notices that you died. Got to be careful, though, if you train that habit up too much and you just instantly press Ankh while you're in like a void zone or something that's going to kill you, and just die immediately again. That's a embarrassing one.
It is interesting. It's a shaman thing that they Ankh and then die. But what I see very often is also people just instantly taking a battle rest, no matter like what's going on. Just like instantly press yes, not looking where they're getting rest into, and then it's like, why? Like, you're already dead. You might as well wait like 2 or 3 seconds checking where you're gonna get rest. Because there is an animation on the floor. You can see where you get rest.
That's true, yeah.
It's a good addition to the game, by the way. I love
really
that.
Good, and a pretty new addition as well. Only, I think, a couple years old. The little light pillar where you're getting rezzed. I like to try and always say like safe or not safe whenever I cast a battle res, but sometimes people start trusting that.
Figure it out.
Yeah, well, because then sometimes I'll do a troll one in like a weekly key where I'm trying to get somebody killed again, and I'll res them into something dangerous, and I'll say safe. So that's a problem for building up trust. It's worth it though. Sometimes you get some really funny moments.
It's worth. Also, it's up to them. It's their fault in the end.
That's true. That's true.
Last time we had one more death there, unfortunately, on Tree Mouth, as they had to commit their last battle rest available, so they cannot have any more mistakes, at least for the next 2 minutes approximately, so not for too long. Now, Pixel, they did reset their freehold. They finished at 27.
They reset their freehold. They came into today on the 27th, so this is another reset dungeon. So between our 3 teams that are in the most danger, it is actually Last Moment that are doing best so far today, if they can time this Brackenhide. They're on 6 deaths, like you said, no battle reses, so it is a little precarious, but they still have 15 minutes to do the rest of this dungeon, and it is fortified, and they have most of their count, so I think I like their chances here. If they were to deplete this late into the run, though, that would be catastrophic for Last Moment.
Yeah, I also believe they're fine from the timer. They still have a lot of trash to do, but shouldn't take them too long. They're going to pull some stuff onto Gutshot, onto the next boss, and then they have to clear some trash between Gutshot and the last boss. And yeah, it's 29. It's a 45, so on 29, bosses also take a long time, even if they're not tyrannical. So let's see, 15 minutes. They have 20% on Tree Mouth. Gutshot doesn't take too long. Wrath Eye does take a little bit longer because, of course, you always have to focus the totems, and the totems scale with key level only. So no matter if it's fortified or tyrannical, the totems they have the same health, and therefore, even on a 29, the last boss takes forever. Like, it just never ends.
I'm starting to get a little bit worried then, because they only have 14 minutes left, so 2 bosses. Let's call those bosses, what, 5 minutes each? Does that sound fair? Or is that too... Maybe you could do Gutshot faster?
I think you can do Gutshot quicker. Maybe like
Okay.
3.5.
So let's say 9 total minutes for bosses, maybe. So that brings us, that leaves us 5 minutes for traversing the dungeon, which actually you can see here does take a little bit of time, especially to get past Stink Breath, and for that last big pull or 2 big pulls that they want to do at the end of the dungeon. Yeah, it's going to be close for last moment. I think they're okay, but no room for error. Meanwhile, NA's Last Hope have 100% count, so they're going to do this rescue trick, followed by a wild charge, to get their whole group up with Mind Soothe is important on the 2 front mobs at the end of that bridge to make this work. Then Smacked is going to pull the pack that pulls when you pull Harlan. He's going to invis after Dorky pulls Harlan, and that's going to drop combat with that pack, and they are going to get underway with the last boss. That's part of the strength of their route here, is they had 100% count already, whereas you can look up at Legendary, who are going to be killing Trothak not too much slower than NA's Last Hope and a key level higher, but they still need to get another 16% count, which can take a little bit of time.
Oh, we'll see how that turns out for them, as last moment now did engage Gutshot on the bottom right. And yeah, they're now 13, they have 13 minutes left approximately. We'll see how long the trash will take them. Now, do you know how good Enhancement Shaman is to kill the totems on the last boss? They're not bad, right?
They're not bad, yeah. The Enhancement Shaman versus the Fire Mage, I would say the Enhancement Shaman... So, let me just say, I've played a small amount of both of these specs quite poorly, so I don't want to speak with too much confidence on this, but from my experience, I think it's easier to do it as an Enhancement Shaman, like you have damage more easily, but a Fire Mage can, sit on an SKB for a couple seconds and try and guarantee having a combustion into each one, or into all of the ones that nobody else has damage for, and also work pretty well. But I think Shaman is a more cozy totem killer than Mage.
Alright, well that's good. That means that they might be able to funnel a bit more damage into the boss, rather than having to save everything for the totem, which might speed it up a little bit. Pixel on the bottom left though, as they had to reset their key once, they're now again in this Eudora area. You can see it, Lemike actually hit an insane pull going on, dropping incredibly low, now on his last survival instincts here. Marks can come up in a second, but yeah, he's struggling to survive this, as the rest of the team is standing up on this ledge, as we've seen from NA's Last Hope, avoiding all of the duelist charges and the sea spouts. But yeah, Mike actually struggling quite a bit, just taking so much damage here.
Yeah, this is a dangerous spot, but oh my goodness. The Lay on Hands is going to come out to save Lemike. And looks like the pull, so this is actually the most dangerous part of the pull, is when the first few mobs are starting to die with bursting. But they are doing actually a really good job of not killing too many too quickly. And looks like they're going to be able to stabilize here, get through those bursting stacks. Well done by Pixel here, incorporating the, NA's Last Hope strat. Oh, I spoke too soon. Velo ended up being... So Velo got griefed by that terrain over there. He was unable to dodge the sea spout because he was just running into, that wall and that barrel that's over on the side.
I hate when that happens. When you know an ability is going to come up and you think you can dodge it, but then it happens and you try to dodge, it's like, oh, I'm walking against this barrel or this pillar or this invisible wall. Oh, their Evoker actually going down as well for Pixel here. They're going to have to use an out-of-combat rest, which is not too big of a deal. They can continue just fine. As Lemike is already gathering up the next pool, while the Evoker is getting rest up, and yeah, they're fine to continue. That was a little bit scary. Lemike definitely struggling a bit with defensive cooldowns here. Rage of the Sleeper available for the start of this pool. But yeah, I had to commit so many things for that previous one.
Meanwhile, Last Moment in the bottom right have gotten Gutshot done. Actually, sub 24 minutes is their timer on that, so it was even faster than we were talking about the Gutshot kill time. It's like 3 minutes or something, even on this plus 29 Keystone level. So they have a solid 5 minutes or so to make it to the last boss before we think they're in too much danger. Hopefully they're going to be able to get that done. Looks like they're pulling at a reasonable pace here. They still do need to get 20% count, though. NA's Last Hope, up in the top left, are going to advance to 112 points with the completion of their Freehold 28 as well. So congratulations to them. They are still in first place on our leaderboard for today as well. Although a lot of teams are going to be closing that gap, especially Legendary, are sitting on 4 two-chest opportunities here. If they capitalize on those, they are going to be basically tied with NA's Last Hope. And right now they are working on Harlan Suite with so much extra time.
Yeah, it is tyrannical. This boss does take quite a long time on those high tyrannical key levels, but they for sure do have enough time, so they're gonna be fine. They also have Bloodlust available whenever their second PI and Breath of Eons is gonna come back up. They're gonna be using that one, and the boss is gonna die in no time, which means looking at the timer, depending on when they finish it, they probably might be able to do a 30 as well, which I doubt they're gonna do straight away. They're gonna go into those two-chested dungeons first. And then, of course, also the 5th dungeon that was announced, Uldaman, in case anyone is wondering. Uldaman is the 5th dungeon that was announced, just none of the teams actually going there just yet. But yeah, Pixel on the bottom right having some more issues as their Evoker does go down. And yeah, maybe at this point they have to worry a little bit, right? They already reset this 28 once, and now they're having 3 deaths here. None of the deaths seem to be that impactful, but yeah, maybe to hurry up a little bit, or not have any more mistakes at least going forward.
Yeah, I mean, the timer is somewhat generous in a freehold 28, but it's not that generous. It's not that forgiving to, you know, if you make a couple mistakes in here, your route doesn't go as planned, you lose like a minute or two, all of a sudden you are right up against the timer at the end of the dungeon, so very scary situation for Pixel, especially it's a really difficult decision to make when the run is like sort of going bad halfway through, and you have to make this decision of like, okay, we're 12 minutes in, we've lost like a minute and a half, should we reset? Or should we keep it going? Because if you make the wrong decision either way there, you're going to get very punished. Wow! NA's Last Hope have a great way of setting this pull up. They sleepwalk one of those crack shots so that it walks right into where they're going to be doing this AoE. I love that.
Yeah, very well done. And we do see Last Moment did cross that last, like the 2-chest timer. Of course, they're not trying to 2-chest the 29. They're just trying to get it done. But they are on the last couple of trash pulls. This is not going to be enough. They're going to have to do one more trash pull and then the boss. But they have 7 minutes left.
Oh. Oh, Tobo! Brutal. Ended up getting his cauterized procced by a Swiftwind Saber and then died to a Whirling Dagger. Nasty combo. Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask if you think that if the 29 Reckonhide can be 2-chested, looking at how well Last Moment is doing here, but they had so many mistakes, right? They had 6 deaths, they had some Sanguine Heal going on, they're not playing a mate. Do you think if a group plays super, super clean and has an efficient route, they can maybe 2-chest this?
So, let's see. Last Moment have lost the 6 deaths, and they've had some Sanguine Healing. This last boss is going to take them like 5 minutes, though.
I think so. We'll see. Okay, so they're pulling the boss. Let's see. Let's look at the timer.
Okay,
10.
See
how long it takes them.
I'm a fan of Copium as much as the next person, but even the teams that 2-chested the 27 Brackenhide did it with less than 2 minutes to spare. 2-chesting a 29?
Yeah.
I don't like calling things impossible, but that sounds very, very difficult.
What about a 28?
Maybe. I mean, yeah, I think there's room in the 28 timer for a 2-chest, but...
so what if?
Okay.
What if a team that 2-chested the 27, instead of going to the 29, what if they do the 28 and 2-chested to get the 30?
Yeah, I mean, you get the 30 in a faster amount of IRL time, right? The problem is if you have a small mistake, then you've wasted all that time because you just get to a 29 key that you could have gotten to anyways.
I want to see somebody take the risk, though.
Yeah, it's we do sometimes see teams go under the key level that they've earned. Last weekend, we actually saw a team that had 2-chested a 27 Vortex Pinnacle go to a 28 rather than a 29. But that wasn't for that reason. It was because they didn't think, like, nobody did the 29 that weekend in that dungeon. So I think that's the more likely way that we will see teams underlevel their key compared to what they could do.
All right, yeah, you might be right. I don't think anyone.
I love the idea, though. Yeah,
that, but I would still like to see it. Just like I would like to see somebody pull Fish Face, but no one has done that either. So these teams just keep disappointing me. his last moment. Still fighting Wrath Eye here. The last was in Bracken Height on the 29. And you can see just how much damage the Decaying Strike does, like that AoE damage onto the group that clears the debuff in case you have any. That one does a lot of damage here. And then the totems also have so much HP, but it also the tank just taking so much damage.
So
too.
the tank looks like they're almost dead every time that Decay Strike comes out.
Yes.
That's actually just how we display a healing absorb. So the tank is getting
see.
like a 1 million healing absorb, which is as big as their health bar. So it just covers their whole health bar in this display. But they're not actually like the tank is still here at a very sizable amount of health. It's just they have as much healing absorb as they have health. So it looks like that, but they're not. Usually they're not about to die to that.
Yeah, it looks very scary on the standard rate frames there. Yeah, it definitely looks like Last Moment is not having that many issues with the totems. Like, the totems seem to die just fine for them. Which means that they can kill the boss for sure, depending on how long it's going to take them, right? They have 3 minutes left, which should be fine. But they have Bloodlust available as well in just a second. Yeah, they have all cooldowns in just a second, so they should be okay for sure.
Power Infusion has just gotten used, but Breath of Eons is sitting on CD. Okay, here comes Breath of Eons. It's actually a little bit awkward on this fight to get good value out of Breath of Eons because it doesn't pop in time on the totems, so you kind of just have to send it at some time when the boss is going to take a good amount of damage. They have Lust and 3 minutes left in their timer, so when you're looking at a dungeon like this, if you're optimizing for timing the key and you're not just trying to get a couple of extra bonus seconds, you kind of want to be thinking in terms of, okay, 3 minutes left, how many uses of everything am I getting? And then, how do I line those up with as many other cooldowns as possible? So they're going to hit the Lust here, but this Lust is actually not lining up with a Breath of Eons or with a Power Infusion, so maybe this is just designed to keep their damage even across the totems, which is a problem with this fight. You can't line everything up, because if you do, then sometimes the totem's just going to spawn and you have nothing for it because you used everything on the minute ago and it's all down now. Yeah. Nasty spot for Last Moment. It looks like they're going to be okay, though. 2 minutes left on the board.
Thanks as well. Ready checks, though, on the bottom left, having some problems on Croth here on their 29 tyrannical fight. Now, Croth, pretty difficult fight, and they have no more battle rests left, so they're playing with a dead Shadow Priest for a long time already. And as we know, whenever you play with an Augmentation Evoker and one damage dealer dies, you basically are missing 1.5 damage dealers, because the Augmentation Evoker can only buff 1 damage dealer going forward for the rest of the fight, which means that this is slowing down for them quite a lot. And they're out of goals, so the Screech is just really stacking up here. That means they do have to kill the boss somewhat soon before they're gonna get one-shot by the Screech casts.
Yeah, it's a... Death coming in for ready checks there. Gangnam going down on Croth. Looks like they're going to be okay, though. And the Brackenhide does get timed by Last Moment up in the top left. That is their score going up a little bit. They are the only of the teams that were in danger to one-shot their first run of the day, so big congratulations to them. Meanwhile, Pixel are taking over that top left spot. Lay on Hands is going to save Maskin, but Vikland ends up going down instead as they get this pull ready and are probably about to go into boss. Their timer is beginning to look a little suspect, though, Nagura. This is there's only 11 minutes left in the dungeon, and they have 2 very long tyrannical bosses to do in that time.
Yeah, they don't have that much trash they have to pick up anymore. And I guess they could technically, like, the trash that they're pulling here on Trothak, that might even be enough. And if it's not, then they can pull 1 more trash back onto Harlan Suite if they want. But yeah, it's not looking that easy for Pixel here on that 28 freehold on the top left. Now, Ready Checks on the bottom right did manage to finish off Croft. They did have some issues there as they had 3 deaths in total. Ended up 4-manning the rest of the boss fight. But the 29 Tyrannic, let's see the timer. They still have Overgrown Ancient to do. Quite a lot of trash, and also the last boss. 12 minutes. That might actually be pretty close to them as well. They have 1 more Bloodlust going to come up in a second. But yeah, now 29 Tyrannical. Bosses take forever. And Pixel having more issues, unfortunately, as they don't have a Battle Rest available for their Evoker here.
Oh, no. Okay, so...
And their timer's not great, right?
You spoke about how when you lose a DPS in an augmentation group, it's like using 1.5 DPS. It's actually not that bad if your Evoker is the one who dies, though, right? If your Evoker dies, you've only lost 1 DPS, so it is the best possible person in this group to die is the Evoker, but yeah, I'm very worried about this timer. They do get that battle res back, and they're going to send it, but that is their last battle res of this dungeon. They cannot afford any more deaths, and honestly, they might already be in some very serious time trouble here.
Yeah, and what is, did something go wrong with their route?
Yeah, what's the count situation here? 396?
They have 4 count?
Yeah, I mean, there are...
Oh,
they
have
can
the
get
neutrals.
a count after the last boss. Oh, here we go. Okay, we're good. So, shipmates give 2 and deckhands give 1, so they're already definitely fine with these mobs. That's, all right, we're fine on count at least. So, Trothak, they have to deal with 50% of Trothak. That's going to take them, call it, 245 from here or something like that. So, we will get to 2345. Then we're going to run over to Harlan Suite, and we're going to do that, Mind Soothe, Evoker Rescue thing. So, say we're pulling Harlan at 25 flat. I think there's enough time. Problem is we don't have a Lust. The good news is we are going to get a Lust on Harlan. So I think Pixel can do it from here. It's just going to be very tight.
Yeah, I think so as well. Ready checks on the bottom right, on the other hand, they have 10 minutes left at this point. They have to kill Overgrown Ancient, last boss, and some trash that they probably have to do separately. I don't think they can pull that much trash onto the last boss on a 29 Renigal. So there's definitely at least one trash pull in between this and the next boss, which could also be a little bit close, but we're gonna keep an eye on them. As Legendary in the bottom left, they are now in that 30 Nelth layer, which is gonna be interesting to watch. It is a pretty difficult key on a 30, just so much damage from both the bosses and the trash as well. While NA's Last Hope now continuing their freehold run as they're trying to do that 29, which Legendary has already done. Because Legendary 2-chested their 27, right? And NA's Last Hope did not. So Legendary didn't have to do the 28.
Yeah, that worked out nicely. Again, Legendary came into today with 4 2-chests on their scoreboard. So even though they actually had fewer points than NA's Last Hope, and Pixel even, they had a lot more potential points than Pixel. And I think they even had 1 more potential point than NA's Last Hope, where they were at least tied on that metric. So they are in good shape if they can actually quickly time the keys that the 2 chests have earned them. You know, if you 2-chest a 28 and then you spend a bunch of time progressing the 30, you're not really that far ahead of a team that just 1-chested the 28, 1-chested the 29, and got practice for the plus 30 while doing that, and then just times the 30 quicker than you did, right? So that's an important distinction here, is Legendary are sitting on a lot of potential, but in order to really capitalize on it, they have to quickly time these dungeons and not spend a lot of attempts on them.
Yeah, definitely true. Let's take a look at Pixel on the top left.
Wow,
they're now
faster than I thought.
Pulled something.
Uh-oh.
They have to use 2 rests out of combat here, which is a little bit of a death penalty, but they still have 6 minutes left. Let's just say they have 5.5 once they get there, which is still fine for a 28 Tyrannical Harlan Suite, right? They do have to do another skip here, though, because they're done with trash. So let's hope that skip is going to work out for them, as they're going to have to do some gripping or some... Yeah, there he goes. Looks like they're going to be gripping and rescuing. Let's see. There we go.
The Mind Soothe, Rescue, and then it's going to be a Wernstone, I think, from Lemike. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah. Because... So I suspect what's happened, Lemike may not have Wild Charge talented. A lot of Guardian Druids don't have that talented. If you have Wild Charge, you can just human form Wild Charge, but if not, then you do need either a Life Grip or a Bestow Wernstone, something like that, to get up there. Or we've even seen teams just sacrifice their bear and get them rezzed. But I think after seeing other teams using these deathless ways of doing it, most teams are going to start just using those. They're better.
Yeah, I think so as well. Last moment now on the bottom left, they were the team that finished their 29 Brackenhide, right? So they got the 2 extra points. They're now up to 111, which is looking pretty good for them. And now they're attempting the 29 Freehold, which we've seen some teams struggle with it. NA's Last Hope having a death on Dorky here. Looks like they were actually gathering one of their bigger pulls here as Dorky went down.
Yeah.
Which could be a pretty big time loss for them.
The good news is nobody else in the group was in combat with anything except for that one neutral mob, so Dorky gets the chance to set this pull up again. But of course, the bad news is that this entire pull is predicated on, everybody else is moving and doing good stuff while that pull is happening. So, Dorky hopefully will be able to survive it this time as he's gathering those mobs. Does have a lot of cooldowns available, but doesn't want to overcommit cooldowns to the start of this pull, because then he'll find himself without them in the middle of the pull. As tanky as Guardian Druid is, you do still want to be able to space out your cooldowns and have access to them later in the pull so that you don't need too much attention from your healer.
Yeah, and also notice at the very start, also they're committing Bloodlust for this, which I guess makes sense. But not having Bloodlust for bosses on a 29 Tyrannical can be scary. But yeah, what I saw when Dorky was gathering up all of this trash, he's also getting all of the diseases from the pet foot. So he had like 3 or even maybe more. We only see 3 of them. But he had at least 3 diseases on him, which just does an insane amount of damage. And he cannot play Dwarf, of course, because he's a Druid. So therefore, he cannot get rid of those diseases. He cannot dispel it either. His Druids can only do Poison and Curse. So yeah, I had to wait until he's in range from their Paladin to get a Dispel, and had to commit quite a few defensives to survive that gathering of the pull there.
Yeah, in theory, you could have your Paladin up and casting the Disease Dispel and some heals on Dorky, but the problem with that would be that if the mobs are also in combat with Drogo, then they're going to start, shadow stepping him, right? And you're going to start seeing Duelist Dash going out on him. So it's a lot easier for Dorky to gather that pull the way that he wants to if he's the only person in combat with them. And that's why that's probably why they set it up that way. So they now make their way in to the Ring of Booty on this 29. The timer is still looking good for them despite that Dorky death earlier that probably cost them 30 seconds.
Oh no.
Oh, that's, tragedy. On the last boss as well. That is minus 30 minutes for ready checks. That is catastrophic for them. They need all the time they have in the day. They cannot afford to lose 30 minutes this late in a dungeon with nothing to show for it.
Yeah, this is really bad. It looked like because they already had issues before, right? They had deaths on Croft, they didn't have a battle rest left, they had to 4-man the rest of the fight, so they lost a lot of time in the rest of the dungeon, and it looked like that they were trying to pull a lot of trash onto the last boss, because they just did not have enough time to do the trash by itself, which I believe they technically would have. If everything goes perfectly, then they technically can play the trash pack by itself before engaging the boss to play it safe. But this time they just did not have the time, so they tried to risk the pull with the boss and the trash, and it just did not work out. There's just so much going on if you do that, and they just quite didn't manage to execute it, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. Hopefully, so the good news for ready checks is that there's a lot of difficult dungeons for a lot of other teams later today as well. So they can maybe still survive through today if they can clean things up, avoid any more 30-minute time losses, and then hopefully stuff for them starts to go wrong for Last Moment or for Pixel, right? Those are the other teams. But as it stands right now, up in the top left, you can see Pixel are finishing off Harlan Sweet, and they are doing it with more than a minute to spare in this 28. That's going to be another point for them, which now means that ready checks are 2 full points behind the rest of the field. That is brutal.
Yeah. Pixel actually doing a good job finishing this freehold. I would assume Pixel is going to go to a different dungeon now, just because they have so many other points to get in other keys, right? They can do the 30 Nell Flare, the 29 Academy if they want. But yeah, I don't think the 29 freehold is impossible for them. So I guess it's also possible that they just keep doing that same dungeon. But I do think the safer thing would be to go to the other 2 chests first and then do the 5th dungeon, then do Uldaman, right? Because then you at least guarantee those 2 points that you have on the board but did not realize just yet, right? It's just sitting on 2 chests and not actually doing the dungeons does not feel great.
All right, well, hopefully I'm good to go here. Dratnos is
I do hear you. I don't know if the
done
chat
for the
hears you,
time
but
being. Hopefully chat hears me. Hey chat, can you hear me? Hello, I'm back. How's it going? Hopefully all of my plugs are completely plugged in and not half plugged in this time around. That was... sorry for jump scaring everyone earlier. But yeah, it's been an interesting first 45 minutes of the day or so. Unfortunately for ready checks, as we were talking about at the start of the at the start of the day here, they really need to get it together today. We really can't see any more mistakes. And unfortunately, in their first go-around, just 30 minutes off the clock already for them right at the start here. So they are in do or die mode with pretty much every single dungeon for the rest of the day. That's assuming the teams that are already ahead of them, are perfect throughout the day, which is definitely not a guarantee with how high these key levels are getting. It's been interesting to see some of the strategies come out today in the Freehold 2. I like what NA's Last Hope is doing with that massive pull after the first boss. Got a nice little spot to dodge the Sea Sprouts too. Any other interesting stuff at the start of the day that I might have missed? Nagra?
No, we saw last moment do the Bracken Heights 29, and they looked pretty solid. They did play the Enhancement Shaman in Bracken Height as well, just like they did yesterday. And now they're doing that Freehold 29. But yeah, and from a strategy perspective, we didn't see anything weird or crazy. We did see last moment do the same strategy as NA's Last Hope did with the ledge, right? Where the rest of the team was standing up there, which is really cool to see. That teams are kind of looking at what the other teams are doing and copying things that they think are good, which makes a lot of sense, right? Obviously, all of these teams are very smart and can figure things out. So being able to adapt to other people's routes, other teams' routes, and kind of copying little tricks like that, I think is really cool.
Yeah, that's one of the interesting things about the evolution of the competition over the course of the weekend, is that if somebody is confident enough to show off their strategies on day one, the other teams are all competent enough and just good enough at the game to instantly adapt that strategy into their own and make it work very, very quickly. And that's even more impressive considering the fact that, like most TGPs, you don't get to practice in between competition days, right? The way the tournament realm works during TGP is once that 5 o'clock timer hits, right? Once that end of the day, the end of your 5 hours is up, you can no longer start any more keys for the day, and that extends, after the competition. They're off throughout the night. No practice on the tournament realm. Technically, you could play live keys, but that doesn't really help so much in the, for Algathar Academy, because that's not on live keys right now. So, yeah, there's a lot of theory crafting that goes on between days, but, not a whole lot of practice if I have to, guess.
Yeah, that's why it makes it even more impressive when teams can quote-unquote copy tricks or routes from other teams, because, yeah, you can theorize around it. You can see, okay, let's watch NA's Last Hope and do exactly what they did. But then if you can't practice it, then it's very hard to actually execute, because watching something and replicating it is very different. Otherwise, we would all be able to kill Mythic Sarkarath after watching Liquid kill it, right? But we're not. So unfortunately, it doesn't work this way. Legendary on the top right side having some issues as Wexy does go down on a Shadow Priest. But not committing a Battle Rush, just walking back. And keep in mind, they're in the 30 key level here. So the timer, not that easy. It's still an Elf Lair, so I would say the timer is still fine. But yeah, maybe not having too many major mistakes from here on out would be great for them.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we know this 30 Neltharian's lair is where things start to get a little spicy, right? This is where the timer on that last boss kind of gets to the point where the lineups of mechanics don't really make sense anymore. Unfortunately for Legendary, Wexy does end up going down on this particular trash bowl, but this was the same trash bowl that we saw teams have so much trouble with last week, right? This was the pull that teams were just wiping to nonstop.
Yeah, this is an interesting pull, right? Because you have you do have a Pelter in there and a Shaper, and you have a Breaker as well with the Avalanche, and then you have a Lurker. Like, there's just a bunch of different kinds of mobs. Usually, if you have the same mobs multiple times, you know what you have to look out for. But if you have to think of so many different things, you have to think of the Pelter shooting you, you have to think of dodging the Avalanche, you have to think of interrupting the Shaper, you have to think about the Lurker jumping behind you, interrupt the frontal cast, and then you might get aggro because the aggro resets after the Lurker jumps. And while you think of all of that, you also have to, of course, do damage and heal. And yeah, it can be very, very dangerous, especially as a cloth person, because these pelters, the discs that they're throwing, do physical damage. That's maybe why Wexy went down twice there. Maybe just getting fixated a little bit by that pelter, or getting, even Avalanche also does physical, right? So not to say that he can't dodge an Avalanche, but if a plate person doesn't dodge it, it's kind of whatever. And if a cloth person doesn't dodge it, then you're probably just gonna die.
You do definitely just get one shot by it on this key level. I mean, there's other things too, right? If the lurker teleports behind you and breathes on you, also a one shot. If a grub spawns on you and nibbles your toe, also a one shot. There's a lot of things that can just one shot you. Believe it or not, one shot. Yeah, I mean, there's
yeah, they don't one shot me as a Munke. I have an armor, right? But these grubs do a surprising amount of damage because they're these tiny little things, right? And you would think they're not going to hurt that much, but they do. They do a lot of melee damage.
Well, on 30 Fortified, everything does a lot of melee damage, let's be honest. But Legendary, able to get through the trash pack on their first go-around, so, you know, the one death from your Clothy, you'll accept it. That's fine, and that's not even a bad spot to just release and run back, because you just release where you just killed Ularog, right? So it's maybe a 15-second run back. Not bad at all. 12 minutes left now, engaging Neuraxis. Their timer should be fine, right? They just have this boss, one trash pull to get the rest of their 12% count, and then they're going to be dealing with Dargrul, and we know that Dargrul on the ski level is about a 4.5 or so minute affair, and it really comes down to whether or not in the last 30 seconds or so you can find a way to deal with that last char skin as quickly as possible before it eats your second set of spikes. Because the lineup between the third spikes and the magma wave on that particular set is really, really tight. It's hard to get it done properly, so you just want to deal with that last char skin as quickly as possible. We'll probably see them have Bloodlust for that. If I had to guess, maybe they'll save their 2 minutes. Maybe the tank will probably save his Anshul as well. Just, you know, nice little burst of damage to make sure it goes down. But we still have a little bit of time left before we get there. We'll definitely be focusing in on that fight once it gets to the later stages.
Yeah. In the meantime, NA's last hope on the top left, there's plenty of time. Well, I don't want to say plenty, it is a 29 Tyrannical. But they're for sure fine if nothing goes wrong here. They also have Bloodlust available that they're going to be popping in phase 2 with all cooldowns. You can see Breath of Eon's PI, Combustion, everything is ready. And now everything is going to be popped, which means that boss is going to be melting right here for NA's last hope. So they should be okay for sure. Pixel now on the bottom left attempting this 29 Academy. And I hope it goes better for them than it went for Ready Checks. As we've seen them deplete the key on the very last boss earlier, which was very, very unfortunate for them. But yeah, Pixel looking fine so far. Of course, they have this one death. Had to commit the battle rest already. So yeah, 29 Academy actually looks a lot more dangerous than I thought it would be with this composition. I kind of thought that they can survive most of these like boss abilities pretty easily with the Augmentation Evoker. But it's definitely looking very scary.
I mean, those AoE circles come out often, right? It's like 25-30 second cooldown. So, speaking of which, we just faded away from them as a set of circles went out, and I was looking at them like, oh man, they don't have a lot of buttons left. 2 of their players have gone down. One of them being their healer here. Can they just barely finish it off? One last set of debuffs kills off the rest of the 2 DPS. I don't think there's anyone that's going to be able to finish off the last 6%. Even if he did, just swaps out of bear form. All right, they're going to go again. I mean, it was pretty early on into the key, so that's not too big of a time loss for them. Yeah, the difficulty of some of these bosses really ramps up, and I think at this point, you know, whether or not you're able to kill Veximus is going to be a big indicator of whether or not the dungeon is even doable on these higher key levels. So the teams that do opt to go for the left first routing are probably going to be at a better advantage because, you know, if they wipe to Veximus, you know, it's probably like an 8 to 10 minute time loss. But if you're a team that goes for Overgradation first, and you wrap around the dungeon, you kill Croth, you make your way to Veximus, and you wipe to Veximus, you know, at that point you're probably 20, 22 minutes into the dungeon. And, I mean, that's a huge difference in time loss. You get far fewer attempts at that Veximus boss. So we'll probably, I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, if we don't see any like 29s or 30s timed in Algathar later on today, I wouldn't be surprised to see our teams that opt for the right strat to actually just, you know, take a break and swap their strategy over to going to Veximus first.
Yeah, I agree, because Veximus seemed to be the one biggest issue for these teams so far. Of course, we saw Ready Check swipe to the last boss, but that was just because they had to take a risky strategy and pull trash into the boss. And then we've seen some deaths on Croth as well, but that's another story. I do think Veximus one is the most dangerous boss in this dungeon on Tyrannical, outside of Croth, if you just end up not making the the damage checks to get your Screech really high. But yeah, we'll see as Legendary is now moving to that last boss area. We did speak about Dark Gruul being very difficult on these high key levels. It's not tyrannical, but still, that boss does so much damage to a group. Yeah, it's just crazy. Like, you can, if you take a look at the HP of the group as the boss is being pulled, you'll see what I'm talking about. And then, of course, they also have to pull a Scorpion, which that will also be a challenge. They are sheeping this Pelter here, this Trapper, to make sure they're not getting any extra damage, but they're pulling those 2 Breakers on top to get the rest of the percentage.
Mm-hmm. Scary pull for Legendary. You got to keep an eye on the health of these 2 range players. They're going to be getting hit by the Dominator spikes here. So Splat and Wexy both dropping down into the lower health percentages, definitely around quarter HP. They need to make sure that they have all of their personals up. That was the Renewing Blaze, as well as 1 charge of the Obsidian Scales used for Splat there. Alright, let's see what we have for the next set. They're definitely getting a lot more of these spikes here. Ooh, Splat getting really low here. Very scary. It looks like they have the buttons available, though they still have another charge of the Obsidian Scales to help the group out as well. But man, every single time that Dominator swipes, their health bars drop. And Igloo is doing the best that he can just to keep people alive. Sacrifice used as well, just to help Splat live through some of this damage. And they're through the danger. Okay, good. Well done from Legendary here. The Breakers should follow suit very easily, and in about 3 or 4 minutes from now, we'll see how they deal with that extremely dangerous lineup on Dark Gruul. In other news, though, Nagura and his Last Hope did time their 29 freehold. Of course, that was the run where they had the 1 singular death from Dorky that ended up probably costing them close to a minute, because he had to go back and, re-pull that massive pull together. But the exciting thing is, now that they've got that done, we have our first team in Uldaman. That's where they've gone next.
Love that. Uldaman, I do think, is fun to watch, but also very difficult, especially for the tank, and especially with Raging, because you have, the Weavers specifically are a big problem with Raging, because they start casting this Hail of Stone, and you cannot disrupt them anymore if they have the Raging effect on them, so you have to soothe them, which they have 2 ways of doing, right? They have the Evokers AoE Soothe, they're pressing Roar, and they also have the single target Soothe from the Druid, but a single target Soothe is not necessarily going to help you that much if you have 5-6 Weavers there. So you're going to have to time the Oppressive Roar perfectly from that Augmentation Evoker.
Yeah, it's definitely a very high skill cap dungeon, right? It's something that we'll have to see the teams put together some pretty solid strats on, especially on the higher key levels, right? It's, if I'm not mistaken, the only 5 boss dungeon that we have right now, right? So it's going to be a long one. Those are always extremely difficult dungeons. We'll check in on them in a little bit here, but for now, this is the important thing to be looking at. Legendary attempting their 30 Neltharian's Lair, pulling Dark Gruul with plenty of time left, right? Over 5 minutes, more than enough time to get the boss down. It's just about making sure you are able to deal with that final set of Crystal Spikes and making sure you're killing off the 4th of these Molten Charskins. The first one shouldn't be too much of an issue. It spawns almost instantly into the fight. Plenty of time to finish it off before you have to worry about the magma waves. They can even just opt to cleave it down using that second set of Crystal Spikes, no problem whatsoever. They'll get the 3rd one off way before the magma wave.
Is Lust just not ready, like as an observer bug?
It's definitely ready. They're saving
Yeah,
it. They're saving it to make sure they can deal with the set. I think this is smart. They have plenty of time left on the key. You don't need to let go for max DPS.
Yeah,
on the
I guess
boss.
it makes sense. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, it makes sense because, of course, some of these ads only have the 2 Crystal Spikes instead of the 3, and then you have to nuke it down as fast as you can before the 2nd Crystal Spike spawns, or, well, not necessarily before it spawns, but you do want to make sure it doesn't walk around for too long, because of course every time the ad walks around it does damage to your group, and there's so much other damage going on, so having a lot of damage to nuke it within 1 Crystal Spike does make sense. This is the 2nd ad though, and that one is not in danger of only getting 2 Crystal Spikes, so they're for sure fine here. They don't even have to focus it either, they can just passively cleave it, which is something that I don't actually see a lot of people do that on live servers. Like almost everyone that I see is just full out nuking the ad, even like the 1st and the 2nd ad, which does not make too much sense if you have your cooldowns running and you can just passively cleave it. You should almost always do that, right? Because you get more boss damage. But the damage numbers go up if you hit the ad, which is a positive thing. So
Yeah,
I don't
you look
blame
better
anyone
on
for doing
details.
that. Yes.
And I want to top the overall meters always, so,
Yes.
gotta take all of that double damage pad. Alright, we're into the third ad of the fight here. First set of crystal spikes come out. And as this fight goes on longer and longer, the ad casts get delayed more and more. So the first ad of the fight spawns almost instantly into the fight. But take a look at that energy bar in Dark World. Now this ad's not going to spawn until about 50% on the energy bar. Here it comes now. They instantly stun it with the first set of crystal spikes. The second one's going to come out, and they're just going to overlap the stun here, not trying to space it out too much. That does mean they have to focus this down a little bit. This is the set that they had their second set of 2 minutes for, so Power Infusion was used here. They've got the Combust active. They had the Breath of Eons for this, so it should die very easily. Yep, there it goes. It's down. But that is all of their major cooldowns expended. The only thing that they're going to have available for the fourth ad, which is the hardest one of the fight, is going to be the Bloodlust. And they might actually have the Combust back up from Tobo as well, which would be very useful. And if I'm not mistaken, Le Pen should have saved his Anshul for this as well, so they get a little bit of extra trinket burst from the tank. But here we go. This is the make or break moment from Legendary. That ad will be spawning in about 15 seconds, and if they're able to finish off that ad, they'll be able to take this boss down.
Looking at the boss HP, the boss actually is so low. I'm wondering if they would have lasted on pool, maybe they could even just kill the boss here instead of having to kill the ads. Because the boss is very low. But yeah, there we go. The last is coming out. They have to nuke this ad unless they want to just go for the boss. I think 20% is a bit too high, so I think they have to go for the ads here. Yeah, they don't have any other cooldowns available except the last and the combustion. So they have to nuke this ad. And they cannot spawn the crystal spike that is spawning in a second on top of this ad either, because otherwise it's immediately consumed by the ad, right? So they have to make sure they spawn it away. They have to kill this ad. Ooh, the crystal spike did spawn on top, but I think they killed the ad in time. Yeah, there we go.
The way that they set this up was actually very good. This was extremely smart from them. They spawned the two crystals in such a way that the ad would get stunned by the one in front. They spawned a crystal spike way in the back, far enough away from the ad, and when they got the third crystal spike spawn, they dropped it right on top of the ad. So the ad would instantly get restunned, and they'd have the one spike further back in the back, so that they'd be able to line of sight it. That was really smart positioning from Legendary, and they made something that looked extremely difficult last week look easy this week. Very, very impressive run from Legendary there, and tons of time. Well, not tons of time. 45 seconds left on the timer. I don't think we'll be seeing them attempt the 31 anytime soon. They've got plenty of other keys to go for, but very impressive from that team. Well done.
Yeah, definitely very well done. As Ready Checks on top right, though, having some more issues in their 29 Academy. Keep in mind, this is the dungeon they had to reset numerous times already. I don't think they've timed any key today yet, and we're already 1 hour, 4 minutes into the competition. So, yeah, this is really important for Ready Checks to make sure they finish this key here to get some points onto the board. But yeah, those 4 deaths, not looking too good. Let's hope they don't have to do another Hail Mary, pull at the very end and then end up wiping. So good luck, Ready Checks, as they continue this dungeon while we see NA's Last Hope in the bottom right in that old as we talked about. And it's looking really good. Of course, the key level is 23, which is pretty easy for them. And we've seen some crazy pulls from NA's Last Hope, which is... I think that is a standard thing in Olderman, because the key the timer is so close in that dungeon that you have to do some crazy things. You just have, especially at the very start, you just pull everything.
I mean, again, 5 boss key. When you think of 5 boss keys that we've had in the timers in those dungeons, I mean, the first one that pops to mind for me is Halls of Valor, right? And that was that's like a 40-minute key. The fact that we have another 5 boss key in Oldemon and it's only a 35-minute timer, that is extremely tight. It's a tough key to get in time, especially on the higher key levels. But on the 23, they are just absolutely blasting. 5 minutes on the third boss kill, insane pace from them. But now Ready Checks here. This is an important run for them, right? Their first attempt of the day, they lost 30 minutes in this key, wiping to the last boss here. They really need to get this +2 here. This is incredibly important to the state of their position in this competition. They need to get the +2 to keep themselves in a position where they can potentially make it through tomorrow. If this key goes south for them, they are going to be in an extremely rough spot.
Yeah, and of course you meant the 2 points from timing this and not the 2 chests, right? Because obviously they're not going to be timing. They're not going to 2 chest this dungeon. They just need to time this key to get the 2 extra score onto the board, which is exactly what they need to not get eliminated at the end of the day. Because right now they're 2 points behind to all the other teams, and 4 points behind to the top 3. So not looking too good for ready checks. As we say that, Ganam does go down. Their Shadow Priest, they have to commit a battle rest, get him back up. So more problems for ready checks, unfortunately. Pixel, on the other hand, also one of those teams with one of the least amount of points. They're in the top right, now also attempting the 29 Academy. And it's looking pretty good so far for them. They have 0 deaths on the board, so definitely looking cleaner than ready checks at least. And they did, especially Veximus, right? Getting that boss done with 0 deaths is very promising for Pixel. Let's hope nothing goes wrong for Kroth either, because Kroth can also be one of those boss fights that are dangerous. Last moment now, also an Alderman. Love to see that. And they're playing the Shaman.
Cool. I mean, so I was after I was done casting yesterday, I joined in to one of our co-streamers' streams and was, chatting with them about some of the things that were happening in the keys. And it's interesting, like we were talking a lot about this enhanced shaman pick, and we were talking a little bit yesterday about Elbro has kind of been known to be like the enhanced shaman player when it comes to high-end keys. So when it comes to like really niche situations where your class is actually better than what the meta comp is, one-trick players are going to be that much better at min-maxing spots where their class actually is better for them than what the meta pick is, and they've been crushing it. Honestly, some of the keys they put together have been incredibly strong, and we were talking about whether or not it was just going to be something they played at Brackenhide, or if it was something that they could potentially pull in for other dungeons as well. And the fact that they also brought it out in the Nelth Slayer, and now they're also bringing it out in the Oldham, I wonder if it's something where, after playing the Fire Mage for the first couple of dungeons yesterday, they realized that it would just be easier for them to play their comfort pick and make it work in some of these dungeons, and then maybe if they have to swap back to the Fire Mage later on, they will. I don't know, it's interesting to see them just, play comfort, and they're playing well because of it.
Yeah, it is very interesting. And Ace Last Hope on the bottom right, though, having some issues in a 23 Ultraman. As it looks like they have to reset a pull here, as everyone does go down, except their Paladin and their Priest. So, yeah, they will just go again. They will not reset. I believe they can still get the 3 chests, or, yeah, they only have Chronal Deos left and a few Trash Balls. So they're for sure fine on the 3 chests, and they can continue. But, yeah, some issues for them in this Uldaman. We'll see how it goes from here on out. One really interesting thing, and I want to pay attention to the other teams if they do this as well. So after the 3rd boss, on the left side, you can go over and there's like some weavers. And if you go around the corner, there's actually like a runic protector there as well. They want to cast like the slam, the fissuring slam, and like the quake, like the AoE. And I've seen a lot of teams pull those, like in practice, in TGP practice. And I wondered why. Like, why do you want to pull a runic protector? Isn't that one of the worst mobs to pull? Is it just so efficient percentage-wise?
Yeah, I don't know.
There's so much damage to the tank, right?
It's one of the rougher mobs in the dungeon to deal with. And I mean, it's in a dungeon with a lot of rough mobs to deal with. So yes, that's definitely saying something. We'll have to see if that's something that the teams adapt to, or if they're just going to be skipping it entirely. I didn't actually see what NA's Last Hope did in their run because they were off screen for a little while. But maybe we can see Last Moment in a few minutes, go around there and see what they're doing. Although, to be honest, when it comes to these lower key levels, you probably don't have to be too, pinpoint accurate with your route. You just want to make sure you don't make too many major mistakes. I mean, even though NA's Last Hope had that little death skip problem, they're still going to be fine on timer. It's a 20 hold on, math. 21 minute 3 chest timer. Yeah. So they have plenty of time left in the key. I wouldn't worry too much about the 3 chests for them.
Yeah, I think they're fine. Ready checks on the top left, though, maybe not so fine, as they did commit their Bloodlust here for the trash pull. So not lasting the boss, even though it is tyrannical, they're just lasting this big trash pull. they have, let's see, a little bit more than 5 minutes, which should be okay if this is all of the count that they need. I'm not sure if they have everything in there. It's a big pool. There's a lot of mobs. And now they are engaging the boss. Okay, it looks like they were thinking they have to pull the boss here to be able to get the time, which is, again, very dangerous for them. This is so crucial for ready checks. If they wipe here, it's going to cost them so much time. They already lost 1 hour in Algathar Academy today, not getting any score whatsoever. So they have to time this. They cannot make mistakes. They have 1 battle rush available in case something does go wrong. But the trash is dying off. They're definitely looking good. There's still some Echo Knights left, which should not be too big of a problem. There's 1 Restorer that I believe they want to mind control, but it's not really working out. You can see the Shadow Priest having aggro as well. He just got taunted back. I think, did he get it?
I don't think he got it. I think it died.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah.
It's a little unfortunate, but their timer is Omega fine, right? They've got over 4 minutes to finish off this boss, and if I'm not mistaken, it actually looked like they hard focused the trash down there. Like, they weren't trying to just cleave it. They were just trying to stay safe and make sure they got the trash dead so that they can worry about the boss, which is probably the smart play here. I mean, 4 minutes left, boss at 80%. I think they're going to be fine. They've got 2 sets of 2 minutes, I believe, that they can use still in the timer here. So, yeah, everything should be fine here. If I remember last time around in that 30-minute run where they wiped, the trash was still alive, right? So they made the adaptation. Let's kill the trash off. Then let's worry about the boss. You don't get a lot of boss damage in, right? They had the boss at like 85% when the trash was dead, but 15% is 15%. It's a nice little amount of chip damage. So I like to see the adaptation from them. They need to get this +2. They need to get a move on and get to other dungeons here. I mean, their best hope is that this Oldemon is a hard key to push up and other teams have trouble with it. And then they can go collect their 30 Nilth's Lair, which we just saw Legendary one-shot. But at that point, they only have a couple one-chests that they can do, so it's going to be rough for them. But again, they're seasoned players. They should be able to get through and play well today, and I'd love to see that for them.
Yeah, I definitely think they can keep a cool head at least and not get bothered by it too much. Keep up their motivation. But yeah, last moment in that 23 Uldaman as well on the bottom left, and NA's last hope is about to finish off Chrono Lord Deos, getting that 3 chest. They did have 1 more death there at the very end, so a total of 5 deaths in this dungeon, but still very easily 3 chestable for NA's last hope, which means that all the other teams should be 3 chesting this as well. Because if NA's last hope can do it with a bunch of minutes to spare and 5 deaths on the board, I think the other teams should be striving for a 3 chest here as well. Now let's take a look at the last moment. Is going to be pulling that Runic Protector that I talked about. The one that is right after Talandras here. Does not look like it. He's definitely pulling some stuff back here. I don't think they pulled the Protector. Alright, so that's definitely something that NA's last hope did, but last moment did not. So we'll take a look on the other teams. And Legendary is currently on a break, so that's the team that took the break first. All of the teams have to take a mandatory 20-minute break per day. They can split it up, so they can take 10 minutes first and then 10 minutes again, but they cannot take their breaks within the first hour of the tournament and also not within the last hour of the tournament. So that's why Legendary took the break at like 1 hour and 10 minutes after the tournament started, and they managed to discuss some stuff. But yeah, Pixel having some issues as they have lost quite a few players on this Croth fight. This is a very similar situation we've seen for Ready Checks, where they have to 4-man the rest of this fight here.
Yeah, let's see how much this Screech hits for. Okay, they're not really in too much danger here. Viklin still has the Disperse available. Mask just ice blocks to get rid of his stacks. Velo shouldn't be going down. The only person we're really going to be worried about is Lamike. Every single one of those bleeds is going to do a ton of damage to him, so Velo's going to have to focus him a ton. I believe they already have the Blessing of Sacrifice used here, so there's no more externals that are going to be coming out on the tank here. I guess they still have the AM, right, if they really need it. Oh, that Screech did a ton of damage, but I think they only should be getting just 1 more with 1 DPS. They might even be able to finish it off if they have a little bit of extra burst damage. The boss should go down, but the question is, with these deaths, with this timer lost, are they still going to have time left in the dungeon to finish this off? This is going to be nasty. Now, fortunately, they've already dealt with Veximus, right? That's the harder of the 2 bosses that you can choose to go for at the beginning of the dungeon here. Oh man, they are really kind
Ready
of
checks
bleeding out
timer.
here.
Ready checks timer.
Ready checks?
They're fine. But this
good.
was actually a lot closer than we thought. Like, this boss just takes so long. Ooh, Gangnam going down. You have 5 seconds.
They're good.
The death at the very end was very scary. Whew, all right, 3 seconds. Yeah, this boss actually takes a really long time at 29 Tyrannical. I think this took them 4.5 minutes, maybe, approximately. So this boss actually takes a long time, maybe 5 even. So do have to worry about this.
Can Pixel time? They only have 52% trash count. I mean, they're going to get a lot in this area. They're going to go for a massive pull after the Overgrown Ancient, but that's 2 29 Tyrannical bosses plus a ton of trash in 11 minutes? Is that possible?
I'm not sure. They definitely seem a little bit slow. If we can maybe check what the Croth split was for ready checks just now, because they just timed it and they barely timed it, right? And I did not look at the Croth split, but if you can maybe... Oh, it was 1922. So they're a minute behind Pixel. And
That's rough.
And they need more trash as well. I think... Actually, I'm not sure. Yeah, this is going to be really close for them, if even possible at all.
Yeah, I mean, you're already 22 minutes in, so I kind of feel like you're in the spot where you may as well give it a go, because you can only lose another 10 minutes. But still, it's not a fun spot to be in for them whatsoever here. But we'll see if they have the damage to pull it off. It would be very impressive if they're able to pull it off. And remember, actually, Ready Checks lost a ton of time as well, right? They lost their Restorer, which is a lot of potential haste buffs and a lot of DPS. So maybe that's enough to help Pixel make up that extra time. We'll have to see. Still a lot of time left in the dungeon, still 2 bosses for them to get through, so maybe they can somehow make it up if they do end up pulling down a buff for this boss as well. That'd be really impressive if they're able to pull it off. Ready Checks, after dealing with that Algathar, have opted to make up some of these semi-homework keys, right? They'd love to be in the 29 right now, but unfortunately they didn't 2-chest the 27, so they're going to have to do a 28 instead. But they need to slowly work that score up towards the end of the day to give themselves a fighting chance.
Yep. We did see NA's Last Hope actually reset one of their keys as they were wiping on a first pull in the 26 Uldaman. So they ended up just quickly resetting. Of course, not too much of a time loss, as it was like the very first pull that they ended up resetting. But it does give us a little bit of info, at least. Like, in my opinion, NA's Last Hope played so well yesterday. And today, in the Freehold, it seemed fine, even though they had some deaths here and there. But in the Uldaman, I feel like it might not... At least for now, it looks like it's not their best dungeon. Because even on 23, they ended up having 5 deaths. Now having to reset that first pull on 26. So maybe it's not like their favorite dungeon or not something that they have practiced the most. Which means that some other teams have the opportunity to catch up to NA's Last Hope a little bit. But of course, you don't want to just catch up to... I mean, you do want to catch up to NA's Last Hope, but your first goal should be to not be eliminated today, right? Because you don't want to be the last team at the end of the day, which is what Last Moment, Pixel, and Ready Checks are mainly fighting for. They're Pixel and Ready Checks both on 111 points, while Last Moment is at 113, which does look really good for Last Moment. But a lot of the keys they can do from here on out are only like 1-point keys, while Legendary and NA's Last Hope still have a lot of 2 points to get in other dungeons.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you just hard look at the scores right now, it's a pretty rough spot it's a rough spot for Ready Check to be in, right? Like, they've got to get all these +1s still to even just catch up to the other teams. Meanwhile, the other teams are going to be able to get their +2s that they still have, so they're going to be behind. They need to time a lot of keys today, and they have to hope that other teams have issues timing their keys. That's really what it's going to come down to, unfortunately, but we do have an entire extra dungeon in the mix, and I do want to go back and talk about NA's Last Hope a little bit, with them going for that massive first pull in the Uldaman, right? Because if you look at the timer for their 23 Uldaman, they actually were 4 minutes under the 3-chest timer, which means a 3-chest in the 26 isn't necessarily out of the question if they're able to pull off some sort of massive first pull that saves them a ton of time. So it makes sense to go for it a couple times, right? Because if you save an overall dungeon clear and it only costs you a couple of 2-minute attempts at a dungeon, why not? go for it. And yeah, I mean, they could potentially do it. We'll have to keep an eye on it if it's even possible. I mean, 3 chesting and 26, we're getting into getting into junkyard territory with that one. But yeah, we'll have to see if they're able to pull that one off. If they are, that will set the tone for the day for the rest of the teams. That will see that 3 chested 26 and be like, oh, we gotta look at what they did.
Yeah, for sure. Pixel, though, we talked about them having some issues with the timer here, and I'm starting to believe that they should just town portal. I mean, what do you think? They have 6 minutes left. They still have to do 50% of Overgrown Ancient, Duragosa, and 10% trash? Like, that seems a little bit difficult to me.
I think that they need to pull Duragosa with 4.5 minutes left, and keep max up times on the Restorer trash. And they also have to actually just hard focus boss and keep the trash alive and kill it with passive cleave. Like, they would have to play absolutely perfectly in order to pull that off. And even then, I don't know if there's enough single target damage to pull that off. And you'd also have to kill the Overgrown Ancient in the next minute, and it's still at 35% on 29 Tyrannical. Yeah, you're probably right. This is probably just a reset.
Yeah, like, I almost feel like they should have known that they have to reset this key, like, even after Croth already. I don't know. Obviously, it's hard to tell how good you are on time, and especially if your team is, like, very positive. Sometimes you see this on live servers where you wipe or, like, people die, and you're always just like, oh, we can still do it. We can do it. We can do it. But yeah, now they had even more issues as they had to use more battle rests to get the players back up here. And yeah, it's just looking more and more impossible for them to do this key. They have 4.5 minutes left. That's basically what the last boss would take them. So there's absolutely no way they can time this. They should reset. They should know at this point. They're honestly just wasting time continuing this. This is just not timed.
Yeah, this is not going to be this getting timed. Now, the question is as well, you've already committed 28 minutes to the dungeon. You can get some pretty valuable information if you do at least get to the boss and, like, pull it and get an idea of when it would die. That way you have a pretty accurate timer for, you know, okay, we're at this point of the dungeon. This is how much time we'd need to finish it off, and that will let you know if you need to reset. But I also feel like Pixel's a team that's been playing well enough to already kind of know when that's going to be the case for them. And if they don't actually just instantly town portal out, I'd be a little... Okay, there we go. I'd be a little concerned. But there we go. There's the town portal. They're resetting. I think everyone kind of knew at that point that's not going to be a timed key. Unfortunate for them, but that's yet another team that has suffered the unfortunate 30-minute time loss of not timing in Algathar Academy. We're going to be seeing a lot of that today. I would imagine a lot of those time losses. Last moment here, finishing off Chrono Lord Deus as well. Also, very fast time, very close to NA's Last Hope, right after the 17-minute mark. So, if NA's Last Hope is able to get this 3 chest and the 26 relatively clean, maybe it's a potential thing for last moment as well. And I mean, surprisingly enough, this Enhanced Shaman pick isn't looking like it's that big of a detriment compared to the Fire Mage. Maybe the meta's not as set in stone as we thought.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the Fire Mage is very replaceable. It does add a lot of... like, the mass barrier is also really strong, which in my opinion is really good for survivability on some of these, like, later boss fights. So that helps a lot too. But I think the damage output from the mage is really, really strong. Of course, we all know how strong mage is. But I think there's quite a few classes that can compete in a lot of the dungeons. Maybe not in all dungeons, and that's why Albro doesn't play Shaman in every dungeon, right? He does switch to the mage in some of the keys. But I think in some dungeons, you can for sure pick something else. Doesn't have to be an enhancement shaman. Can be like a warlock, can be a moonkin, can be maybe even a rogue or a warrior, and I think you should still be fine. As long as you make use of your buffs.
The enhanced shaman has a tool that's even better than mass barrier. They have Stone Skin Totem, which is actually pretty good.
Yeah, true. That is true, yeah.
10% physical DR with 50% uptime is actually quite nice for a lot of these bosses on higher difficulties, because the physical damage is usually the abilities that are going to be killing off, you know, your Shadow Priest or your well, they don't have a fire mage, so I guess the Shadow Priest is the only one that really matters. Yeah, it's
That's
actually
a very
quite
good
nice.
point. This dungeon specifically has a lot of physical damage, right? You have the ricochet shield on the dwarves that does physical. You have the jumps from the ambushers on Romac that does physical. Talandras, I think the stomp does physical damage. And the wing buffet from Chronolord Deos also does physical, I think. So there's a lot of physical damage going on in this dungeon that you can diminish with that totem. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, no, I mean, Shaman is a class that has so much utility, but I feel like a lot of the utility is not really. It's very niche. But the Stoneskin Totem that Enhance can spec into, and not worry too much about their other general talent points is very, very nice. I think if they're playing Ellie, it'd be harder to find the points to spec into that, even with the changes to the class tree. But Enhance takes it no problem whatsoever, and it's very, very useful for a lot of the higher one-shotting abilities. What is Legendary cooking up here in the top left here?
And
they're all sitting
it's afflicted
back.
too, right? I just noticed. It's afflicted. So you have the shaman,
poison
the poison cleansing totem as well. Yeah. Very
Wait.
nice.
Okay,
Oh, Ready Check's having some problem as Gangnam does go down. They have no battle rest available for a few seconds. But should be fine. It is a 28, so they have to worry. Because obviously Ready Checks is the team that had the most issues today. So they don't want to have any more problems. So having a death here in Gangnam at the start, not ideal. But they're going to continue and hope nothing further goes wrong. But yeah, what did Legendary do? What did you see?
they were just pulling a bunch of trash back on top of this Goliath here. I was wondering if they were going to skip it like we saw from other teams, but they just went for pulling things on top of it from the back. So just a smart line of sight pull for them. Nothing too crazy. Probably see more of that on higher key levels. Let's take a look at NA's last hope here and see what the chances are of them 3-chesting this key. Looking at their timers here, the third boss took them about 1 minute and 45 seconds longer than it did on their 23, which is, about where you'd expect it to be in terms of, exponential scaling key level. I think they actually are just barely on pace for the 3-chest. It's going to be tight. They're going to have to find a 0-death run, I would have to assume, to pull it off, but I think it's definitely possible.
Yeah, I think so as well. They do have, if the 2-chest summers, the 3-chest summer is 21, right, you said? So they basically only get one more Bloodlust. We'll see what they committed to. If they want to go for the 3-chest, then they know that they only get one more. So we'll see what they're using it for as they pull one of these runic protectors I was talking about earlier, the ones with that the Quake, the AoE that does a lot of physical damage to a group, and then on top of that you have the Smash, which doesn't do a lot of damage to in fact it does no damage at all, I believe, onto the group. It just puts these puddles beneath you, which also don't really do anything. But the tank is taking a lot of damage. Fissuring Slam, I believe that's what it's called. And yeah, the tank does take an insane amount of damage. I think it's nature damage as well. So you cannot use any bigger physical damage reductions. You have to use something that works against magic damage as well.
Yeah, for sure. I just was reminded of something that I think we always have to call this out whenever this particular squad in the bottom right plays with Junkrat. Junkrat, for those of you watching the competition for the first time and that aren't big fans of the cats on Twitch already, Junkrat doesn't talk. Doesn't use voice chat whatsoever. This guy is a party chat only gamer. So the fact that they're able to push these hive keys with this level of efficiency is extremely impressive when one of your important players just doesn't communicate at all.
Yeah, that is crazy, and especially because Junkrat used to play Rogue almost exclusively, right? Because Rogue was always good, and he always played Rogue. And Rogue is a class that does not necessarily have any team utility. You have Shroud, but Shroud is a long cooldown, and you plan for it beforehand. And all of the single target utility that a rogue has, you don't have to communicate. As a rogue, I don't have to say, oh, I'm just going to stun this guy, I'm going to interrupt this guy. You just kind of do it. But as a Shadow Priest, I feel like there's some more communication that would be nice to have. You can communicate. Oh, Pixel's actually having a full wipe there, an Overgrown Ancient.
Oh, wait.
As Oh, are they doing a different route now? Yeah, they're going right first. Weird. They're changing it the opposite way. Like, we thought the other teams that go right first would go left now. And they went left first, and now they're switching to right. Very weird.
Yeah, that's... I guess... I'm trying to figure out why you would swap from left to right. I guess you get a little bit more of an efficient lust because the pull that you can go for is bigger, right? You can pull down the mobs from behind the barrier and pull those on top of the massive lasher pull, which technically is a more efficient lust, but I feel like that wasn't the issue with their last run. The issue with their last run is they just lost way too much time to deaths, right? I feel like if they just had a clean run, or even just a barely more clean run. It doesn't have to be a perfect run. They could have timed the 29 with their other route. So I wonder what the thought process is to just make that drastic change like that.
I do have an idea on that. So I think they might have looked at what NA's Last Hope was doing yesterday, because they start with Ancient and their route has been looking extremely good, despite the fact that they had a couple of deaths there and here. They were so fast through this dungeon on the back of what kind of pull they were doing with the trash. Mm-hmm. They did Ancient first, so maybe teams are looking at that and saying, okay, if they can do it, let's just try. Also, of course, I'm not Nagura. Nagura has to go back because if you don't know, she's also Junkrat, so we don't want to keep her too long. She has to focus, right? Which is also why she doesn't talk to the team, so nobody gets that. So you'll have to keep that secret between us and you, chat.
Kind of mind blown right now.
Because of the Junkrat thing or because of the NA's Last Hope thing?
I'm just mind blown that you leaked it like that. That's crazy. I mean,
I trust chat.
She's kept that under wraps for so long.
Yes, man. Definitely she did.
Well, it's all out there now, and she's doing really well in that 26 Uldaman. What do you think about the potential of the 3 chest in this 26, though? There were 4 minutes under timer in the 23. 4 minutes under the 3 chest timer in the 23. They had some deaths. They messed up a skip, right? They lost a decent chunk of time to that. You think? I think they might barely be on pace here. They still have a lot of trash left to do, but they are approaching that last boss pretty soon here.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I've been saying NA's Last Hope looking really, really strong in this tournament, and if we can expect everything to work out this time, I think we should be on pace. But we also saw with the other teams how long Chrono Lord Deus has taken. It's just such a long fight. So we are going to see how that 26 plays out on the left-hand side of them. Of course, last moment doing that same dungeon, just a little bit behind them in dungeon progression. So just starting out here on Talandras while NA's Last Hope is moving very quickly towards that final boss. And honestly, I'm so worried about ready checks. The way they started this day was not great. And they were already not in the best position coming into day 2. So now it just feels like, what can they really do to catch it back up, which is so frustrating.
Yeah, but again, veteran players, good players, been in the MDI for a long time. They push live keys together. If there's anything that can pull it back together, have the mental fortitude to play well for the rest of the day. I have good faith in them, but they're going to need some help, right? They're going to need other teams to make mistakes, which is happening, right? We just saw Pixel blow 30 minutes into 29 Alcathar. Maybe, they kind of wiped a bit on Croth. They didn't full wipe, but they had 2 DPS die, and it really made the boss take a lot longer than usual, and at that point they had 11 minutes left to deal with the entire Overgarnation area, plus everything leading up to the last boss. And they just wasted a ton of time even attempting that dungeon. They are back in. We saw them, like you were talking about, go for the Overgarnation pull first, wiped on the first boss, so that's another 10 minutes they lost. So, Pixel's having some issues, which is giving ready checks just a little tiny peek back into the competition here, and if they can seize and take advantage of that, that'd be very impressive.
Yeah, at the end of the day, only one team is getting eliminated today, but of course all of the teams that are still in are fighting for those top 2 spots to the Global Finals, right? So even though one of the teams that is currently kind of struggling at the lower end of the leaderboard might not get eliminated, they're still in a bad position to get that top 2 spot. So you need to do anything you can to at least get close to the top teams, so that when tomorrow we release a new dungeon, they can go in and be like, oh yeah, that dungeon, we're really good at that, and hopefully turn it around.
Be a big turnaround for them to go through, but would love to see it. Let's focus in once again on the top right side. NA's Last Hope, 3 minutes left on the 3 chest timer here. On their second to last trash pull, if I'm not mistaken here. They're going to have to deal with one last couple of trash mobs, but they technically could maybe pull into the boss if they wanted to. No, they're just going to finish this off and then run to the right side and skip. I just don't think there's enough time. There's going to be a 2 chest.
Yeah.
They were definitely going for it with the pace of play, though. If you look at like how fast they were going through the dungeon compared to Last Moment, who's right below them right now, look at the boss splits here. You know, a minute 20 seconds faster on the dwarves, a minute 20 seconds faster on Bromok, almost 4. No, it's just 2 minutes faster on Sentinel. I mean, they were crushing it in terms of time. I don't think Last Moment was particularly like, going for the 3 chest. I think they're just accepting the 2 chest. But unfortunately, don't think it's going to be in the cards for NA's Last Hope. They don't even have the Bloodlust available. This boss isn't going down in less than 2 minutes. But, you know, maybe the 28's 2 chestable with how fast they're going.
Yeah, that's a trend with Last Moment, right? They had a lot of 2 chests where really other teams were able to get a 3 chest. So I think maybe they kind of sat down and said, yeah, okay, we'll just take a lot of 2 chests instead, and that'll be our fighting plan. But it's not the best fighting plan. It's still better than just having a +1. But ideally, you would want those +3s, and we're gonna see. I don't think it's possible for NA's Last Hope either. I mean, the skip, not the easiest either, but they are coming over that ledge there and into the boss fight. But the timer's already quite far in, and like we said, this boss takes a little bit of time. Do you think it's possible?
Nah, it's gonna be like it's gonna be close to a 3-minute boss fight without Bloodlust. I mean, I would love to see the 3 chest at 26. It'd be really cool, but not gonna be in the cards for them. They just need to play safe, take their 2 chest, move on to the 28, and maybe potentially open up a big gap by being able to 2 chest the 28, which they could technically do with the pace and the pull style they do through the dungeon. Something that I was kind of curious about, and the reason I was led to believe that they were even going to be going for the 3 chest, is we saw them right after they did their 23. On their first attempt at the 26, they went for a huge pull right at the start of the dungeon, right? And the only reason you're going to go for that huge pull on such a low key is you're going to try to go for, you know, a higher potential chest than what you would normally see on that key level. They were close, you know? By all means, they were pretty close, but not going to be in the cards for them. Just going to be a nice, easy 2 chest for them. Let's see if there's anything else interesting.
Looking at Pixel...
Mm-hmm.
So we went over here, and I was kind of expecting, you know, some kind of snapping tech onto that sentry to come into play, but seems like we're just doing the sentry by itself.
Yeah, well, this is not very efficient. And Maskin's been here, right? He's been here the whole time.
Yeah.
You can see him on the damage meters, so it's not like he's been off to the side doing some sort of invis snap. Now, the only other thing that I could potentially think of them doing would be snapping to Croth's platform instead of snapping to the sentry, which could potentially be a play. If we should definitely get a focus close POV on Maskin after the sentry goes down, because if he does go the other direction, that will be what's happening. But the way that he is leaning right now does not lead me to that conclusion here.
No, you can see he's already like standing in a direction to hop on it, but that is so weird. We've seen teams do these snaps before, right? Even going into this cup, the Algathar Academy was one of the dungeons they knew that was going to happen, because we told them 1 week before, because it is a season 1 dungeon and we wanted to kind of not have them practice 8 more dungeons. So we told them, you're going to get an Algathar Academy, which means this is the dungeon they probably put the most efficient practice time into. And we also have had this dungeon in the MDI before, where we've seen a lot of snapping tech. Now with the new augmentation evoker, and of course also the mage, there's a lot where you can replicate that despite not having like Warlock, Hunter, and so on that did the snapping back in the MDI Season 1. If Pixel is opting not to use that, then that's a really big time loss.
Yeah. I mean, the key is probably still timeable without it, but you're really not giving yourself a lot of wiggle room without pulling it off, right? And of course, people are probably wondering, why are you talking so much about snapping? What's the point? Why, what's the big time save? I mean, the main thing is that you're just consolidating pulls, right? This is something that we talk a lot about in MDI in terms of speeding up the key as quickly as possible. Is if you ever find yourself just hitting one thing and not trying to pull things on top of it, you're losing time compared to other teams, because somebody's going to do it. Someone will always do it. Someone will always try to go faster. Someone will always try to be more efficient. And if you aren't doing it, you're leaving yourself open to them having a better route and better strategy than you. Now, this is different from the MDI, right? You're just trying to time the key. Yes, you're trying to do it hopefully faster than the other teams so that you can give yourself, a little bit of a chance to win a tiebreak or, give yourself more time to run keys throughout the day. But I don't know, maybe they're just trying to play it safe. Maybe they think, okay, we definitely have the damage to do this 29 as long as we're safe. Let's not try to do anything crazy. We'll leave the crazier pulls for the higher keys. Maybe they think the 29 just isn't going to be the cap dungeon and they don't have to worry about doing it fast.
Okay, I would like that argument. I'd really like to believe it. But they were in this dungeon before and the timer was not enough. They were too slow. So clearly they need to do something different to speed it up. And in this dungeon in particular, I think snapping is the first thing you think of, together with okay, maybe we can pull the bosses in a different order, which is something they're doing now. So maybe they had planned to snap and it didn't work. I don't know. We're gonna figure it out. But right now they're definitely spending a lot of time, even with these birds here. You're taking so long for them to spawn. You could be finishing off other trash while they're respawning, which again is not being done. And I think that was one of the things that allowed NA's Last Hope to have a really fast route yesterday, which I wish Pixel was doing, but maybe they're going to come back to that. Maybe there was a plan and it just didn't work out for whatever reason, and they're just now trying to get a feeling for when bosses occur with the new routing that they're doing.
Yeah. Well, this is something we're definitely going to have to focus in on, this Croth pull, because they did have mistakes in the previous run where they were too slow, right? Like I talked about, they had one of their DPS die on the boss, as well as their healer, actually, who died on the boss, right? So the boss took a long, long time for them to finish off. It probably cost them anywhere from a minute to a minute and a half. So they need to make sure they're clean on this boss. I'm not sure how I feel about the instant bloodlust on pull, though. I mean, I guess it's fine because you can just delay the damage amp for the second set of 2 minutes. Yeah, okay, no, never mind. The lust on the pull is probably fine. I mean, the line of thinking that I'm going with is that you're already lusting, using your second lust this late into the key. You know you're only going to get one more lust, so why not just delay it for another 2 minutes and line it up with your second set of CDs? But I guess it's not too big of a deal either way.
Maybe they have a plan where they need that lust earlier rather than later, and that's why they're lusting this early. I think that would make sense in the scheme of the overall. But I do agree that I would like them to kind of have the lust go up with the damage amp on the boss. But anyhow, Wrath is dropping significantly here on the back of these cooldowns and the bloodlust. And we've seen this boss be a problem for many teams, and you can tell why. There's so much damage going out onto the party frame here. And it has already, I think, racked up a pretty neat death counter across all teams. I think we're already in the double-digit area on Croth amongst all of the teams. It's definitely pretty lethal.
All right, are we line of sighting the next deafening screech? Is that what Yep, that's what Finn and Velo were doing there to make sure they live through it. Okay, and of course they do have 2 out of 3 set to go on the damage amp on the Searing Blaze gate, but they are not going to be throwing that third orb for a little bit longer here. The combustion just came up. Breath of Eons was active in 5 seconds. Power Infusion's not up for 10, so they're not going to have everything for the damage amp here, but they do have a pretty significant amount of it. This boss is about to pop for a lot of damage here while it's taking double damage. Let's see just how low it gets here. Let's see what the Breath of Eons pops for. Hopefully it's a ton. Otherwise I'm going to look kind of silly. Okay, it wasn't a ton. I'm looking kind of silly. Well,
It's okay. So we
wasn't
did have,
ideal.
like you were saying, a little bit of desync, right? Combustion went out. PI was kind of used after combustion was already running. Breath of Ian's kind of ticking in once the boss wasn't really stunned anymore. So like a little bit of desyncing on the overall, which could come back to maybe they had a different route planned, and this one is just not as cleanly laid out in terms of cooldown timings just yet for them. But you can see the damage on that Screech. Velo going down here. They do have that Battle Rest, are going to pick him back up. Machine's still kind of low, but they can get that mage back to life. Hopefully, I think we also still have that Cauterize that could save our little hot feed if needed. But it's hurting. This boss is hurting.
it's a rough one, right? And I guess what I would assume the reason they sent that gate a little early is they wanted to skip the Deafening Screech, right? They wanted to make sure the boss got stunned before it casted another Screech, which would certainly have killed people off with how many stacks they had. And things just didn't line up for them, unfortunately. They do have another reset available, right? Whenever they feel like the damage intake is too high, they'll be throwing this third orb into the Winds Gate. Of course, they're going to wait as long as possible to do that, because once you unlock that gate, the fight becomes significantly harder. You start getting pushed around. There are tornadoes you have to dodge. You do get access to these little wind orbs that give you a haste buff and make you immune to the pushback, but that only lasts 20 seconds or so, and then once that's gone, you just have to worry about the boss pushing you off to the sides the entire time. It gets a lot more dangerous. Of course, they do eventually have to do it to reset their Screech stacks, but you gotta get through 20% of the boss now with no more resets.
They should bring some DKs. They have Death's Advance. They don't care about this at all. More swirlies for the rest of the groups. Great. Great tech. Definitely not into if you bring a DK into the TGP. No, I wish. But Kroth is going to drop very, very low here. They do have one more battle res if they should need it. But looking at how this boss has gone down, one death, I don't think that's the worst it could have done. I think we kind of came through here okay, despite a little bit of desyncing and not ideal walkthrough on the entire boss encounter. Not too worried about the overall here. 4% more to go before it is going to kill Overlamike, taking a bunch of damage here together with Bigland, but it will eventually pass and the boss will die. They're going to move on, and I do want to see a really big pull coming out of them now.
Yeah, we definitely need to see a massive worm pull here. And just checking in on the timers of our teams that have timed to 29 here. Cool Beans yesterday in their final attempts to stay in the competition did go for a 29 Algathar. They got the 29 Algathar, it just wasn't enough to keep them in the top 5, unfortunately. But their Kroth kill was at 1634, which Pixel 1636. They're on pace. They could potentially time it with this pacing, but it's going to be very, very tight. Cool Beans only had 30 seconds, I believe, left on their timer. Actually, they were 30 seconds out of the timer. They didn't even time the key that I'm thinking of. So we
are
have
seeing the times in the bottom left, right? The key that we are looking for
there we go.
is the NA's Last Hope one. So their routing and their timer was really good. And that's kind of where you want to be if you're Pixel. But you're already off
That is
on all of them.
way faster than Pixel.
By a lot.
That's
Yeah.
like a minute and a half faster than Pixel. Okay, Pixel needs to get a move on then. Okay. I don't love it.
That's what
At
I'm
least they're on
saying,
a clean
right?
run. Yeah, you're right.
The timer is just not lenient enough to just press W, I think.
They
if
need
you
to snap.
want to time this 29, you need to snap. You need those big, we were calling them the dorky pull. You need those pulls to pull it off to actually get this 29 times. It's hard, but that's what you'll need to do to get through here without making it a Monka steer.
There was a time and place where we called them bear pulls because Dorky was the only tank that was playing bear. But now everyone plays bear, so you can't just call it a bear pull anymore. That is what Dorky likes to do.
I like this.
He likes to just go for the silly pulls, just like this for Pixel. This
Wait.
is... Oh, it's only 3
I
trash
don't
packs.
like
Why
it.
didn't you pull the last pack?
Come
The
on.
last pack is right there. Pull it in. You're a bear.
Please.
Oh, they're not going to do it. I almost feel like they need to time it, though.
Yeah, they do. They do need to. If they time this, I'll be very surprised. It is so rough on this timer here. Once again, we are around that 20-minute mark when we're pulling the penultimate boss, which is going to be Veximus on this routing here. And then you still have all of the Echo of Doragosa trash and Echo of Doragosa, which is going to take so long. And we saw that this is not going to work out for Pixel, for ReadyCheck. Please, I want them to pull more.
They do need to pull more. I mean, technically, they could
It's
still
possible.
time, but it's going to be so close. Like, it's going to be like just like ReadyCheck's where they're pushed up right to their last few seconds on the timer, and they just barely get it done, but they're not giving themselves any leeway. They need to be perfect. And also, like, from what we've seen and what we've been talking about all weekend long in this key, Veximus is the hardest boss in this dungeon. There is so much non-stop high-damage events that you have to live through that if you don't have everything meticulously planned out and executed perfectly, you will die. Pixel was a team that at the start of the day went for an Algathar very early on and wiped to Veximus in their first attempt. So, like, it's not just like it's not just going to happen that they're going to have a clean run. It's going to be difficult, right? This boss can very easily claim someone's life if they make a mistake. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, last moment. 2 deaths here. 3 deaths on the very first trash. I think that might be a go again. 4 deaths already in this encounter. They're running back in because they can, but you've only lost a minute so far.
Yeah, this is that should be a reset for them. Like, yeah.
Oh, same thing happening
reset for
on NA's Last Hope. Notably, both of those teams did 2 chest their 26s, and you can see that NA's Last Hope deciding to pour it out right away, whereas last moment you're like, okay, we'll just keep going then. Huh, that's 20 seconds against the timer that you're just taking in point here.
I don't know.
Production's like, watch this.
Okay, they are pulling a little bit of trash onto Veximus here, which is what we want to see. And also, that Bloodlust is coming up. They'll have it for this boss if they want it, but that means that they won't have it for the big trash pull onto Echo of Doragosa, so it's a big question of where they'll end up using that here. The Lust will be up if they want to use it for their Power Infusion and Breath of Eons combo as well, so we'll have to see what their routing is going to be. But look at the health bars here for Pixel. Every single time that Arcane Bomb goes out on 3 of their players, I want to look at the ticking damage and then look at the explosion at the end, just to show the viewers at home how difficult this boss can be. So many bursts of damage. Even the Arcane Fissure initial damage here doing more than half of the health bars of everyone. Here come the mana bombs once again on Velo, on Maskin here. The last tick, yep, hitting them for a nice chunk of their health bar.
And that is Bloodlust.
Alright, we've Bloodlusted here.
Okay. So we combusted right at the start of this boss fight. We didn't have PI ready. We did use PI now together with that Bloodlust, and we are going to get combustion up and running now. So that'll probably be pressed instant.
That's all right.
Once it's back up. So kind of aligning in the end eventually to make it a little bit easier is going to help Velo heal everybody, which is going to be a massive, massive task, just seeing how much damage is coming in. But of course, it's also going to help all of the DPS players to get this boss fight done quickly and efficiently. But now that Bloodlust has run out, you still have around half of the boss's HP to go through.
Yeah. It's going to be difficult. Every single one of these mana bombs. Oh man, look at that. I think that was almost completely unmitigated. Hit that last explosion tick, hitting the players for 70% of their health bars. And that happens again every 25 to 30 seconds here. So it's a big strain on the healer, and even the Holy Paladin of Velo, which is known to be a class that tends to not have too many issues with their mana. His health bar is below half, and he's dead! And he's dead!
Goes down. They do have a battle
has
rest.
to be used to live. They have the battle rest. They're going to get him back up here. They had to use so much to live through that set of mana bombs without their healer, though, and that might be too much here. Lamike also taking a ton of damage from the boss frontal as well. Can they pull this out? Even the VE being used just to try to help out a little bit here.
It is so rough, this boss fight. You know, it's not budging a lot. After that first initial burst that they had together with the cooldowns, with the Bloodlust, did get a significant amount of HP off, but now it's slowing down, that making this boss fight even harder. You can see a paladin that eventually is going to struggle for mana, which is not something we get to see a whole lot of. Findra dropping really low here. They still have one more battle rest in case stuff should go really wrong, but ideally you'd like to hold on to that. You already know that you're not going to have your bloodlust for the later boss fights, for the later pulls. There's still massive amounts of trash that they need to get through on their way to Echo of Dorogosa, and Veximus is still not sub 10%.
Ooh, one more set of mana bombs as Findra drops low again, has the Renewing Blaze to help himself get topped off there, but Vela was going to do that anyways. That's not too big of an issue for them. Another frontal on the mic, lived through. Arcane Fissure coming out, could be another burst of damage onto the group. Findra dropping low once again. This Augmentation Evoker with no personals just takes so much damage. They do have an Obsidian Scale set for the next set of mana bombs, so that should help them live a little longer. They even have Aura Mastery available here as well. Aura Mastery plus the scales. Everyone's going to be nice and safe here for the explosion, but Fellow is tapped. 0 mana left in the pool. This boss needs to go down.
It absolutely does. 5% to go, and I think they can do it here. It's going to come right on the money, but if you're looking at the overall dungeon progression timer and the trash that they still need to do, the stuff that we've been talking about is probably going to happen. Their timer is looking
7 minutes.
rough on the overall. However, here's NA's Last Hope. They restarted their key here in the 28 after a little bit of a hiccup, and now they got through the dwarves. They're on their way to Bromak and looking really good on the timer here.
Yeah, we'll have to see, like, again, I think the idea for this 28 for them is to be extremely aggressive at the start of the dungeon, try to give themselves as much leeway as possible to potentially go for the 2 chest of this 28. Because, remember, they were just barely out of the timer for the 3 chest on the 26, which means they had tons of time on the 2 chest timer. Yeah, it does exponentially scale a ton. However, they had so much time left on the 2 chest timer that I think it's just barely possible. But I really want to go back to this pixel run here. After the run up to Echo of Dorogosa here, we're going to be pulling 2 trash packs into the boss, and they'll have about 5.5 minutes to finish off the boss and the trash. I think it's actually within the realm of possibility if they're able to pull this off clean. They have 1 battle res available, so they have a little bit of room. It's not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination.
Here we
Everyone
go.
gathering up behind this pillar, Linus sighting all of the trash mobs so they get in here nice and easily. The big thing that they really need to focus on here is they need to make sure that they actually get the Dominate Mind on the Restore. You can see they already have it in the back coming in with a star marker. So they're going to get those shields on their group. They're going to get those haste buffs out. It's going to be very helpful for getting their damage down. And honestly, they probably have time to play it safe here, now that I'm looking at it, and AoE this trash down. But they're not doing that mask and just pumping Pyroblast into the boss, just letting the passive Ignite Cleave deal with the trash, while the Shadow Priest is off to the races, multi-dotting like crazy, doing as much AoE damage as possible. You know what makes? I think they might be able to pull this off, but again, it's going to come up close to the timer, just like we saw for ready checks.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. I'll be very surprised if they can do this. It's looking like it might be possible. I agree with that, but it definitely won't be possible 1 key up higher, right? That's the kind of talking point that we need to hit on, and that is where you're probably going to be headed, because we know for other teams the timer has been looking so much more lenient that they can probably do it. I think NA's Last Hope and a plus 30 Algathar Academy is within the realms of possibilities. So if you're setting yourself up like this in the 29, then it might be a problem later down the line. But Pixel is finishing up their Echo Knights right now. Of course, that means Spiteful Shades are going to spawn. They need to get out of there. Bellow, of course, in the melee range is going to take a couple hits here, but will hopefully be fine, bringing that Invoker back to his tank, making sure nothing happens here. The Incorporeal is under control for the team, is going to help get that destabilize off onto the enemies on the back of the Dominant Mind of Viklund, the Shadow Priest, and that's it. Most of the trash is gone. It's just the Invoker and Echo of Dorogosa, but you can see the timer is ticking. Legendary here on their +2 in the 26, and Chronolord Deus is going to fall over. Very nice. Get another 28 done.
I'm a little confused. 1 second here. They mind controlled the wrong mob. They mind controlled the mob that does arcane missiles and astral bombs instead of mind controlling the mob that gives them.
They wanted
haste
the
shields.
Restorer, yeah.
They want the Restorer, yeah. That's okay. It's a little confusing. Might be a mistake. Might not be a mistake. Honestly, keeping an Invoker alive does give you bombs to hit the boss with, so it technically does help a little bit. I think it's definitely less overall DPS output than the Restorer would be.
Findra!
A terrible overlap here. Findra getting pulled into the boss on top of an orb. That is their battle res. They'll actually get one more in about 40 seconds as well. So they're not tapped on that resource just yet, but I don't know if they have the time to give that death. Remember, every 5 seconds is so important for them. Boss now at 45%, a little over 2 minutes left in the key. They're only going to get one more set of their 2-minute cooldowns as well. And remember, this comp really bursts their damage whenever those 2 minutes come up. It doesn't do a whole lot outside of it, so this is going to be really tight.
It is going to be really tight. We know that Echo of Duragosa just takes a very long time, particularly if you're doing these pulls. Now, whether or not the Restorer would have made all the difference here, probably would have helped a little bit more, but they did finish. All of their trash 100% has been achieved, and the damage on Velo going out, he is protected by that extra shield here as the power vacuum comes in. And like you said, one more set of cooldowns. Boss is dropping lower and lower, but so is the timer. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go. I think they got this, but they cannot have one more death. That's going to be 5 seconds against the timer, and I think that might even be too close.
Alright, let's see where this next set of 2 minutes gets them. Findra, I believe he just got pulled into another orb. Didn't get killed off this time around, though. That's the only thing that I can think of that would drop your health to 20% HP like that. But is able to stay alive here. Here comes the next set of 2 minutes. Are they going to send the PI on cooldown? I don't think they should. They should wait for the next combustion to come up. They have the time, but no.
It's going out.
Sending it instantly here. Here we go. I mean, Mask still does have his combust active, and he's going to be extending it with SKBs, so it's not that big of a deal. He'll have combustion up for most of the PI, but, you know, still good. Boss dropping below 20% now, but only 45 seconds left on the timer, and that was their big burst of cooldowns. It's gone now, so now they just need natty damage, no cooldowns to finish off this boss. 10% left, less than 40 seconds left. This is going to be so close.
30 seconds, 10% to go. One battle res available, and the boss is dropping. Can they do this? I hope they can. They need to be so careful now. Watch their feet. 5% on that boss here, and we are reaching that 45 marker. 15 seconds. Come on, Pixel.
Combustion
you
back
can
up.
do this.
It's going to be so close.
1%. It's going to work.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
There we go. Woo. But, all right, I like that they timed this, but it's really bad news for the 30. They need to find another dungeon where they can be as fast as NA's Last Hope was.
Yeah, time for an edition of Good News, Bad News. Good news, got the key done. Really happy about that. Bad news, not gonna work in the 30 whatsoever. Gonna have to go back to the drawing board. More good news, though. They haven't used any of their break timer for the day yet, so they do have time to take the break, look at somebody else who's running the key faster than them, figure out what snaps they should do, because remember that 29 was done with 0 snapping, and snapping consolidates a lot of pulls in this key and makes it go much, much faster. So honestly, if you think about it, it's pretty impressive that they timed that key without doing it.
It is really impressive that they made it without the snaps. We saw Viklund in chat saying, "Let's go Pixel." I like that. I like that. Cheering on your own team while you're watching your own team, 10 out of 10. But
nice
rest of the teams are currently working mostly on the Uldaman. If we're checking across the board, Last Moment, Legendary, and NA's Last Hope are all in here, whereas Ready Checks has ventured back into the Brackenhide. How are we feeling about this one?
They've been slowly whittling away at their keys while all of this has been going on, you know, putting their nose to the grindstone, making sure they get these +1s on the board. They got their free heal, they got the +1 there. They're looking pretty solid in this Brackenhide as well. I mean, these are keys that they're going to have to go back to and do, right? This is something everyone else has done already. They just need to catch up. They're playing catch-up today, essentially. And then at the end of the day, they're going to have to go into Uldaman and pull off the 3 chests and 2 chests that we're seeing, you know, our top-end teams do, like NA's Last Hope and Legendary and Last Moment. So they're getting their homework done, and they're doing a pretty efficient job of it after their hiccup at the start of the day. I mean, like to see the way they're playing here. I mean, I'd like to see them go a little faster, but you can't be too picky with the way they're playing.
That's true. That's true. You can't be too picky. I am looking at all of the 28s right now, as we are seeing a little death there for Legendary, but not to worry. Hopefully, these monsters do a lot of damage, and if you get targeted by a couple of them, you can just get knocked out of your boots real fast. But looking at the timers, we have 3:27 for NA's Last Hope. We have 3:10, if I'm reading that correctly, for Legendary, and Last Moment is currently still on this fight, meaning they're probably also going to come out around the 3:30, I would say, just looking at how high the HP bars still are.
Yeah, I mean, remember when we're talking about this comp, playing the Enhanced Shaman instead of the Fire Mage, the things that it brings to the group comp are more focus damage, right? They can funnel a little more onto important targets than the Fire Mage can, but their overall theoretical maximum AoE output is a lot lower. So looking at the start of this dungeon, the way that Legendary and NA's Last Hope are pulling the key is they're doing a big mass pull of trash mobs at the start of the dungeon here, which heavily benefits the Fire Mage comp. Last Moment does pull back on things like Bromok by focusing the boss, right? So in the long run, they should still be okay on timer here. I don't really know, though, if 2-chest is in the question for Last Moment. That's the thing that I'm going to be focusing in on. Can they potentially 2-chest it? Because we know it's in the cards for NA's Last Hope and Legendary.
It is. I'm looking at the 26 that Legendary did, which was like 2:57 on the first boss and then 6:22 on the second boss. And they were like easily within the timer. They could have gone like a minute later. So I think if we're looking at the timers that Legendary and NA's Last Hope have, not too worried about their timers. I think they should have a +2 if nothing goes wrong. I think for Last Moment we might be in the rough spot, but we'll see. They're still... Did they redo their key after that trouble in the beginning? Because I think they had 3 deaths, right?
Last Moment?
Yeah?
Yeah, they definitely reset and went
They redid it. Okay, that's good though. I like that. I think that was very smart.
I feel like if you're ever in a situation where you're 2 minutes into a key in the TGP and you wipe, there's almost no reason to continue the run. So,
but they
like,
did,
unless you're 100%
right?
sure,
they kept going.
They did. They thought about it. They poked their nose a little further in.
I'm glad
and
that
they
they
were like,
thought about it.
Never mind. Yeah.
That's good. Sometimes you have to explore a little bit.
Common sense won after a few minutes. It took a little while, though.
That's all right. They didn't lose too much time, I think. And right now, they already have 2 deaths again. We just saw Elbro go down during that boss fight there, of course, with the Ankh is not going to cost them a battle rest, but you can see the other teams are getting through it just a little bit cleaner, especially on NA's Last Hope that are already so far in the dungeon on their way to Emberon. They are running with 0 deaths, basically perfect run from everything we can tell right now. It is going to be very good for them.
Oh yeah, we're going to be approaching that boss here very shortly. Again, the question for NA's Last Hope and Legendary. 2-chest timer, 28 minutes. Is it on the table here? We'll have to see what the timer looks like once Emberon goes down, because there's a lot of trash that happens after the fact. But they have to worry about getting through this protector first. Every single one of those fissure slams brings Dorky ever so low. But Dorky's the bear that you want for the job. It's not the tank that goes down, it's Junkrat on the priest, on the Clothy, going down to the physical damage on this pull. So much of that coming out. If you let any of those Hail of Stonecasts go on for too long, your Clothies get destroyed, and that's what we just saw happen. They do commit the battle res to it, and it doesn't look like he lost too much damage. But, you know, 1 death can cost you a pretty significant amount of time. Lots more than the 5 seconds that you lose in the death timer here. Oh my god, the slams are doing so much damage to the group here, and Goop goes down as well. Unfortunately, our POV is on Goop, so we don't have a good idea of where the group is right now as we're out of range of them, but Dorky was low too. Looks like he's back. Drogo able to heal him up, keep him safe. But oh, look at the run back here. They have to go so far when they die.
So I was laughing because Junkrat actually got a bop after that rest, which means that he's not going to take any damage here, but the damage just went straight to Goop. Kicked him out of his life instantly. A little bit unfortunate, but is going to rejoin his group in just a second. You can see them here waiting.
Here we
and are going to zoom in.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the problems with just individual DPS deaths, right? Is that they tend to cascade on these hierarchy levels. One DPS player going down, even if you battle res them instantly, the damage gets interrupted, right? And when the damage gets interrupted, the trash pack takes longer, which means there are more potential, death events happening that you have to live through. Then another player dies because something happened that wasn't supposed to happen. And it can just get even worse from there. The fact that they kept that to 2 deaths after the initial death is pretty nice. Now here we go, on to Emberon, pulling some spiders in. Pulling a couple extra trash mobs in here, going to be bursting the AoE down as quickly as possible here. And let's take a look at how much damage these AoE circles are going to be doing to the group here. Of course, the debuff after the fact can be mass dispelled off. I believe every other one. Not 100% sure exactly how often it can happen. I don't remember the exact timers in the fight, but it's pretty often. And of course, the AoE damage as well. With the comp that they should have plenty of AoE damage reductions to actually just live through the initial damage. It's just going to be the dot damage that I'm really worried about.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. It is fortified, of course, so...
Oh no, Goop!
There shouldn't be too much, but Goop goes down. They do have that battle res, are going to get another one in a couple of seconds, so maybe not too worried. Could be that he just instantly got nuked by one of the beams or something. I didn't really see what was going on there, but we're going to find it out. But right now they have to kill off these keepers here, make sure the infusion stops on all of them. You can see the team is moving together, a little bit of rescue tech coming in because priests do not like walking, so Junkrat is going to plant between these 2 keepers, make sure that it's going to get the most damage out of it.
Oh yeah, it's all about cleave on these keepers here, making sure you can get them down in one cycle. Oh no, that Void Keeper is still pretty healthy in the back there. They're going to have to focus damage down a little bit, which means they're doing less damage to this Void Keeper. Can they finish this off with their ranged comp before the firewall comes? But then there's another Void Keeper that they have to finish off. Are they going to have to do another cycle? They are.
Yeah,
This is a big time loss for them.
I think the one that's closer now might drop down, but the other one is just too high, right? Yeah. Both are actually going to... Yeah, this one died, other one they have to still target. It's a little bit of extra time, a little bit of extra walking, a little bit of extra damage that they're taking here, but maybe not too phased about it. Now, how are you feeling about the timer on the overall here? We do have Emberon on 50%, so we're closing in on that kill.
Can we bring up the splits?
Really close.
The timers for Oldemon, if possible, if we have that graphic ready. I'd love to see how long the last section of the dungeon was taking, even if it's just on the 26. Excuse me, sorry.
So the 26...
Ooh. Okay. I'm not feeling very good about the 2 chest timer anymore. The last section of the dungeon after Emberon goes down... Oh. Twitch chat wrong again. Thank you, phone. It's taking about 8 to 8.5 minutes. So I'm not too sure. Yeah, I don't think the 2 chests is on the table anymore.
I agree. It's looking really rough. We're going to see how Legendary does. They were a little bit faster on the first split and on the third one. Second one looking pretty much the same. But I think this 2130, 2145 that we're looking at for NA's Last Hope on Emberon, definitely going to be hard with that +2.
Yeah, Emberon's one of those bosses that kind of scales up really intensely with key level, because normally if a boss has like 10% more health, it's going to take 10% more time. But if that 10% more health means you get an extra intermission full of another set of adds, then it starts taking like an extra minute and a half as the key level goes up. So definitely something where I'm not surprised to see this timer start to get pretty hostile pretty quickly. I don't think we've seen very many Oldemans timed at a very high key level on live for similar reasons. This is one of those keys that is a little bit, often like a key level lower than some of the other ones.
Yeah, just going based on live key data, the highest Oldeman that was run was actually a 28.
Yeah, so this is... they are approaching the limit in this dungeon already, although I wouldn't be surprised if a 29 were possible here. But, I mean, even seeing those 3 deaths that they've had in this 28, like, there's been so much sketchiness in this run as well. Oh, Goop having a little bit of an incident here. This is a really annoying skip to try and execute because those 3 mobs, you have to really hug the wall in order to do it. And you can see Drogo is actually pre-casting a mass res there in case somebody accidentally pulled. And if somebody pulled, the plan was just for them to die and then to get hit by that mass res to minimize the cost. And the fact that they're doing that, even in this key level, means that they know it's like a reasonable % chance that could happen.
It definitely is a harder skip, and I do like the pre-mass res cast, because it's a long cast, right? So Drogo going through first, making sure that, like, oh yeah, if anything happens, I'll be here waiting for you guys, but actually lusting this pull here. So, which is a pretty big statement.
Yeah, this lust it's really good as well for the purposes of if it's going to be close on the dungeon overall timer, we are still going to get 1 more lust this dungeon. Now, I don't actually think they're going to be within 2 minutes of the 30. Like, I think they're probably on pace for something like a 31, 32-minute run, so I think this is probably their last lust of this dungeon at this key level. But as the key level goes up, if it goes up again, I think they're going to be in a position where instead they're going to be wanting to try and fit that extra lust into the dungeon, which is probably just going to require pressing it as it's coming off cooldown. You can't afford in a 35-minute dungeon to sit on your lust very much if you're going to use all 35 of those minutes without just giving up. One of those casts, Goop, is down, though. And that is not going to be one of their battle reses. They're going to wait for this pull to be over because it's already almost over. Battle res more valuable than the time here.
Yeah, it is. I do like that. You probably want to hold on to that battle res for whatever waits you later in the dungeon. There is 1 more water, which they're going to have to face head on and DPS down to pick up Goop from what it looks like. But yeah, here's that rest coming in now. And Legendary are also approaching Amberon now in the boss room, taking a little bit of trash with them here. I'm curious where they are going to end this boss fight. Are we looking to be faster than the roughly 22 minutes that NA's Last Hope put on the board? They had a little bit of, I want to say, misfortune with having to run an extra round there, but probably not going to cost as many seconds in the overall picture.
Yeah, Legendary were faster on their Sentinel to Laundress timing, right? They were 40 seconds faster out of that boss, so it would definitely be bad news for Legendary if they were slower out of this boss. I think they're on pace to potentially be, maybe a minute and a half faster if they can do enough Emberon damage to skip that last phase that NA's Last Hope got. I don't know how feasible that is, though. One argument, you could make an argument here for AFKing a little while in this phase, actually. And then letting your cooldowns recover, because maybe you can push from 46 to 0 if and only if you have Power Infusion and Breath of Eons available, which they won't have unless they wait like 30, 40 seconds from here. So we'll see if they decide to do that. Tobo is currently combusting, so they're probably not holding too much damage, but we'll see how they decide to get out of this phase.
I think if you spend too much time here, then it's also like not optimal. Usually in keys, you say just use your cooldowns whenever they're ready. Of course, in a competition like this, a little bit more planning with like your overall team composition is due, but it looks like they can make a short process with these keepers here. Some on the other side have already been pre-DPS. You can see that keeper in the back there still getting some dot DPS, as the ones that they're now on are already pretty low. First one is falling, second one should fall before the beam is coming, so everything has worked out for them and they can get back to Amberon. And if we're looking at boss HP, they're a little bit further in boss progression on the split here. I think NA's Last Hope was on like 56 or something after the intermission, so Legendary having a little bit more front-loaded DPS going into this fight.
And look at this as well. They have those DPS CDs now ready. They've waited to get out of that phase, and now they have Power Infusion, Breath of Eons. They got to wait a little bit for this first little, AoE thing to happen, but as soon as that is done, they fire off all their cooldowns, send in that Breath of Eons, and they are going to try and get this boss killed before that next phase. Looks to me like they have the damage as well. It's going to be tight, but with that boss run towards the middle, I think they're actually in great shape to destroy this boss. It's going to be more than 2 minutes faster than NA's Last Hope if they do.
It is going to be, and that again raises the question of whether or not there's a +2 in it. I think not. I think it's still going to be too hard. But with them being faster, maybe Emberon is going to heal over. But in the meantime, last moment had a little bit of trouble. There was a full team wipe happening, just judging by the death counter down there.
Yeah, unfortunate for last moment. This part of the dungeon is extremely lethal. The good news is there does seem to be a few minutes of flexibility in this dungeon, but I'm starting to get a little bit worried for last moment as well. This is definitely dangerous, and they do need to get this key on the board probably to avoid elimination today. Although, you know, ready checks are also in a lot of trouble, as are potentially Pixels. So it's last moment maybe can afford to spend a little bit of time getting this 28 down, but if they can get it done quickly, I think they're going to be super safe for the rest of the day because they have those 29s in Freehold and Bracken already.
These protectors are going to give me a heart attack these days. The tank damage that they do is just so crazy. Oh my goodness. But thankfully, last moment do have that enhancement chain, which is really good at focus target damage. So getting done with these a little bit more quickly, hopefully. And we are going to see them pull this big trash group here. Your Bloodlust is going to be on cooldown for 5 more minutes, so they're not going to have it, but closely you will also enter the Emberon fight, and you can see that on the overall timer. Definitely slower than the other two teams that are in that 28 right now.
Yeah, this is it's going to be close. I mean, we can kind of get an idea from NA's Last Hope up in the top left. Like you said, there was a little bit of a scuffed middle of the dungeon for them, so maybe it's possible to be like 2 minutes faster than them, which Legendary are on pace to be up in the top right. But either way, we'll see how much extra time NA's Last Hope have in this 28. I think they're going to end up with a solid 4 minutes to spare or something, which means that there's definitely a lot of flexibility in the timer, in the 35-minute timer. Although I still don't think that 28-minute 2-chest timer is realistic. But I think, 29, 30 minutes is pretty realistic.
So what would you say, how high is that Uldaman going to go? We were talking about it a little bit before, saying that this dungeon is actually one of the ones that we don't really see as high on the live servers, with 28 being actually the highest dungeon run in Uldaman. Now, what do you think our teams are going to cap out? Because if I'm looking at NA's Last Hope, I do think that 29 is possible.
I think 29 as well. One thing that is interesting about NA's Last Hope is they don't currently have 100% enemy forces count, which that's one of the things you really hope to have before their dungeon is over, so they're going to have to find a way to get a little bit of extra count at the end here. There's two options. They could either go back to the front of the dungeon and pick up some count there, or they could turn around and kill a Time Reaver, but those Time Reavers do not mess around, and there's a pack of 2 of them. I actually don't know if you can kill one of those on 28 Fortified reasonably. I mean, I guess they could they could wait for their lust, but then we would be playing awfully close to the 35-minute timer here, so this is going to be interesting. I'm sure that they've got a plan developed. I'm curious to see what it's going to be, and I imagine that something went wrong somewhere in the middle of the dungeon where one of the side packs was supposed to come in.
Okay, hear me out, because I got baited with this before. The way that our overall is tracking is from the observers. So, because we were following Goop when he died, and he was not with the team while they were doing the protector poll, I think they might actually have count here. So
nope.
No, they don't. Oh, unfortunately, I was hoping for them to have that count. They have enough time to pull something. So here we go.
They are missing 9 points of count. I think there's 8 whelps in this room, which I think is I don't know if the whelps are 2 or 1. Let's see how this goes. They've got the whelps coming in. I think the whelps are going to put them to 570. Oh no, it's good. They're good. They're this is going to be just enough. This is going to be exact count.
It.
So
planned,
all
calculated.
Part of the plan. And you know what? Maybe actually that is the plan. Maybe the plan is to do that U-turn and get those whelps afterwards, because it's hard to get them while you're going towards the boss. I'm not sure. But either way, that is NA's Last Hope, moving up to 141 on our overall scoreboard. Still 2 points now ahead of both Legendary and Last Moment, but both of those teams will be able to tie things up if they can complete the 28s that you see at the top of our screen right now, which means NA's Last Hope only has a few minutes of advantage over the field. Looking at our scoreboard, you can see the 2-chest situation is reasonably even as well between NA's Last Hope and Legendary. A little bit better for those two teams than it is for Last Moment, who are about to use their final 2-chest here and be down to just 1 chest on their board.
But Last Moment actually has a very similar Emberon timer to NA's Last Hope. Just looking at it, both teams around that 22-minute mark, which surprises me because they were a little bit lower or slower actually on the previous bosses, coming back here on the back of Emberon, using that enhancement shaman, but ready checks, unfortunately, has tragedy strike the team as a full wipe kind of goes off here in that Bracken Height.
Yeah, that is indeed a tragedy, and Ready Checks are not a team that can withstand much more tragedy at this point, right? They are they are in the trenches here with 113 points, and just looking at where their points are coming from, they don't have any dungeons where they're, like, happy, right? They're sitting on a 28 freehold, 3 teams have done 29. They're sitting on a 28 2-chested Neltzer. That's probably the strongest point on their board. They do need to come back and turn that into a 30 today at some point, probably. They're sitting on a 28 Bracken, which is also not bad, but they're trying to improve that to 29. And then the 29 Algathar is also good for them, although, unfortunately for tiebreakers, it is the slowest 29 Algathar to have been done. But then you have this big gaping wound in the Uldaman spot where they don't have any points yet, and they have to go there at some point. So not only do they have to improve several dungeons to stay alive, they also owe the most time of any of our teams in Uldaman today.
That's absolutely true. They're not in a great spot, but look at Legendary. They're actually zooming towards the boss here. They do have that 100 count, and the timer is on 25:30, probably going to be 25:38 or something when they finally pull the boss with everyone here, but that's not very far from that +2. I think it's still not going to be possible, but that's actually very, very impressively close to it.
Yeah. This is, I mean, so the 2-chest timer here is 28 minutes, so they would have to be able to do this boss in 2 minutes. They do have Lust. It's a little, I mean, it is a fortified key, but I think it's still a little unrealistic. I think 3 minutes is realistic, 2... I don't know.
I still think it's very impressive that they're so fast that this has become maybe if something would have gone faster. But yeah, I don't think it'll be +2. Definitely lots of respect for being so close to it as they are fighting with Chronoloord Deus. You can see at Last Moment on the right-hand side to them also approaching that, taking a lot of damage here in this poll. And Ready Checks back in their Bracken Hide, and so is NA's Last Hope. We can see those 29 side by side, basically, as both teams are starting at a similar time. Oh, Dorky actually going down here.
And this may end up just being a quick time portal. Yeah. These sorts of deaths, if they happen 10 or 20 minutes into the dungeon, you try and recover them. But if they happen 1 minute into the dungeon, you just town portal. There's no reason to start a runoff without it being good in the first pull, right? That pull is so free to reattempt.
Absolutely. I think it's similar to what we're seeing in the beginning of Uldaman, where it's just, you can redo it. Just go big. Just go for that front heavy pull, make it a little bit risky, and if something goes wrong, you're just going to redo it. I do think there's like a secret Bracken Height strat that we haven't seen yet, Dratnos. And I think if teams would just go and do it, they'd probably gain like a mental boost of +10 or something, and that's my boy Fishface. When are we going to see him?
Fishface still has yet to be pulled this weekend, inexplicably.
Yeah, right.
Despite being, widely, the community is in an uproar about demanding to see Fishface, and yet no team has yet pulled that mob. Hopefully, at some point during today, somebody will realize their error and go over to that side of Brackenhide. But as of right now, it looks like Ready Checks are just staying on the other side. In fact, about as far away from Fishface as you can get in these pulls here.
Yeah, it's kind of on the direct opposite side, to be honest. So maybe you're just taking the scenic route to see Fishface. We're going to see whether or not that is true for the teams. But a Legendary has now surpassed that +2, and you can see it is on 25%, is going to fall over pretty soon. Last Moment, actually similar in timer, still need to deal with some of the trash and then move on towards that final boss, but I do think their timer looks lenient enough to time that key.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's definitely possible. Meanwhile, in the bottom left, we're going to see this 3-chest attempt for Pixel nearly finished in the Uldaman. The timer they're looking for here, I believe 21 minutes, so as long as they can make this skip happen and get this boss pulled, this should be a nice, easy 21 or 23 3-chest for Pixel, which, of course, that is what all of our teams have been able to do in here so far. Legendary put their time on the board at 29:01, so a minute shy of the 2-chest up in the top left, and definitely good enough to be able to do the 29, so hopefully we'll be able to see them in there. But we are going to get to watch Pixel just melting Chronolord Deos here with their lust, with all their cooldowns and everything.
Yeah, it is a 23, the starting dungeon for Uldaman, the new dungeon they got today. It is raging and fortified, so Chronolord Deus is not going to be buffed by a tyrannical buff or something in the likes of that. You should have a pretty easy feast here with him, and the timer is looking, I want to say, free on the +3.
Yeah, free indeed. We'll don't want to jinx anything, of course, but I agree with you on that, and that's just going to leave Ready Checks to be the last team that needs to go into that Uldaman 23. As of right now, the Ready Checks are back in the Brackenhide 29, as we see in the bottom right, working their way through that first boss. Only 17.9% count, which I believe is the least count we've had a team have on this boss, but maybe they're going to grab a little bit more after some of them die, although they're splitting their damage reasonably evenly between these targets. Trick Totem, you can see, is being focused a little bit more than the others, so maybe when that boss dies, they'll pull some trash in to the end of this fight. We'll see.
Yeah, they might. I'm watching Pixel push over this boss family, 18% to go in last moment. Now also here in this room have the 100% on the trash, and they're pulling also with Bloodlust right from the get-go, got all of their cooldowns running. I believe it's a little bit of waiting even done to make sure everything was available here for them, with that enhancement shaman, of course, being the star of the group, giving us a little bit of different blue class, and Chronoloderos is going to take substantial amounts of damage. 5 minutes to go on the timer, not too worrisome, but of course with 9 deaths, we know that their run could have been a little bit cleaner, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's definitely room for improvement in a lot of these runs that we are seeing. Very soon, we are going to be reaching the not any room for errors level of keys. You can see like NA's Last Hope working on that 29 Brackenhide. There's a little bit of room for error there. But then once they finish that key, they're going to be left with only, 30 keys, basically, as their options, or 29 Uldaman, all of which are starting to be extremely, extremely difficult push keys, so that's going to be cool to watch out of them. Legendary are in a similar spot to NA's Last Hope. Right now, both teams have 141 points. Legendary have done their Nelfslayer 30, whereas NA's Last Hope have done their Algathar 29. So right now, our tiebreaker is going to Legendary, because our first tiebreaker is what is the highest key you've done. And for Legendary, that's a 30. For NA's Last Hope, that's a 29. But both teams, we expect, will go back in and collect those runs that the other has already done.
Yeah, the one team that's kind of really needing to worry, as we are looking on our leaderboard in the bottom left, is Ready Checks. Now, if you're just looking at this, you're probably like, huh? Why do they have like 13 points less? I can't do math. 23 points less than the other teams. And that's because they haven't done the Uldaman at all yet. So they're going to get a big point boost once they do that in their overall score. But it's still looking kind of rough for them out here. If you're comparing the other dungeons, they definitely need to make sure they get ahead of Pixel, get ahead of Last Moment. All of these teams are currently fighting to be out of contention for the elimination, as Legendary and NA's Last Hope are leading the entire pack with their 141 points. Last Moment dealing with Chronolord here, and the room is already pretty stuffed.
Yeah, luckily the room management, I think, of these teams is usually not
good. Yeah.
Things would have to go bad for them to actually run out of space in this room, because the oldest puddles do eventually despawn, so you have to be playing very spread out to actually run out of space. But sometimes you get surprise cut off by a swirly that isn't where you're expecting it to be. 20% on the boss here, and 2.5 minutes means Last Moment are in great shape to time this key if they can avoid wiping here. And even though they have 9 deaths, they still have 3 battle reses. This is one of those teams that often has a surprising amount of battle reses for how many deaths are on their board. I think one of those is a full wipe.
You don't need a battle res if your entire team wipes, obviously.
Yeah, we'll see them now setting up and moving around. And
Nice
they've got
little
just
tech there
12%
in
less.
case you don't know it on those pillars. Team's actually hiding a little bit to not get knocked back there is going to protect them. And line of sight to an extent. And one more time, the rewind time flow is going to come in. Chronoladares is going to drop for Last Moment. That is going to be their potential 29 if they do want to take it up.
There it is, 33-30 for Last Moment in that 28. That's going to bring them up to 141 points, tying them with Legendary and NA's Last Hope for now. Unfortunately for Last Moment, they have a lot fewer 2 chests on their board than those teams, so they have a lot less points they can earn in the next few hours. But if they just put their heads down, start working on these keys, and start upgrading them, that's going to work out okay for them because the other teams have been wiping and depleting and restarting some of these runs. Look at this pull for NA's Last Hope. So much is going on here on the screen. They've got so much enemies pulled in here. Wow.
Definitely. That's a massive pull. And if you haven't been watching yesterday, first of all, why? Where were you? Second of all, this dungeon is Sanguine. And if you have ever done a Sanguine key in Brackenhide, you know that these Wilted Oaks, they really have a mind of their own when it comes to walking and not walking. So that can make a pull like this much more difficult. They really need to manage how these little mobs die to make sure that the Wilted Oak does not go AFK in one of these puddles.
Yeah, that Sanguine healing on this enemy is a pretty nasty, and you can see it happening here. Sanguine shooting up in the HPS meter, even for just a few seconds, getting millions of healing. Smacked going down now. We've got Shapers starting to flee and free cast on the outside. The B-Res is going to land on Smacked, but a Shaper now kills Goop. Junkrat down as well, and this is going to be a 10-minute loss for NA's Last Hope as they must reset the dungeon.
Yeah, that's a go again, unfortunately. I did like the spirit of that poll, though. I thought that was really fun to watch, and they definitely should do it again. Just a little bit of unfortunates going on, and hopefully once they redo this dungeon, it'll go a little bit cleaner. We're seeing a similar poll out of ready checks here, just a little bit smaller in the overall attempt, but most of the mobs have already dropped fairly low, so they can be okay here. Getting extra shielding out onto the team, out of Shella, making use of that twin shield, and first Shapers are going to drop off, which is going to be great. They walked off, no Sanguine puddles to worry about. That Wilted Oak is also really, really low for ready check.
Yeah, well done by ready checks. You can see Sanguine in 3rd place on the healing meter. That is always what you like to see. That's the spot for Sanguine to go. If you can't see Sanguine on the healing meter at all, that's even better, but 3rd place we are very happy with. 22 million looks like a lot of healing, but that is just the price you pay with Sanguine being active in this dungeon. Some amount of it's going to happen. You're just hoping it doesn't land on the Oak.
Yeah, you're going to have a bad time if that happens. But, of course, that can be a possibility. And if it ever does, you're going to see these teams just take it with them. You're going to be like, oh yeah, you healed up? Guess what? You're going to come with us into the next pool. We don't care. If you're healing, we're just going to do more damage. So hopefully that is going to work out. You can see a little bit of extra spawns here from the Incorporeal coming through, but no Wilted Oak into this pool, so definitely stuff is going to die a little bit more even and be a little bit more controllable, as most of these mobs are not as stubborn when it comes to walking.
Yeah, these are a little bit more manageable without an Oak being in here. You do have to be a little bit careful. Some of them are still a little bit hard to manipulate, but as long as you're thinking a little bit in advance. Oh, and beautiful. The landslide to interrupt the flee, followed by the Typhoon to move where those Sanguine puddles are going to be dropping. Nicely done by ready checks here. This is going to be a 0 Sanguine healing pull if they can clutch out the end of it. Then the problem is going to be that they have a big Oak pull still in their future. That's going to be the hard part here.
Yeah, one more to come, but so far I really like what I'm seeing out of them in this 29 Brackenhide here. You can see very, very good damage control, getting everything killed off basically simultaneously. And like you're saying, still no Sanguine healing on that healing done meter, but here is the next big pull. This one, of course, is going to have that Wilted Oak in there. We're going to see how it does. No Bloodlust or anything available. We're just doing it natty. Some cooldowns are going to be there, though, of course, Kihu is in combustion already.
Yeah, that combustion is going to be reasonably high uptime in this dungeon for the mage. It's most pulls, you're going to see some or all of that pull. The mage is going to be on fire, especially if there's a power infusion available. You see just
it's a fire mage
vibing out.
After all.
Yeah, running around. No cast bars to be seen. Those globals are just flame strike, instant cast flame strikes and fire blasts, and every so often you got to hard cast a flame strike to get yourself into another combustion. But that is absolutely. I mean, look at those damage meters. The fire mage here. You know, it's a team effort is the thing, right? Like, some of that fire mage damage is coming from Shelly, right? Some of it's coming from Mark of the Wild, you know? Some of it's coming from the Blessing of Freedom that's allowing him to free cast so easily. Some of it's coming from power infusion. So
that's our damage, right?
It's our damage, exactly, at the top of the meters there. It's a collaborative effort.
I appreciate that. I think that's really good. We should all be sharing more damage, right? It's I think the community really likes those kind of approaches, but we're going to see how they do here as they finish off their pull. And once again, not really having any Sanguine healing is really great out of this team.
Yeah, in very technical gameplay out of ready checks, a lot of that is coming from their tank, but there is also Sanguine is not just a tank affix. There's a lot of opportunity for DPS players that have their heads, you know, active to be able to notice and plan around and prevent Sanguine from being a problem. But they're actually going to skip the trash pull with double oak and just go straight into Treemouth by hopping up the side here. So they're only at 63% count. Where on earth are they going to get the rest of their count? We know there's about 20% count that's pretty easy to get after this, but they need almost 40%. I wonder what the plan is.
Is this the fish face route? Are we going to go all the way back?
Okay, hear me out. You finish the dungeon. You teleport to the front of the dungeon. You go kill fish face, the real last boss of the dungeon. You stop the timer.
I'd love to see that. I think it's not within the realms of possibility, but I am A-okaying this plan, and I think we should execute it. In all seriousness, though, I'm very curious how we're going to pull after Treemouth, because like you were saying, we've been seeing a lot of teams kind of go all in towards the end of the dungeon, but where is Robin going? Is she grabbing something into this boss? She was just running off back there.
It is a mystery. Yeah, what could one even grab in this area? Oh, okay, nope.
The Wernstone? Was it?
All right.
No, she just ran back.
Okay, so she just went to go and grab these slime poles into the end of the boss here. These are the ones over off to the side that you often get with those double oaks from before, but to the side of Treemouth, Gangam goes down. They are able to use a battle res here, but are they going to be able to find the time to cast it? There's a lot going on here. They land the res, but cooldowns are now going. Beautiful knock from Shelly is going to stop those oozes from killing the whole group. But they have got to get these things under control quickly, and they have to be really careful of Sanguine. Oh! Danger!
No battle res is available. They need to survive this on their own. No external help outside of everything they have. But you can see one more time a little bit of extra CC coming in to stop these slimes. Of course, this was planned. We saw Royben run off. It was all calculated, and they must have had an idea on how to execute it. So we are going to see them do just that one more time. A knock comes in, making sure no Sanguine puddles spawn right under Treemouth. But of course, still a lot of damage to be done with these bigger mobs. And one more time, we're going to see the grasping vines here, and it will be Kihu who offers himself up for consumption this time around. It's going to be a shield. The two Wernstone targets are Shella and Royben, and I believe Royben Wernstone the first time when she came back to the team, and then we saw Shella actually Wernstone the consumption in the time after that, so maybe it's on cooldown for now, but probably going to come back for the next one.
Kiyu there used so in 10.1.5, there was a new talent added that let you turn your ice block from an immunity into a 70% damage reduction that you didn't have to like cancel to keep doing things. Mages have by and large switched over to that talent. You can see Tobo actually in the bottom right is running the full immunity ice block, but Smacked and Kihu in our top two screens have that slightly different icon for ice block in their third cooldown slot. That is normally nicer. I think most mages prefer that new ice block, but it is a downside that it's not a full immunity on Treemouth. On Treemouth, if you have a full immunity, it just spits you out instantly and removes the shield instantly. So ReadyChecks did lose a little bit of time from Kiyu having the old ice block, or the new ice block instead of the old one there. Might be something to think about in this dungeon if they're actually planning to use a mage going in, to consider talenting that instead of, but maybe they want to normally use Wernstones and bubbles and stuff, and it just didn't line up how it was supposed to there, because of course they did have a death as well that maybe meant their plans went a little bit differently than what actually happened.
Yeah, I do like that tech though. They made up around 10% trash count. You can see them going over here, not going to deal with that mini boss. It's going to be a grip. We saw Gangnam walk over. Rest of the team is going to get caught by that grip on the back of this cedar mount. Wow, that word was hard. I don't know why. And they're now going to walk on over to Gutshot.
Yeah, this boss is a nasty one, even on Fortified at 29. Anybody who gets near one of those hyenas is in an unbelievable amount of danger, so hopefully ReadyChecks are able to avoid that. Of course, to get there, you have to skip past all of these patrols as well.
A little bit unfortunate timing on the patrols there, as they had to walk just a couple of seconds, but it's not going to matter in the grander scheme of things, as Gutshot is pulled together with the extra trash that you'll find on the way up to it. And now we're into that boss fight, and like you're saying, the hyenas are lava. Do not touch them. Do not get too close. Thankfully, lots of casters, lots of ranges in this team, so they can have a little bit of a safety distance going on at most times.
Yeah, the way this fight works is that those hyenas actually take an incredible amount of damage just from getting trapped. Two hyenas, if they're stacked up, can activate and take damage from the same trap, which is really good. If the hyenas ever get separated from each other, though, and one activates a trap and the other doesn't get hit by it, then it actually starts to be a much harder fight because you have a lot less free damage on those hyenas. So that's the big thing, is try and make sure that those two hyenas just stay together. Junkrat goes down for NA's last hope as they are once again in the Rotwood. This is where their last run died. This time around, they have 2 deaths on the board with no battle res, but it's near the end of the pack, so they might be able to continue this run. Still, this is a worrying sign here for NA's last hope. Spending this time in the 29 Bracken.
To be fair, that's a hard dungeon with the affixes that we put onto it, and I think on the overall thing, they're still okay. We're going to revive here, bring Junkrat back, and continue the run. If they would redo it here, I'd agree. I'd think like redoing the same dungeon twice, especially if you spent like 10 minutes in each, that's really bad. But the way it's looking right now, I think we're still okay. We're going to see how they pull that next one. There we saw Goop activate the cauldron, making sure everyone in the team can grab one of these and use it to cleanse the stacks whenever they should feel the need to. Whenever they get really high, they're just going to be able to use it. And as long as they're staying close, you can actually get multiple uses out of it. So definitely very good tech to have somebody with alchemy in your group.
Yeah, you need 25 Dragon Isles alchemy, so go get crafting. Craft some of those aerated mana potions, some of those refreshing healing potions. Get your skill up to 25. Actually, alchemy, one of the nicer professions in general. You can get extra flask duration, or file duration, I guess it is now, from that profession tree, which can be really nice, save you a little bit of gold. One of the, I would say, recommended professions for just kind of general use if you don't really want to craft a bunch of stuff, which... Well, there's a lot of good stuff you can craft as well. Cool, some cool embellished items that exist this patch that you're gonna need some tailoring and some leatherworking. All the professions have a good place right now, which is cool to see.
That's true, but usually you're not going to craft all of your gear yourself, right? You're just going to tell somebody else, hey, I'd really like this, and then you're usually sitting better with a little bit of alchemy. And you can see, once again, activating that cauldron here, as they're also in somewhat of a slime pull together with Bloodlust, making sure that they can finish it off quickly. I do like this.
Yeah, I like this pull as well. It's a nice spot to fight this in. We've seen a lot of other teams kind of go around the other side than this, but this actually seems pretty good, and it does give them access to that nice cauldron, so anybody who needs to cleanse their disease can just go and walk over and click that cauldron, get an extra charge, use it, click the cauldron again, and bring an extra charge to go. Very nice nice way to do this. You can see there's that totem spam casting Withering behind Goop, but he's just not concerned about it. He's just going to clear that disease and just leave the totem, because the totem has so much health. That's one of the best ways to deal with it, is just using those cauldrons on it, and eventually it'll despawn when the Rotsinger dies as well. The other option for this is you can outrange the totem, but the totem is usually right in the middle of where you want to be, so sometimes that's a little bit more annoying to do.
All right, I am watching Legendary in that bottom right there, and we saw Tobo, of course, do a little bit of snapping tech there onto that Sentinel, and now they actually took this trash over all the way to Krath once the Sentinel died. And I really like this, but they started with Veximus, and many of the teams that have now timed the 29 actually started with the Overgrown Ancient, one of them being NA's Last Hope. Now, I was a little bit of a hater earlier on, I do admit to that, because Pixel, as much as I like them, they did not do a single snap that I saw in this dungeon, which I think is playing on your timer very hard in a 29 Algathar Academy. How are you feeling about the routing and the snapping in this dungeon?
Yeah, snapping is an interesting thing, because, it seems like it saves you a lot of time, but the logistics of setting it up, and then the fact that you're usually missing DPS for some portion of the dungeon while you are setting up snaps, sometimes it ends up being a smaller time save than it looks, and it always is a bigger risk, right? Like, whenever you're introducing snapping, you're adding a risk of failure, so if you think you're safe on the timer, without needing as much of the snapping or with less aggressive snapping, I think that's often a great strategy for for these keys. That being said, Pixel were only 6 seconds away from depleting their keys, so that doesn't sound safe to me. I like a little bit of snapping in here, which I'm glad that Legendary have done. In terms of the Veximus versus Overgrown Ancient thing first, I always have more fun doing Overgrown Ancient first, because you just get that big pull right at the start of the dungeon. So, like last season when I was pushing keys or whatever, that was my route. But I think that there's a lot of merit to going Veximus first. Like, when you go Veximus first, you get around to the opposite side of the dungeon, and then after you kill Overgrown Ancient, you're just right there by Doragosa. Whereas if you go Overgrown Ancient first, then by the time you kill Veximus, all of a sudden you have a long walk to get to where Overgrown Ancient was, and that seems inefficient to me. That pathing seems to be too much of a downside to justify whatever upsides you're getting out of going Overgrown Ancient first. So I'm a fan of the Veximus first route.
Yeah, I think that checks out. We're going to see how it does for Legendary now that they actually have decided to venture into this 28 Algathar Academy. Now, that's a dungeon that has cost quite a lot of teams, quite a lot of times and deaths and trouble. So hopefully everything goes right for them as they are fighting through it. Last Moment in the bottom left are bringing back their Prot Warrior, and they're in a pull that has killed them before. So I'm going to see how they do here with all of these pelters.
This is a defensive stance and Blessing of Sacrifice pull for Yant to survive here on that warrior. Looks like the health bar is stable right now, but you gotta be careful. On a 29 fortified, these mobs can take away all of your hit points in 1 millisecond, as we just saw happen to the priest player there. And actually, when you have a pelter in a pull, it is very, very bad to have a DPS player die, or to have any player die, because then those pelts are now being divided among 4 people instead of 5, which means each person is getting hit way more often, and it's much more likely somebody's going to get double or triple hit in a row, which can often be pretty deadly. So very important to try and avoid that first death whenever you're fighting a pelter.
Absolutely. Just don't die and you'll hopefully be okay, but the mobs are doing exactly that, one after another. They are going to fall over. Last Moment has made it through the most part of this pill. One more of these breakers still alive means a couple of avalanches are still going to come for them as they are inching towards the next part of the dungeon. You can see the rescue already coming over with Loquan in the backpack, making sure no extra walking is being done for that Shadow Priest.
Yeah, this next pull being set up it looks pretty scary, but there's actually not any pelters in that pull, so it should be a little bit safer for them. Meanwhile, we have NA's Last Hope working their way towards Treemouth up in the top left. Ready Checks nearly finished with their 28 Brackenhide up in the top right. Very much on pace for a timer here, so as long as they can avoid a little choke on the last boss here, then they will be able to go up to 114 points, at which point I think they have to head over to Uldaman at some point soon. Speaking of Uldaman, that's where Pixel are at in the bottom left. They're working on a 26 and hoping for a 2 chest, but that run is still very early. And then, of course, there's Legendary back over in that Algathar. If they can get this done, they'll advance to 143 points, which would be good enough for first place for a while, although NA's Last Hope will be able to, they'll be able to at least also get to 143 if they can time this Brackenhide.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Brackenhides right now. The only 29 that we have on the board thus far was from last moment, and they finished it with 33 minutes and 54 seconds, if I see that correctly. So Ready Check's actually looking to underbid that time, possibly.
Yeah, Ready Check's looking solid here. Only 2 deaths in their run. This would be good for them. I mean, I think that 30 Brackenhide is possible.
Yeah.
But I think there's a very good chance that 29 will stay for the rest of the day. And if we get to a universe where tiebreakers matter, the timer is one of those tiebreakers that eventually we can get to if all the key levels are the same. So for Ready Checks, this timer being faster than than Last Moment's 29 Brackenhide, it's not impossible that those two teams will end up being in a time tiebreaker at the end of the day today. It's, I think, unlikely, but it's not impossible. So the timer here definitely does matter, and it's great for Ready Checks that it looks like they're going to be a few minutes under here. Although, I say that, they still have 64% on Decatriarch here. This is probably like a 33-30 or something, so not much faster than Last Moment.
I'm looking at Legendary because Krath has been such a problem for teams, but Legendary actually seems like it's working out here. Of course, they're also taking so much damage from this boss here. We're already down to the 20%, 19, 18 still going. We've used everything we've had. Even a Bloodlust has gone into this boss here, and I really like how they're melting it instantly there whenever they can. All of the cooldowns are just zooming into this boss here, and it is eventually going to die without taking any more lives, it seems like.
Yeah, Kroth gets pretty dangerous towards the very end here. They've lost their haste buffs, they've lost their anti-knockback buffs, but they still have to deal with those tornadoes and with the fire swirlies. So you can see they're already sort of cheating their way forward towards the exit. Yeah. This is a good move. You always kind of want to be moving towards where you're going to just try and think like, hey, if this boss fight ended right now, where do I wish I was, right? Where do I want to be so that I can quickly get to the next area? And then just use your free movement globals to head in that direction. That is overall a great strategy. Legendary are going to be able to finish off this boss. The Kroth split they're looking at is going to be 1730. That's not a bad timer. 1731. Yeah. Uh-oh. Topo. What's happened here? Was there a blink incident on the teleporter or some kind, or are we just okay? No, we're fine. We're fine. It's just
it happens. So it happens when we're following the mage. Yeah. Just sometimes the NPC or like the character, it looks like they're falling down, but they have crossed the bridge. Now, looking at these timers here, when we were looking at Ready Checks and also at Pixel's first attempt in the 29. They were around, I believe, 20 minutes when they pulled Overgrown Ancient. It was always extremely close. So looking to see when Legendary actually gets the pull on the boss after they finish all of this trash here is going to be very interesting and maybe give us a hint on how their timer is looking for the overall dungeon completion.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be important to check back in there. Meanwhile, a quick survey of our whole board. Ready Checks up in the top right are going to be stopping the clock here. Yeah, actually, I think it's going to be close to that 34, 33, 45-ish range on Decatriarch, because they do still have to kill another... I guess they probably can kill this totem and then commit to the boss. We'll see. That's going to be close. In the top left, we have NA's Last Hope working their way through Gutshot. And this timer is looking quite good for them.
Oh, no! Tragedy is striking for Pixel here on to Landras in the 26.
No. This has got to be is this a reset? Yeah, this is a reset. It's tough because in a spot like this, you could still just one chest the 26, but I like the reset. I think the reset makes a lot of sense here. That is going to save you time in the long term, unless you have a similar mistake in another 26, and then you're like, oh no, what have I done?
Yeah, I like the reset here. I think, yeah, I mean, it's not too much time lost, and I think Pixel is not in a position where they have to worry about it too much just yet. So I think going again here is fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pixel are in some danger if Ready Checks can quickly get their dungeons done, which Ready Checks have put that 29 bracket on the board, which is an advantage for Ready Checks against Pixel now. So Pixel have the Old Man 23 3 chest, but that's only going to take like 20 minutes for Ready Checks to put that on the board as well. And then Ready Checks are going to have a 29 Brackenhide, whereas Pixel don't. So actually, I think Pixel and Ready Checks are maybe tied at this point for who's most likely to be eliminated by the end of the day today. It's just a question of whether each team is able to put together a bunch of consistent runs from here, or if any team spends some time wiping, because both of these teams could absolutely have either of those things happen, right? And it could win or lose by a lot. There's still a lot of time left in our day.
Yeah, it's a good point. I didn't see the difference with the Brackenhide, yeah. So they're basically even right now. Ready Checks did seem to recover a little bit after having the issues early on in the academy, so they're doing a lot better now. While Pixel did pretty well at the start and is now struggling a little bit in some of these keys. They also struggled in the academy, I guess, a little. That seemed to be a pretty difficult key for them, while Legendary, on the other hand, on that top right corner, also in the 29 academy, is much quicker than either of those two teams, right? I think they're 2 minutes faster on the cross split.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're actually very fast on their side.
I'm a little bit worried for Ready Checks.
Probably can do the 30.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
No, I agree with you. I think the 30 in Algothar Academy is absolutely possible, because, especially because that 29 was done so quickly, right? Like, it was done in 1 or 2 attempts for a couple of these teams. That makes you think that, sort of like the Azure Vault, you know, with some time of practicing and resetting, I do think the 30 is possible. Unlike the Azure Vault, I don't know about the 31. 31 is maybe just too big of a number. That's a lot of extra health and damage. Maybe, though, but I feel like 31, like Veximus and Croth, are just going to start requiring double as many cooldowns to survive each of the overlaps, and there's just not enough cooldowns in the group to live that.
Yeah, I also think from doing high keys in Season 1, I remember Academy was one of the keys that actually had a pretty tight timer compared to some of the other dungeons. So in a 31, that might actually also be worrisome even for a team like Legendary that does insane like snapping pulls here and there. I think you might just run out of time because boss fights in a 31 take forever, and that dungeon in general, as I said, does not have the easiest timer.
Yeah, I mean the timer is less brutal than it was for like non-snapping Season 1 push routes, but it is still pretty brutal. And because it's only 32 minutes, but it's 4 whole bosses, if each of those bosses are taking 5.5 minutes, that's 22 of your 32 minutes. That means you have 10 minutes for trash, right? That is not a lot of time. So I agree with you. I think the 31 is pretty unlikely to be. I think that the teams will be going to other dungeons rather than progressing that, even if it's maybe possible. I think it's going to be less doable than the other points that'll be on the boards.
Yeah, what do you think the like Inae's Last Hope and Legendary are going to do here, right? We do see, of course, it's the 2 chest points, like the 2 points they can get are still being done here. So we get the 29. So I assume Brackenhide is going to be done afterwards for Legendary as well.
Yeah, let's assume that they're both teams' next order of business is going to be turning their 2 chests into points, right? So we're going to see both teams on 29 Freehold, 30 Neltharian's Lair, 29 Brackenhide, 29 Algothar Academy, and 28 Uldaman. All of those keys, I think, are improvable by 1 key level. I think the one I would be least interested in doing is 31 Nelfslayer. But 31 Nelfslayer is a better tiebreaker than all the other ones because our first tiebreaker is highest key done. So if you could do that, it would be worth more than the other ones, because then if you ever end up on the same score as the team that picked the other thing to do, you're going to beat them with that 31 versus a 30 as your best key.
Last week we didn't see any 31s, though, right?
We saw Azure Vault. We didn't do Nelfslayer.
Yeah, it was Azure Vault, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Nelfslayer was not done at that key level, but it was Tyrannical, I believe, last week, whereas now it's Fortified. Oh, was it? Okay.
Both weeks, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Then yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, maybe that's not a realistic place to go. I mean, I do think it's the hardest of the ones of those upgrades that would be on that scorecard. Mm-hmm. I think 29 Uldaman is also pretty tough, but doable. But that one has the downside of being the worst for tiebreakers because it's a lower number, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if teams went to something like I think 30 Freehold is something that both teams could pick up probably within a few attempts. 30 Brackenhide as well, even though it's Sanguine, and 30 Algathar. I think those are the three keys that I expect to see. We'll probably see like 2 of those 3 done for each of NA's Last Hope and Legendary today.
Yeah, and another point is that they don't have to worry about the tiebreaker today because they're not going to be eliminated, right? NA's Last Hope and Legendary. At least it's very unlikely.
And in fact, they don't even need to worry.
Another dungeon, right?
They don't even really need to worry. They don't even really need to worry about their tiebreaker against each other because they just need to get second,
1 and 2,
right?
Yeah.
So either one of them, if they're thinking about qualifying for global finals, they need to be thinking about how their tiebreaker stacks up against whichever team is likely to be challenging them for second place, not necessarily against each other, which might lead to an entirely different set of calculations based on what that team is looking like and that team's, strengths and weaknesses across their key list. But I agree with you. Yeah, they'll probably not be thinking too much about tiebreakers today. That's although that is an argument for doing Nelfslayer and spending time progressing it is that it sets you up to have a very good tiebreaker tomorrow when it might matter.
Yeah, it is true, but I do think it depends a little bit on the next dungeon as well. Because if the last dungeon that get announced it can be pushed to 31 much easier, then maybe. Well, I guess it still matters to have 2 31s versus just 1.
Yes.
But, yeah, that's a good point. We'll see. I would love to see a 31 attempted today. But yeah, probably not going to happen.
I think it's an argument for it. I don't think it's a good enough argument to make it the right play or anything. But I do think it's an interesting way to think about it. But Wexy going down for Legendary as they're working on Echo of Dorogosa. They have a lot of time here, but they can't afford to wipe, as they have some trash coming in and getting controlled. Actually, Wexy going down is going to mean that Dominate Mind, they have to wait for its CD to be up, because Dominate Mind is a 30-second mind control, but it's also a 30-second cooldown. Looks like he's gotten back to having it off cooldown, though, and they have re-controlled that Restorer that is buffing them with those Celestial Shields. One of the big strategies in Algathar is using that, either Dominate Mind or, I guess, it's always Dominate Mind on those Restorers.
Yeah, and looking at the time, I mean, they have 3 deaths. I think, at least I didn't see any major mistakes they made outside of the deaths, and those didn't take them that much time, right? Or didn't lose them that much time.
Yeah.
So now I'm wondering, looking at the time, I'm not sure. 30? Yeah, we'll see. I mean, how much
barrier that's around all of these players?
Oh, yeah, that's the shield from the Restorer, right?
Okay, that's the Celestial Shield. Okay, all right, yeah. I thought that was, for a second I was looking to see if there was a Frost Mage in the group that was doing the mass barrier that we'd missed somehow, but no, it was, that's the Celestial Shield. Yeah, so that is like a shield and a haste buff, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. That's, I knew that's what it did. I didn't know that's what it looked like. That's cool. Nifty little effect.
Somehow they keep the barrier pretty long as well, because on this boss, you randomly can get shot, right?
Yeah.
And it would remove the shield. Pretty sure it would just remove it immediately. But it looks like they have a really long uptime on some of their players. Either they're just really lucky, or they figured out how to somehow bait the shot on certain players. Not sure. Maybe there's a tech.
That was interesting. Yeah, I wonder, maybe, I wouldn't be surprised if it was just lucky, or maybe you time it so that you put the shield on right after one of the missiles goes out, so that you get the highest possible chance of keeping it for a long time.
Yeah, that
maybe
would make
you stack
sense
it with another
yeah.
shield so that the other shield gets broken through first. I don't know.
Cyrus said that the shield from the Restorer actually always gets broken first, no matter whichever shields you have. So that doesn't actually work, unfortunately. 'Cause otherwise,
Pain.
that would be very smart. You could,
Yeah,
you
you
could run
throw a
like
mass barrier or
trinkets with
something.
shields or mass barrier. Yeah, that'd be play around it.
All right, well,
No such thing.
we have both of our top 2 runs here about to finish, as we have NA's Last Hope and Legendary at 141 points. Both are about to be at 143, as long as they can avoid wiping. Both of them are also putting up times. Like, you can see how there's almost 10% left of the timer in each of these dungeons, which definitely does make you think +1 key level is possible. But it is like less than 10% of the timer. It's a little bit less than 10%, but it is less than 10% of the timer for both of these dungeons, which makes you think, okay, +1 key level is going to be hard.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it looks like, also looking at the boss percentage and when the boss is going to die, it looks like the bracket height seems a lot more doable.
Yeah.
If
I
both
agree.
the runs were good, right? Then the bracket height seems for sure fine. Especially if you don't have any like major sanguine heal going on.
Right.
But yeah,
I think the
Academy
Bracken Knight
definitely
has
a bit
more
closer.
like potential to save time because it is if you play it cleanly, there's so much time you can save against the Sanguine Affix, even relative to NA's Last Hope's run. Meanwhile, yeah, this Algathar, they're going to be within a minute and a half, I guess, a minute 45 of the depletion. Oh! Bang! That is something I haven't seen in a long time. That's the power vacuum into the into getting hit by one of those balls. Nasty little overlap. Looks like Legendary are going to be able to still get their timer, but
Thankfully, they had a little time left. If it would have
Yeah.
been really close, that
wasn't
might have
good.
been it. Oof. All right, well, that was scary.
yeah.
I'm glad we zoomed in on that to see the splat and those 3 people getting killed. But yeah, there we go. NA's Last Hope and Legendary, of course, still at the top of the leaderboard with just 143 points. Currently, Legendary winning the tiebreaker because of the third 29. Actually, no, why are they
It's because
winning
of the 30. The 30
Oh, because of
Meltzler,
30,
yeah.
yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, our first tiebreaker for those who the tiebreakers can be a little bit hard to understand. The first one is what is your highest level key done, and then the second one is like what's your second highest key done. So 2 30s beats a 30 and a 29 at the top of your board. Eventually, if that's all the same all the way down, then we just add up your times, and whichever is faster wins, which does matter. It does often come down to that if all the teams can match each other at key levels, which often does happen. So we'll see how that ends up working out when the teams get the rest of their dungeons done. Last moment, working on Dargrul here with their off-meta comp. The Enhancement Shaman, something they're using in a lot of dungeons. The Prot Warrior just in this dungeon. Look at the damage meters, though. The Prot Warrior is getting so much damage out of Spell Reflecting the Molten Crash on this boss. This is one of 2 bosses, actually one of 3 bosses in this dungeon that you can get some very good value out of Spell Reflect on, and you could be a 3rd DPS, which is good because those slacking evokers are just not doing any damage, I've noticed.
This, no, yeah, the problem with Spell Reflect damage, right, is that the Augmentation Evoker doesn't actually help you for it, right? Like, it does not do anything, because you're Spell Reflecting the ability from the boss, and the Evoker obviously not buffing the boss. So I guess it's not getting increased because you have an Evoker.
Yeah, that's true. The damage from Spell Reflect itself isn't benefiting from the Augmentation Evoker. The tank in general is still getting some good benefit, though. You know, you're getting that
Yeah.
Blistering Scales armor, and you still just get the primary stat, some Verse sometimes. So it doesn't scale, though. Yeah, so it is some damage that doesn't scale with an Evoker.
You don't necessarily want to buff the tank anyway, right? If you can avoid it somehow.
So in a dungeon, you always hit your Ebonmite onto everybody. You have Prescience, which is your crit buff. That's always going to just go on the 2 DPS. So yeah, that only goes on your tank if you have an outranging incident. If one of your DPS outranges you right as you're trying to hit Prescience on them, then it'll go on your tank instead, and you'll be very frustrated as the Augmentation Evoker. You do have some random versatility buffs that are going out from your mastery whenever you're casting in power spells. Those also can land on your tank, but you prefer for them not to, but nothing you can do about that.
And some Verse doesn't hurt.
Yeah,
the tank,
Verse
I guess.
I mean, Verse tanks love Verse. It's good defensively, it's good offensively. It's more damage usually still on DPS players. Even the DPS players that don't like Verse get more value from Verse than the tanks that like Verse.
That is probably true.
Yeah, that's the whatever your
I love
tank.
this way of thinking.
You're especially in this comp where these comps have like these hyper carry mages or shamans. You're really thinking about just stacking everything you possibly can onto them to make them do. I mean, look at the damage meters. Look at Elbro doing 242k on this boss. That is a lot of DPS.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, obviously it's not pure single target because they're gonna get a little bit of a damage boost on hitting this at whenever it's in a crystal spike, and it takes, I think it's 50% more damage during the stun, right? So a little bit boosted, but a lot of the damage also just goes on the boss, because look how fast this boss is dying. It's at 29 key level. Even if it's not tyrannical, this boss still has an insane amount of HP, and they're just nuking it. They didn't even get the 4th at, right?
Yeah, that
they don't even have to
thing.
worry about it.
142k from the Prot Warrior there, right, against that boss.
Yeah.
That is a lot of damage, and that's going to be a 29 done in 28:38, which is a lot faster than Legendary's plus 30, but it is, of course, 1 key level lower. So Last Moment may want to go back in there now at plus 30. Of course, the reason they were in that 29 is because they failed to get all of those extra keys on the way up, right? Those 2 and 3 chests on the way up. So they're still, it's still worse off than Legendary in that dungeon, but we'll see where they decide to go next. They are now in 3rd place and looking pretty safe to survive through the end of the day. It looks like it's Pixel and Ready Checks that are in the most danger. Pixel hoping to 2-chest this 26, as the other teams have all been able to do. Ready Checks also finally making their way to that Uldaman. So if Ready Checks can put up this 3 chest in the 23, they're going to be maybe a dungeon run behind Pixel in Uldaman, but they have the 29 Brackenhide, whereas Pixel don't yet. So those two teams, in my opinion, are just tied right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good for Pixel right here, also doing some of those pulls we've seen other teams do, where they pull the spiders and the bats onto Emberon here. It's not too dangerous, because the spiders don't really do much. They jump around a little bit, but don't actually do any impact damage. So not too big of a problem. And as long as you interrupt the screech from the bats, your casts don't get interrupted. And then there's the poison that stacks onto the tank. That one actually can do a little bit of damage, right?
Yeah, that one is...
they have dispels, so...
surprisingly scary effect for tanks, but yeah, you've got a lot of options for dispelling that in this group if you need them, and those spiders only live for the first phase of the fight. 65% on Emberon coming out of the first phase. This would be a little bit high if they were trying to 1 phase at a higher key level from here, like if they were trying to get this done from 65 to 0 in a 28. I would not be a believer. In a 26, I am a believer. I think they can do it. They've got their power infusion. They've got their Breath of Eons. I think they can... Yeah, here comes that Breath of Eons. Oh, got to be careful. A lot of other teams have waited on that Breath of Eons until after the circles explode, but Pixel throwing caution to the wind and rewarded for it, able to get it a few seconds earlier. And I think they're going to be able to do this. It's going to be really close.
Yeah, we'll see. Looking at that energy bar, of course, you can see when the intermission starts. And I'm not sure if they can do it. It looks like he's moving the bus a little bit to the side.
Yeah, you get some run time
to the middle.
Okay, it's right at the edge of the room. 17% as it walks into the middle, though. Unfortunate for Pixel. They are going to be obligated to play one more intermission. I don't think this is going to cost them the 2-chest. The 2-chest timer in this dungeon is 28 minutes. And I think that on this key level, we've seen a lot of teams get this last area done in about that 10-minute range. So it's going to be close, but I think Pixel are still on track for a 2-chest. It's just... I mean, with 0 deaths, the run being like this, I'm a little bit worried for them. We'll see.
Yeah, they might have to optimize some things here and there for the higher key levels as well.
Definitely.
Legendary on the bottom right, in the meantime, are doing the 29 Brackenhide now, and they did have a little bit of an issue with Sanguine on the first pull. I think it was like 11, 12 million that it healed there. Which, to be fair, is pretty common on the first pull, because you do a pretty big one, and then you have all of these mobs just running away when they're low HP, and it's very easy for some of them to just step into a Sanguine pool, or also these War Scourges, they cannot be knocked or moved in any way. So if they're somehow like doing a Rage Storm in one of these Sanguine pools and you don't have a Soothe available to get rid of it, then they can also heal quite a lot. But they're still looking pretty solid, and we know that just doing the 29 is somewhat easy if you have a fast strategy, right? We saw NA's Last Hope have 3 minutes left on their timer with 3 or 4 deaths, I believe. So I do think Legendary is still fine. But they actually have their mage go down here as they attempt to do the skip here. Ooh,
Yeah.
that's actually a problem because now they have to skip some differently.
Yeah, they were planning to get
doesn't have
past
Invis
this.
anymore.
So the polymorph mob is supposed to get in combat with the mage, right? And then the rest of the group runs through, and then the mage invises. But what had happened there was the mage also got in combat. Tobo got in combat with some of the other mobs in that pool, and then they pulled and killed him. So it looks like it's going to be okay for now, but that did cost them a few seconds. And I wonder if at some point soon, Legendary should be thinking about maybe just resetting this 29. I mean, I guess the 29 still has a couple of minutes to give, but with the Sanguine healing, with the skip messed up, only 4 minutes in, I would be tempted to just be like, all right, good warm up. Let's just try this again.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe it's not. No, I mean, like, there's a few minutes to spare.
Do you know by any chance if Sleepwalk is a true CC? Because I think it is, but I'm not 100% certain.
Sleepwalk is another one of those CCs where you'll get in combat if you get next to him. So you're talking when you say true CC, you mean like Sap and Imprison, the two that won't get you in combat. Sleepwalk isn't one of those. No, if you want, it's like Polymorph, where if you do it like that, you also need to invis. We saw that I think with Worms and Underrot last weekend, the Sleepwalk into invis tech, but you can't just do it without the invis or something.
Oh, so I guess what they did, because I saw some teams like skip this pack with the Sleepwalk, but I guess what they do is like have the mob run away.
Yeah,
so Sleepwalk actually moves the mob, right? Or you can move it somehow?
Sleepwalk moves the mob to where you were when you cast it, which is very, very, very cool. Yeah. Oh, Tettles is saying it is a true CC in the chat or in one of our chats. So I could be wrong, but my understanding was that it was not a true CC, but you could cast it and then get away from where the mob was getting to before it got there, and that would let you skip it. But I may have been spreading misinformation. It's a possibility.
Yeah. Either way, I was just wondering why they are not using that over the Mage Invis. But I guess the Mage Invis is just maybe a little bit quicker if.
Yeah, I mean,
if it works.
If Sleepwalk were a true CC, then the teams, I think, would be using it on that spot.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering, yeah.
So that's part of my argument for why it's not. Also the fact that last weekend in the Underrot, the teams were using it in conjunction with Invis, not instead of Invis, but you never know.
Maybe none of the teams know. It is possible. It is a new spec, basically.
Look, I'm not trying to flame, but I think it's more unlikely that the teams don't know something than that Tettles doesn't know something.
You might have a point here.
Again, not trying to flame. Meanwhile, we have Ready Checks up in the top right, working on their 23 Uldaman. 0 death run as they are on Emberon. They're very close to it, walking towards the middle, but they're going to be able to kill it first. Nicely done.
He delayed his walk into the middle there by quite a long time. He casted some AoE first and then still didn't move at the end there. Very interesting. Maybe another tech where he can delay, or some spell queuing going on.
Yeah, pretty good for Ready Checks. Pretty nice that it worked out that way. Pixel up in the top left, also an Old Man. They're going to be using Mind Soothe to skip around these mobs. And they have 98.4% count, 566 out of 575. This is actually the same count that we saw NA's Last Hope at here. What NA's Last Hope did was they actually just skipped to boss from here, and then they got their whelps afterwards. I wonder which one.
They did pull an accident here, and now Velo's in combat as well. Ooh, looks like they're a little bit in trouble here. Now everyone is in combat. Okay, what is it they do here? They don't have a Night Elf on the Guardian Druid here, so they're battle resting Velo, and they're dying, I presume. Right, so they're getting a Mass Threat from... Maybe he's too close here, though. Like the rest... actually, no, it's fine. Okay.
Okay.
I thought the rest position might be a little bit too close to his agent, but... Yeah, they can continue from here. 2 chest timer, you said, is 28?
28 minutes, yeah, that's what we're looking for. So they have another 4.5 minutes. They're going to kill off this agent, and then they need to get to the last boss. So they're going to have 3.5 minutes for the last boss, 3:45 for the last boss. And there's our 2 and 3 chest timers you can see down in the bottom left for all the dungeons. So I do think it's doable for Pixel. Yeah, it's they're going to have a little bit of time to spare. They're actually pulling some whelps in to get the rest of their count. This feels a little time-consuming, what they're doing here. Like, they're spending a lot of time getting a little bit of count at the end of this dungeon. Maybe this is just the best way, though. Older Man has some awkward count.
Yeah, it is interesting. We've seen some weird routing from these. Well, I don't want to say it's weird, but it's just like unusual from what we've seen from live server routes, which to be fair is normal for the TGP. A lot of the times, ReadyCheck's having some issues on the top right on their 23 here, as Royben does go down on one of these trash pulls. They do commit a bell rest, get her back up, and they should be able to recover. It is only a 23. But yeah, they want to get that 3 chest hammer in, so they do want to make sure that they don't have any major mistakes from here on out to not miss that, because they need to catch up, because they are a little bit in danger of elimination with Pixel on the top left. So those two teams very close to each other. Not an actual score right now, but from realistic score they can get.
Yeah, there's still a couple hours left in our day, right? So we'll see the teams put up maybe their 28 Oldemans if they can, and then both Pixel and ReadyChecks will need to go and find somewhere else to get some points. Pixel will get the first shot at it, but they need to get one more point. Then ReadyChecks, because ReadyChecks are sitting on that 29 Brackenhide. This is going to be a really high pressure hour and a half for both teams. There is a lot of stuff that they need to do, and not a lot of time left in their day. And they are both basically tied, even though their scores look very different right now. ReadyChecks are just about to add 23 points to their scoreboard, which is going to move them up to 137. And then Pixel are about to add 3 more points to their board, putting them up to 120 or 139. But both teams are going to be kind of going back and forth for the next few minutes as they add those times to their board. At some point, there's going to stop being easy points in Ultiman, and they're going to have to go and do some hard points somewhere else.
Yeah, and I also wonder, because both of the teams have the 30 Nell Flare available they could do, but I think 30 Nell Flare is actually pretty difficult to execute, and it is very easy to... ReadyCheck's having more problems with another skip, as they lose 2 players here. Royben has to release Invis back. Let's see if she can make it all the way. Shelly going down again. Ooh,
okay.
Yeah, this is getting... they're still fine.
All right, so yeah, the timer they're looking to beat here is 21 minutes.
Yeah.
They're chilling on that timer, but they're not going to be happy. Like they need to clean those things up, especially for 2 chesting to 26. They're going to need to clean some of those things up, and they are hoping to be able to do that. Pixel also having success in their 2 chest 20. Well, I mean, there's a minute left in their dungeon, 26% left on the boss. They're going to be okay, right? They've got Power Infusion coming up. Their Power Infusion's not going to line up with their Breath of Eons, which maybe is unfortunate for them. Maskin over there actually kind of caught in a bad spot until this Rewind Time Flow comes out, which I'm sure he knew that was coming, so he was over, and he let himself get cut off because he knew that these puddles would turn into friendly ones.
Yeah, they're for sure fine during this rewind, and the CDs, the boss dropped incredibly quickly. So they have 30 seconds to spare here with their 2 chests on the 26 Alderman. So I assume they're going to go to the 28 straight away. And after the 28... Yeah, after the 28, they have to decide what to do, right? Like, then it's really going to be important which decisions they make. It's also going to be about how long the dungeons are, right? In my opinion, doing the shorter dungeons makes sense because they can only get 1 point from any of the dungeons from here on out, except the 30 Nell Flare. And the 30 Nell Flare, I don't know, like if they're really comfortable, I of course would do it because it's 2 points compared to the 1 point in all the other keys. But a 30 Nell Flare also has more room for error, in my opinion, because it is not as easy. And Ace Last Hope on the bottom left now attempting that 30 Nell Flare. And they're looking pretty good. But it can be... Lots and lots of things can go wrong in that key for sure.
I think 30 Nell Flare is the best place to go for both ReadyChecks and Pixel because it's not just 2 points, it's kind of 3 points because it has that good the best tiebreaker associated with it. So unless they feel really unconfident in that dungeon, I think that is the best place to head after 28 Oldaman is done. 29 Brackenhide, you could make an argument that would be a good use of time for Pixel, but I actually think the 30 Nelts there should be a higher prio for them as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think they should do it.
It is a question of what they think their success rate is going to be in there. Like, if they think it's a 10% chance they can do that within the time, then okay, let's go somewhere else. But if they think they've got a good chance of making that happen, then I do think that is the best option here.
Legendary having a Death on their mage on the top right, as they were doing a big trash pull in this area with the Bloodlust as well committed. They do have Battle Rest, but it looks like they don't necessarily want to commit it just yet. Oh, there we go. Now the Battle Rest is coming out. Of course, the Battle Rest classes are both the tank and the healer, which sometimes can be a bit difficult, right? Like sometimes if you're in a tough pull, the tank is taking a lot of damage, doesn't want to spend rage on casting the rest, and the healer having to keep the tank alive might not be able to rest either. But yeah, they did manage to recover. But now they're out of battle rests for 6 minutes, which is actually a pretty long time on this 29 Brackenhide key. The timer is still for sure fine, even though they did have quite a bit of sanguine healing going on in a lot of parts of this dungeon so far. We can compare the splits in a second between NA's Last Hope and Legendary, because NA's Last Hope already did that 29 Brackenhide earlier with 3 minutes to spare in the end. But yeah, I think they're fine.
Yeah, I have an update on the sleepwalk discussion from earlier. It is actually, so in fact, Tettles was right and I was wrong. A phrase that is physically painful for me to say. It is indeed an out-of-combat CC, so and you were right with your first guess on it as well, which you can see Splat actually does have it talented, so there must be a reason that they didn't use it on that spot where they had Tobo using the Invis instead on that pull. It's possible that maybe it didn't affect them, like it doesn't affect the mob that was being targeted or something. Like maybe that was just not one of the eligible targets for Sleepwalk. I actually don't remember which.
I mean, like the reason I brought it up is because I specifically saw people skip that exact pack with Sleepwalk.
Yeah, so I think that is just better than the Invis. Yeah, so that would be a good thing for them to pick up in future. And the reason you may see some teams not use it in some cases is that it is fairly awkward to talent it. Especially if the key is like a raging key and you want to get overawe. But a lot of these evokers do have it talented in a lot of these keys. Sleepwalk is one of those buttons that, it's often not in like the recommended builds for these classes, but it's really, really high utility. And there's a lot of great ways to use it in these dungeons if you're planning around it. So many of our evokers are going to have that talented in many of these dungeons.
Yeah, especially because of Incorporeal as well, right? We have it in Academy and in Brackenhide.
If Incorporeal's on the key, you're definitely going to have Sleepwalk talented because, you want Dominate Mind to be like the first thing used on an Incorporeal if it's a boss fight especially, but after that, Sleepwalk is one of the easiest ways to handle it. Looks like a wipe is coming in for Pixel at the start of their 28. That is bad news for Pixel, but not that bad. Only 3 minutes lost. And good news for Ready Check, but not that good because, again, only 3 minutes were lost.
Yeah. Good assessment of the situation.
Yep. Turns out everything that is good or bad for Pixel or Ready Checks is equally bad or good for the other team.
But yeah, like they had some issues with their big pool. Of course, these teams are doing some crazy stuff at the very start of the dungeon where they pull a lot of trash onto the dwarves here and committing Bloodlust on all cooldowns. And I believe their Evoker went down for Pixel. They did cast the Battle Rest, get him back up. But then things just fell apart from there, and they had to reset. As I said, didn't lose too much time. As last moment on the top right is now in that 28 Academy. They do have to do the 28 and the 29, because they did not two-chest the 27, which is now, in hindsight, it's actually very interesting, right? Because last moment is doing really well now, but at the start of the tournament, or of this weekend, they were one of only 2 teams that did not two-chest the 27. So they were looking like they're going to struggle a little bit. But now they're actually doing really well. So unfortunate for them that they have to play this 28 and the 29. But yeah, their score is still looking very good overall.
Yeah, they are probably still safe through to the end of the day. Although...
I mean, they
have the Bracken 29. They have, they have a Freehold 29 and a Nelts 29, but if Ready Checks are able to match their Uldaman and then also do a 30 Nelth Slayer, And if
Yeah.
Pixel can do a 30 Nelslayer, then all of a sudden Last Moment is actually a team that, even though they're strong in Freehold and Brackenhide, the fact their Nelslayer is a 29, if Pixel and ReadyChex both do that on 30, that not only earns them a lot of points, it also gets them the tiebreaker over Last Moment, which means that if they end up on that same score total, of course, the tiebreaker will win, which would be that 30 Nelslayer. So Last Moment are not actually in that secure of a position, especially because their entire scoreboard is only one-chested keys, which means they can only earn like 1 point per 30 minutes here. So let's say they can get to like 144 or 145 by the end of our day. It is very realistic that Pixel or ReadyChex could 2 and 3 chest their way up to a similar point total, and maybe Last Moment are actually in some danger of being eliminated still.
Yeah, that is a good point. I mean, they are looking solid, but they're just missing so many 2 chests, right? Like, they also, even though their Nelflayer looks really good, like they're playing the Proud Warrior and that Enhancement Shaman, and they looked so good on the 29 that they just did earlier.
Yeah.
But the fact that they have a 29 is a problem, right? They didn't 2 chest a 28, which almost every other team did. So yeah, they're just struggling with this 2 chest, which is costing them so much time overall, even though they're solid otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, even if you one-shot these keys, other teams effectively zero-shot them by 2-chesting the key that below them, right? So Last Moment are spending a lot of extra time. All of their points are going to be hard-fought at this point. Whereas, Legendary and NA's Last Hope have more points than Last Moment and also still have a 2-chest that they're each working to convert. So Last Moment are actually pretty far away from the top 2 and pretty close to the bottom 2, even though it looks like they're kind of firmly in that third place spot right now. That's going to change because of those 2 chests that every single other team still has access to. Last Moment is the first team to run out of those.
Yeah, definitely not. They're not secure at all, so they do have to worry a little bit about that as well, and also think about what they should be doing. As you said, the tiebreaker might come into play here, so they probably should be going into the 30 Nelflayer after.
I think so, yeah.
They're done with this 28. I mean, the 29 is also very doable for the Academy, but the 30 Nelflayer is much more valuable for them and is equal in difficulty, in my opinion at least. So maybe doing that makes a lot of sense for them. Yeah, Legendary in the top left is now on Gutshot, so they're nearing the end of their 29 Brackenhide. They're still looking pretty good on the timer. Yeah, they have 15 minutes left after do this boss. A decent amount of trash, and then the last boss, they should be fine for sure. And Ace Last Hope on the bottom right on that 30 Nelflayer. Also looking pretty good as they're about to finish off Ularok here after this intermission game. And yeah, they had a really quick Rockmora split as well, 609 on a 30. Pretty fast. And 0 deaths on NA's Last Hope as well, so very, very clean run by them.
Yeah, looking good. Actually, we both of our teams on the bottom of our screen right now have 0 death runs going. Both the teams on our top of our screen right now have 3 deaths each as well. So some nice symmetry on our broadcast right now. Of course, Pixel only a minute in their run here and already getting close to having that first death coming onto LeMike there. Good use of survival instincts and Rage of the Sleeper. It's going to prevent that. But now he's shot. He's not going to have very many cooldowns left for a while here.
Yeah, I think tanks have an incredible hard time surviving Fortified Uldaman. I think that key, the main reason why I personally deplete the keys on live servers is either we die to Bromac or the tank dies multiple times in a trash pool, because all of these mobs are just so dangerous, especially we currently have bolstering on live servers, and bolstering just makes this infinitely harder. But even though they don't have bolstering in this group, they do have raging, and raging also makes this very difficult if you cannot help the tank with CC in case something does go wrong when the mobs are low HP. If the tank wants to start kiting because he's running out of cooldowns, you cannot slow them, you cannot stun them, you can't really help the tank out at all unless you do use Oppressive Roar from the Augmentation Evoker, or of course a single target Soothe from the Guardian. But that's going to dispel one mob, and usually they don't pull one mob in the TGP, so it's not going to help you that much.
Yeah, usually when a single mob is getting pulled, you know that something has gone wrong somewhere earlier in the route, right? Like you've gotten a you had a mob that was supposed to come into a bigger pool, not get pulled. That does happen. I mean, when you're pulling like 30 mobs or 20 mobs all at once, it's very easy to forget one over to the side that isn't like linked to anything and just not notice that it isn't there. And then later on in the dungeon, you're like, hang on a second, we're not at the count we're supposed to be. That's happened to a lot of great teams. That happened to Echo in MDI a couple of seasons ago, even in that. You remember that Sanguine Depths? Yeah, it's something that does happen. So you gotta. I mean, ideally, you want to kind of know what count you should be at certain breakpoints in the dungeon, and just quickly check to make sure that you actually have that much count at each boss. For instance, is a nice time to just quickly do a check, because then you can kind of adapt if you realize you are missing some count, but. Sometimes the best option is just like, yeah, okay, we're just going to pull this one mob later. It's not a hard mob. It's just inefficient, and that's why we cut it. But, now we need the count.
Oh, Shella actually going down there. Ooh, more
this
issues for ready checks.
So, Sentinel Talandris is a pretty hard encounter by itself. When you pull these 3 Relic Custodians in, though, and you're not stunning them, and one downside of this comp is it does not have stuns. You have Hodge, and that's like it. You can play War Stomp or something, but other than that, you're out of stuns.
But then you're missing Inkabroar.
Right, you could play Mighty Dash. So compared to teams that have stuff like Shockwave, Ring or Leg Sweep, Shadow Fury, those sorts of effects that other classes have access to, you have a much harder time with that pull, and your tank just kind of needs to be perma-kiting. So not surprised to see it go wrong for ready checks. That's probably going to be a reset dungeon for them. They'll come back in. We have 1 hour and 18 minutes left in our day here, so it's going to be close. There are only a few dungeon runs left at this point. Probably 3 more runs in addition to the runs that are currently on the screen right now is what teams have time for. Something like that. Yeah, because the way our overtime works is that you can finish any key you've started by the end of that timer. You just can't start a new key.
Yeah, and since Pixel is pretty early in the dungeon as well, I think they are also only going to be able to do 3 in total as well. And last moment might actually be able to do 4. Right, last moment is at the end of this key. If they start another key pretty quickly, they might be able to fit in another key at the very end. Which is really good for last moment, right? Because as you said, they also might be in danger of getting eliminated because they cannot get as many points. But of course, very good for last moment that Ready Checks is having issues in that Oldaman, because Oldaman is basically already done for last moment. They already got that 28. Of course, 29 is a doable key in Oldaman, but don't really want to look for 29 when you can do 30s. In other dungeons because of the tiebreaker, of course. Yeah, looking at last moment, they're now approaching the last boss here. They do have 7 minutes left, so they have plenty of time. But the last boss definitely takes long, right? It takes 4 minutes, approximately in a 28, I would say, 4 to 5, especially when they pull the trash on top as well. If I were them, I would probably just play this trash by itself, but not for last moment. They're just pulling the trash on top, popping Bloodlust here, and just nuking it down with all of their cities.
Yeah, I agree with you. It would be safe to do it on the boss, although even if it's like 1 minute slower, maybe that 1 minute is the difference between getting to start another key at the end of the day or not at this point. Like, even though the timer, we think about those 1 chest, 2 chest, and 3 chest breakpoints as being the important ones, every individual second actually does count here, so very... very dangerous situation for last moment to be in. I mean, they still probably have time for, 2 full keys and starting a 3rd one in their day. It just might be close.
Yeah, we will see. Yes, and his last hope now is on Naraxis on the bottom right side. Still looking very, very clean. 0 deaths on the board. Naraxis on 46%. Let's see. The timer is very fine. They have 11 minutes left. And basically, after Naraxis, they only have to do 1 trash pull into the boss. Bosses, of course, take a long time on a 30, but nowhere near 11 minutes. So they're...
Yeah.
What's the 2 chest timer?
The 2 chest timer is not realistic. That's not happening.
If they pull the Scorpion into the boss...
then they'll wipe and they'll deplete, yeah. Then the one chest
Wow,
timer is
I
not
can't
realistic.
believe you don't believe in them pulling that off.
All right, well, here's that 2 chest timer. It's 26:24. You can see over in the bottom left. Got the handy new graphic for these 2 and 3 chest timers, since we talk about them so frequently and they matter so much in this competition. And yeah, 26:24. They matter in this competition. They don't matter when you're doing a plus 30. What would you even accomplish by 2 chesting this? Like, congratulations,
Yeah,
you can go do a 32. Good luck.
Yeah, good point. There's absolutely no reason to even attempt a 2 chest.
Let's pull all the trash on the last boss and see what happens. I mean, if there's any tank this weekend that would do something like that, it would be Dorky, and the rest of the group would just have to hang on and hope it worked.
So let me cook.
Yeah. Hang on, I'm going to try something, you guys. Okay. Welcome, Tettles.
Tattles.
Is this thing on? I don't even know. I didn't even get word from our producer if this is going to be on or not, but I hope it's
Hopefully
working.
it is.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, you are on.
perfect.
We're being told. That's good.
Okay, so I have a question for you guys. Who do you think comes out first at the end of the day today, and who do you think comes out in 5th? What are your predictions right now? We're an hour, 15 minutes away from end of the day.
All right. I am saying... Wait. Give me a moment.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Now, this question does get easier the longer you wait to answer it. I do want to
Okay, so
say.
Dennis, I'm gonna need you to answer first. Then she's
I'm gonna
requested a moment.
I'm gonna say legendary first,
Okay.
Okay.
and I'm gonna say ready checks last.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to say NA's Last Hope first and Pixel last.
There you go. Tattles.
I'm really worried about Pixel. I will say legendary first, Pixel last.
Okay.
I think that's what I'm
Alright.
landing on. And I'm really worried about Pixel because they don't have the Brackenhide 29 timed yet. If they can get out of this Uldaman
Well-
like right now, then they're fine. If this is the last time we have to go to Uldaman, then we have like, what is it? Maybe 50 minutes to do 2 keys. Or
I don't
3
think you
keys
do the
for Pixel?
bracket. I think the higher prio has got to be that Nelf Slayer. I think that's what you need to like lock up
Oh,
not being
you're
eliminated.
sending them to Nelf Slayer 30? I mean, I could be down.
Yeah, that is. I think both Pixel and Ready Check needs to probably prio that Nelf Slayer because it's not just 2 points because you're converting a 2 chest. It's also guaranteed tiebreakers, which I think would be worthwhile. As we can see Legendary up in the top left, nearly finished with their plus 29 Brackenhide Hollow. This is going to be, so for reference, we have a couple of 29s that have already been finished in here, the fastest of which was done in 32:05 by NA's Last Hope. Legendary obviously hoping to compete with NA's Last Hope, and there's a non-zero chance that a 29 Brackenhide might be the high, it's possible that they don't come back and improve to a 30. I think they probably
I don't know.
will.
Looking at the timer, 32:06.
Yeah, I think they probably will improve.
Yeah.
But just in case they don't, maybe this will be a live tiebreaker.
Oh my god,
time.
Pixel. Pixel's wiping,
Uh-oh.
bro.
Finn is down. They do have a battle res. The whole team
Okay.
is now kiting.
We've lost lust on our mage
And our Evoker.
and our Aug Evoker, which is
Well, our
It's not
Evoker's
ideal.
just gotten 15 seconds of lust from that Breath of Eon, so, hang on. Maybe it's okay.
that's
The problem. See, the problem with this strat of pulling all this trash onto this boss is if you AoE the trash a lot, the boss just doesn't take that much damage anyways during this, and you haven't saved that much time. And if you focus boss, then those custodians are just chasing your tank down for years.
Here's the
is
thing
nasty.
too. A lot of these teams, whenever they did it during time trials, they also had a rogue. Because
Right.
Rogue was more popular here, and Rogue had crippling poison, so they had a constant 50% slow,
Well-
and the Rogue would just like black powder the custodians and then just hit the boss. Like they could funnel, but realistically, the Rogue was just going to be like AoEing.
You also, so you can get the slow if your mage talents mass slow and then cast slow on one of them every
Okay.
20 seconds. I think that is or you
I
can
mean,
have
they are
infected
slow.
wounds. Infected wounds is another option for your bear to have and then as long as they're pressing maul such that it hits the mobs, it's gonna slow them down. So there are a couple of ways that they can still slow these things, but it's not anywhere close to as good as, of course, crippling poison.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like Pixel is going to be able to make it happen on this fight. Also, something that's really nice on this fight is Short Hodge on Holy Paladin is
Yeah.
giga OP for this strat too, because I think you're able to hodge every single time whenever you need to be hodging Talandris, which like if Lamike didn't kite perfectly or maybe there was like a misposition on these circles, Velo could just then hodge the boss and then be able to stun it into the face, it would be great. But I mean, the pack is dealt with. Lamike is fine. I think Pixel was able to recover. They lost 2 battle reses for it in a little bit of time due to losing the Bloodlust, but the 28's not that tight on the timer, and you were never too... Like, were people 2-chesting ski? People weren't, right?
In 28?
28.
I don't think so.
Yeah, okay, so nobody's 2-chested 28 yet. They weren't even
I don't think anybody's timed to 29 of this key yet at all.
That's true.
That's it is a very, very difficult keystone. Pixel land another stun there. Meanwhile, NA's Last Hope working towards the end of Dargrul in this plus 30. The time to beat is 32:14 from Legendary if they want to have the fastest Nelth Slayer plus 30. I think they're on pace here. They're looking solid.
Also, for context, nobody's even timed a 29 Ultimon on live.
Right, that's what I mean. Yeah. It's,
yeah. So, like, ever, yeah.
It is a extreme... They may have done it in the Proving Grounds, right? But, like, outside of that, this key is... this is one of those keys that on live, it is pretty nasty.
The highest it went during the Proving Grounds is 28 as well.
Okay, yeah, so maybe we'll get to see a 29 for the first time this weekend. I think it's possible, but here goes NA's Last Hope. As the time that they're hoping to beat from Legendary is 32:14. It doesn't actually probably matter whether or not they do, but it might matter down the road for tiebreakers because there's a good chance that this 30 Nelth Slayer is going to hold. I don't think teams are that likely to come back in for a 31. They're just working their way through. Here comes that next Zephyr. A bop is going to land on Goop. I wonder what this is for. There's no ad out, and Goop's going to go down anyways. Does end up having the... Oh, okay, maybe he was the target of the ad. Maybe, but he was on the other side of the spikes anyways. Interesting. Okay, well, the ad is stunned now. This is where the fight starts to get very, very scary. This last
they just sent combustion and Spriest cooldown. So Junkrat and Smacked are both in their CDs. I'm worried about the boss though, right? It's this next ad set that's really sketch if you can't push the boss fast enough. Which it looks like they're gonna. Do you think they're able to commit boss here? From 20, I think they're able to commit boss.
I don't know, man. It's close, and it's a question of whether or not you can pull it off. Well, Drogo just sent the Anshul, so he's definitely considering that they're just going to burn the boss here. Dorky sent his as well, so they're not going to be killing any other ads. It's going to be kill the boss before the wave goes off, or before all your spikes are gone. And it looks like they might just barely have the damage to do it here. Remember, when that energy bar fills up, that's when the magma wave goes off. Can they beat it? It's going to be close. The ad's going to spawn here in a second. It's going to instantly get stunned by the spike. They'll have another one, too. Oh, okay, that's so just barely offline. Too.
We got 3 battle reses also if something goes awry.
Oh, but they're good to go.
Yeah,
good call, fine. Good call. Well played.
3106? 31's timeable? Question mark? Maybe?
I think the timer is doable, but I don't know. I don't know about the lethality of the dungeon. We do have, though, another trivia question, as you can see in our bottom left. A lot of our teams are on break, or as you can see in Legendary's case, depleting and resetting. So we have this question for you. Which organization's emblem appears at the entrance of Uldaman? Is it the Bronzebeard clan, the Lost Dwarves, the Explorers League, or the Iron Forged Dwarves?
Speaking
Which one do you think it is?
That aren't doable, this question.
Well, we know it's not D because there's no such thing as an Irong Forged dwarf. So
there is a G in that. Yeah, that's a good point.
Irong for wrong.
Irong. That's an embarrassing typo for this segment here. Hate to see it. I feel like that's Explorers League. What do you guys think? You can see it in Legendary right now. That banner that's up. It's a mallet and a pickaxe.
Is this the entrance of Uldaman, though? They're a little far in, Dratnos.
Well, I assume this is what they mean by the entrance of Uldaman, and because there's an emblem on that banner there. Maybe it's the Lost Dwarves, because like the Lost Dwarves are the ones that's the first boss.
Is the boss, right?
But do they have their own banner? I mean, they're like, They're just 3 dudes, right? Like, why would they have their
Well,
own
I
banner?
mean-
It's not like they started a podcast or something.
So hear me out. They're definitely in there. They're definitely at the entrance.
Okay. All right.
Oh, that's that banner. Okay, it's
Well-
the double hammer banner. I don't know, man.
What do you guys think?
Twitch chat seems to think it's C, but last
I'm on
time
C.
they were
They were wrong last time.
horrendously wrong.
Those are
I'm gonna
my
go the
people.
opposite of Twitch. I'm gonna go D because it's the least voted answer.
Those are my
Alright.
people. I'm going C. Also,
All right, what we got? What's the answer?
we live by the people, die by the people.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Is the Explorers League one? And
I
it was
appreciate
certainly
you guys.
helpful that it was literally on screen for Legendary for a while there. That made this
It didn't
question a
help
little
me at
easier.
all. It didn't help me one bit, actually.
I definitely know clans in WoW based off of their banner. Yep.
Ooh, Pixel's wiping. I know that's bad.
That is very bad, actually. Yeah.
Oh, town portaling. Okay,
opposite
so
of
they
good.
have an hour 5 until the end of the day.
That's rough. And we're getting down to the last bit of the day here, and even though ReadyChecks looks like they're behind in score, remember they really haven't run Oldemon at all today, so they have a lot of easily attainable score. And if you think about it, once they get these 3 points from this 26 Oldemon that they're currently in, they will be 1 point ahead of Pixel and in the same dungeon status. So that wipe and reset in the 26, that is worst case scenario for them. It's giving ReadyChecks
That's
that little bit that they need to get back into the competition.
I don't want to say it's like a full equalizer, but it's starting to get more and more dire for Pixel, because I guess we're assuming that ReadyChecks is going to one-shot the 26 Oldemon and 2-chest it. They have to one-shot the 26 Oldemon and 2-chest it, and then one-shot probably the 28. And if they do that, they're okay. They're going to have a little bit of wiggle room in terms of time for the 28, based on when they finish their breaks. However, if they one-shot the 26 and then one-shot the 28, that will actually leave them a little bit, like just enough time to then go to another key, which could be that 30 in Eltharion's Lair, which would be massive for ReadyChecks. That's like a pretty big deal. For Pixel, they gotta hurry it up in this 28 Oldemon. Like, I don't think that they can afford to wipe in this key anymore. So say they time this key, then they're immediately able to go to 30 Neltharion's Lair, and then if they do that in time, they're able to immediately go to 29 Bracknite Hollow, and that would be like a massive end of day for them. They would be able to get a huge amount of points.
Yeah, and I mean the thing is, right? Yes, if they get this done, they can go to the 30 Nels, but that's starting to get to the point where the key is not. It's not a sure thing. We've seen wipes in that key. We've seen teams have troubles in that key. Yes, Legendary and Lene's Last Hope have both gotten it done relatively easily. Legendary one-shotting it. I mean, but I feel like those two teams have they've really put themselves out there as the two best teams in the competition the way they've played the past couple of days, right? They've made things seem a lot easier. Their timers are a lot quicker. So I don't know if it's necessarily a sure thing for Pixel, even though, they've been playing relatively well. I mean, I don't know. It's going to be tough.
Both Pixel and ReadyChecks, I feel like, have a spot where if they one-shot all of their keys from here until the end of the day, they are going to be able to just have an insane amount of points. I feel like their fate is like almost in their own hands a little bit, but it requires you to not make any more mistakes, right? I feel like if either of these teams make a mistake, then they're going to be in a really suspicious spot.
Yeah, and the thing about last moment as well is, yes, they've gotten a bunch of 29s down, they've gotten a couple 28s down, but the important thing for them is they don't have any more +2s available. Every single one of their dungeons is just a +1. They can get the 29 Algathar, every other team has, actually, already. They could eventually go for the 29 Oldemon, but nobody's set foot into that yet. We don't really know how difficult that's going to be. And
it would be
their 28 Oldemon. Their 28 Oldemon was... It was not quick. They only had a minute and a half left on the timer. And like you mentioned, yes, that would also be a world first key, so... That one won't be an easy +1 either.
I think there's a chance we see like world first 29 Oldemon done this weekend, but I think that's a key that you maybe revisit if you have like a lot more time, because I feel like there's a lot of other easy points to be gained than going from Oldemon 28 to Oldemon 29. Teams didn't even do Oldemon 29 with days of time trials.
That is true. I had forgotten that was one of our time trials. Now, of course, that was on a patch where we didn't have augmentation evokers, right? So that was the before times. we didn't know how much stronger we were going to get. So, it's kind of hard to make that comparison. And also for the purposes of World First Keys, we usually don't count time trials either. But that still goes to show you how hard this key gets when it gets to the upper levels, right? These keys, I mean, all of our 5 boss keys have historically been some of the hardest timers to beat whenever you get to higher keys, because bosses, of course, are one of the big time blockades in the dungeon. But ready checks in their 28 Oldemon. This is the important... Like, remember, this dungeon sets them ahead of Pixel by a point, and they will be finishing their key before Pixel finishes theirs. So, yeah, I mean, ready checks... Remember, they started off the day needing to get things done. Yeah, they started off their day with a 30-minute wipe right at the start. But ever since then, they've been lights out. They've been playing really well. They've really set themselves up incredibly for this last hour.
Interestingly enough, for the side of ready checks, I think they're... Okay, so their tank skills, he's actually running Watcher's Loam stamina enchant on his boots, where a lot of other tanks are running Planestrider's Breeze. And in a dungeon like Uldamon, especially whenever you're taking all of this trash into Landris and kiting it around, I'm surprised that he's not running Planestrider's Breeze. It's not like a huge deal, but it is a little bit of movement speed that you like to have whenever you're kiting all of those lizards around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not something that I've even noticed. I mean, what's the move speed increase for Planestrider's Breeze? It's not a lot. It's like 5%, something like that.
Small amount.
But I guess the tiny bit of stam literally means nothing for tanks since they have so much of it already. Interesting choice. Hopefully,
how do you feel about Legendary starting this 29 Oldemon? They already have 2 deaths.
Yeah. Honestly, I would be surprised if they didn't have any deaths. I mean, the thing is, deaths at the start of this dungeon aren't necessarily the worst in the world, considering the respawn point is right there. It's only if they occur during the boss that you're really worried about it. I mean, I'm assuming one of them occurred during a boss because they opted to instantly use their battle res. If it was outside of a boss, they'd probably just run back. Unless it was the tank or the healer, I guess. But if it was the tank or the healer, I'd assume the pull would go way worse than just having 2 deaths.
They were pretty fast in this key on a 28. So it makes me think that it's doable on a 29. So their boss 2 split was 739 on Bromac. But yeah, like this is the first area I think you were talking about is probably the hardest. Like the trash just annihilates your tank, especially those Nashers. They definitely eat up your tank. And then Bromac is very challenging to be able to make sure that you get all the totems killed off.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy that I think a lot of the teams that have been attempting this Oldemon on the higher key level, they've been kind of taking the approach that we saw a lot when our teams last weekend got to the 31 Azure Vault, right? Where they realized, okay, in order to make this dungeon work, we need to go for something crazy at the start, and just... We don't really get an attempt at this dungeon until we make our first pull work. That's something NA's Last Hope was doing in their runs. That's something I believe Legendary is doing in their runs as well. And hopefully the time gained from pulling off a crazy first pull helps them time the rest of the dungeon, even if they make mistakes. So I imagine the death on the boss, though, is a run killer for them there, though.
For Legendary, too, and something that I think that makes Oldemon okay to actually throw attempts at is that almost all of the difficulties within the first 10 minutes of the dungeon, because, like... within the first 10 minutes, you have the first area of trash, which is hard. You have Bromac, which is also very challenging in its own right. And then you have all of the trash into Talandris, which is the third boss of the dungeon. And so all of that is just like front-loaded difficulty. And if you're able to pull it off like you were talking about, then you're kind of coasting, assuming that you're pulling aggressively enough to be in an okay position with your timer.
Yeah, 100%. Let's check in with NA's Last Hope here in the top right, though. They're on Croth's platform. And something that NA's Last Hope has done extremely well in this Algathar Academy compared to every other team is their Overgrown Agent split has been way faster than anyone else's. As a matter of fact, this 537 split for Overgrown Agent is faster than every other team's other key on 29. So, yes. Except for one team, except for Last Moment, but it's like by 5 seconds. I mean, they are crazy fast in this dungeon, but the speed is obviously important, but the biggest thing here on this Tyrannical Algathar is going to be living through the bosses. I don't think Overgrown Ancient's necessarily going to be the hardest thing for these teams to get down, but the next 2 bosses, Croth as well as Veximus, are going to be extremely difficult to live through. They'll need to have meticulously planned cooldowns to live through every single damaging event, and if they mess something up, at least one person will die. Like, it's going to be rough. I'm really interested to see how they deal with this Croth fight.
I mean, there's a chance they just line Croth.
Yeah. I believe it.
Like so for those who don't know, you can line the circle application onto your player on Croth. There is also a question as to what buffs these groups, like this group, is taking, especially once they get to a 30 tyrannical. Like, at what point do you start attuning yourself to the versatility, attuning yourself to Black Dragonflight, and actually get that versatility buff, as opposed to taking something that might be more beneficial stat for you for damage, like the Evoker would take Mastery, for example. Like, at what point are you bailing on that, and you're just taking something for personal survivability?
Yeah, it's a big question, right? Because you need to live through things, but then you also need to make sure you have the max DPS to actually finish the dungeon within the timer. There's only so much consolidation of pulse through snapping that you can actually pull off in this dungeon, and it just becomes how long it takes to burn through these massive chunks of health that the bosses have. We finally engaged Croth. The Bloodlust is available.
We're not using it.
They have about 40 seconds or so to actually pop it and still be able to get 2 more lust throughout the dungeon, but I doubt that's something they're too worried about right now. I think they probably just want to go for as perfect a usage of lust to line up with their cooldowns on top of the Searing Gate.
Well, they just pressed everything. Like, all cooldowns just got pressed right there.
Yeah. So what I'm guessing they're going to do is they're going to try to extend this first phase, not reset their Screech debuffs until their next set of 2 minutes come off cooldown.
Yeah, okay.
They'll probably, like you said, line a couple of sets of circles, and then their next set of 2 minutes plus lust will be used on the damage amp gate.
Let's see. Okay, maybe. Bottom left looks like Legendary having another full wipe in the Ultimon 29. I think that Legendary have put themselves in a spot where they have a lot of score. They're not really at risk of getting eliminated for the rest of the day. If they're able to spend the last hour of this day, and they're able to actually time that Ultimon 29, that's actually a great use of the rest of their day, in my opinion. So I think it makes a lot of sense for them to... They're going to have to bash their head at it a little bit, but it should be fine.
Yeah, it should be. We'll see how it works out for them. Of course, ready checks are... Their future's in the hand of Pixel right now, right? They need Pixel to have some issues. Because yes, ready checks is going to finish this 26 first. It'll bump them up to 140 score, which will put them a point ahead of Pixel. But Pixel's able to pull off this 28. That'll bump them 1 point ahead again. They'll be swapping spots every now and then. Of course, at that point, ready checks, like we were talking earlier, can go to the 30 Nelths, get +2, put them 1 point ahead of Pixel again. But Pixel can also do that. It's going to be close. But ready checks, again, they have time, right? They can finish this run. This will probably take them another 8 minutes, 9 minutes from this point once everyone goes down.
I'm surprised in this pull from Pixel. They're pulling all of this trash, including the custodians and the weavers in this room. It's not trash that we commonly see pull.
I'm trying to math it out right now, and it's scary doing math. Dratnos isn't here, but I'm gonna try. Most of our splits for the final section of Ultimon have been about, let's say, 8.5 to 9 minutes.
Okay.
Then, let's say after they do this 26, they 2-chest it. Oh, wait, no! Skill's down! Kingdom goes down too. Q also goes down. They have 2 reses.
They're wiping. Oh. Okay, so I think that's really bad.
Well,
oh man. Wait, they're dropping a savior. They're actually not resetting this.
They can maybe still 2-chest this. They're gonna have to get that bat into. The math that I was thinking was, do they have time to do this dungeon, then also do another 28 Ultimon, and then after that also do 1 overtime dungeon? I think they just barely do, even with that wipe. The problem for them is, are they going to be able to 2-chest this after that wipe? That's the big thing. If they're able to get the 2-chest of this 26 off, maybe that's what maybe that's what can propel them into a day 3 berth. But it's going to be rough with that wipe, man. That's really scary.
By the way, we saw last moment having some issues and some deaths on Overgrown Ancient at 621. That is a not an ideal Overgrown Ancient split, especially whenever you look in the top right hand corner and you see NA's Last Hope in a key level higher at a 30 at 537. It just means that the 621 is you're really starting to run out of like all of the time that you have to give in the 29.
Oh man, yeah. That's what we were talking about earlier, right? With NA's Last Hope, you see them in the top right corner in their 30. They took a minute less time to get through that first boss. And the way they pull, they aren't doing any less trash either. They're pulling the trash up from the Echo area, right? So Yeah, I don't know. Last moment, something's amiss about the first section of their dungeon. I don't think it's just the 2 deaths that happened to them there. Keeping up with NA's Last Hope, though, very much through Croth's platform. Their burst phase did a lot of work here, and they're doing a good job. Oh, never mind of line of sighting. I was going to say there. Goop doesn't quite get the line, gets the deafening screech. Fortunately for him, it was a low stack screech, not in one-shot territory just yet, but the next one might do that to them. But the boss is low. I mean,
he practiced cheat recently too.
They're doing a good job, I would say, so far.
They're gonna get one more, and they pre-pop the Zephyr. So we have the deafening screech here, and it's okay. So Zephyr plus Scales wasn't enough for Goop there, and we commit both of our battle reses.
Yeah, that makes sense. Combust sent again here. They're gonna get one more screech. What do we have to live through that screech? They have AM.
We can line,
but it's physical, right? So, they have to line. Oh no, never mind. Their debuffs reset. They're fine. They're good. All good. Cool. All right. Well, 2 battle reses to get through Croth. It's a little scary for Veximus. They will get one more up for Veximus, but that's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough boss with only the 1 battle res and no lust, by the way. What do we have in store here for Trash Dorky? What kind of bear pull are we going for today? He's got all his defenses
They've been doing like an insane forager pull here recently, where they're pulling like pretty much all of this trash forward into the Vex area, and then they stand on like a no path spot to where they don't get leapt on by the foragers. It's actually really good.
Okay, like that for him. This is a lot of foragers here. Okay, so we're going to Ring of Frost them and then like go towards the spot you're talking about?
Yeah, it's like in the Vex room. Or it's not in the Vex room, but it's like, yeah, it's up here on the left. And so they're going to stand on this ledge here.
Okay. All right, cool. So that'll keep everything nice and stacked for them. They don't have to worry about the charges. Of course, Dorky's going to take a ton of damage, right? But he's used to that.
Yeah.
He has died to these bear pulls a couple of times, actually, this weekend. But this is a massive pull. How many mobs are? It's got to be like 20 mobs.
Yeah. And so now you see Drogo is standing out, and he's like popping all of his defensive cooldowns. Goop even like pre-oppressing roars before he stuns all these mobs. And now you're getting some of the vicious lunges. And once you see all of them being cast on you, you got to get out of there. It's not happening. We're going to end cap roar them to save you. But like Goop is doing a great job of making sure that those foragers are not getting leapt onto him, because he's going to die a very quick death if he's getting every single one of them.
And they're doing a great job of making sure they still line of sight them. You can see Junkrat moving right and left very quickly to make sure he can line any of the charges here very, very easily. Good CC to make sure there's not too much damage going out of Dorky as he starts running out of cooldowns. But yeah, they're doing a great job. Now they just have to worry about the Spiteful Shades running at them. They're going to kite off to the side a little bit, but this is looking extremely clean for them.
So this is what like saves in his last hope the most time in this dungeon generally. Like this, and then they triple pull the Vex platform, and then they just have to have perfect CC. So there's a couple hard parts of the dungeon left, but I think that the triple pull on the Vex platform is definitely the last like major difficulty spike. Then beyond that, it's just bosses.
Yeah. I mean, of course, still, that was interesting that Spiteful Shades snapped up to smacked there. He didn't take a melee, though, so...
Already checks 2-chesting this, by the way. It's 28-minute 2-chest.
They are not on pace. They are actually extremely off pace here.
I hate that.
If we could bring up the chart of times in this dungeon... Actually, it's just going to be mostly 28.
Well, it's not going to show 26,
too much. Yeah. When I was looking at this earlier, most of our timers to go from Emberon to killing off Chronolord, it was about 8 minutes. So they need to find an entire minute somewhere. And you can see how desperate they are here. They just popped Lust here on this trash pack just to try to help out. I mean,
so with what happened too, it was like dying to Emberon like that and having that wipe. It's going to cost them like an overtime key at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it'll cost them a run, too.
They're literally losing like a full run off of that.
Well, actually, no. It doesn't cost them a run. It just costs them the potential +2. They should still be able to do a key and then do another key, right?
They have to do the 27 Ultimon into the 28 Ultimon as opposed to going from the 26 all the way to the 28 and then doing another key on top of that, right?
They won't do the +1. They'll just do the Nelts at some point because that's their only +2. Right. Okay,
for tiebreaker purposes, but like that means if Pixel times this 28, what they Ready Checks is already out.
No, not necessarily. I mean, we're going into theoreticals here, which is rough to do, and it also was us talking about hoping Pixel makes a mistake. But yeah, that's what happens. So let's go forward in time here. Let's say Ready Checks gets this 26 in time. They're not going to 2-chest it. That's out of the question at this point. So they're going to get their +3. Then they can go do their 27 Ultimon, which will only give them a +1. At that point, they'll have like 8 minutes left in the day if everything goes well for them. They can start their 30 Nelths.
Last boss is like, I would say it's like 315, but I mean maybe if they really pump, they're able to.
They still have to run there, and they don't have lust, and they're already at the 3 minutes left spot.
Count.
They don't have count.
Oh yeah, no, they're dead. Never mind. Man, that sucks.
I mean,
not dead, but like they're not 2-chesting it, which is.
I'm down to try. It is a 26 fort boss. The question is getting to the boss from this point. It's extremely annoying having to mind soothe all of these mobs, and then you also have to go to the side to jump over the ledge to get there. Like, this costs so much time. They can do it. I mean, they can get to the boss without pulling anything, but they still need count, right? That's the problem. What are they going to pull for count?
Those whelps. They back pull them after they do the boss.
Yeah, there's just no time. I'd love to be wrong.
Back pulling the whelps is like 30 seconds, but like this boss is like. I would like to say 330. I was trying to be nice whenever I said 315 earlier.
We'll see. I think it's an absolute long shot for them to get that done. Rooting for them to get it done because it makes the end of our day more exciting. But it's definitely going to be difficult. Last moment in their 29, they went for a reset. They had issues in the middle of the key. Going for that 29 once again.
Legendary blasting in the bottom left, and their 29 Ultimon. Again, this would be a world first Ultimon if they are able to get this dealt with. If they're able to get Sentinel Talandras killed off with all of this trash that they've pulled into the boss, they're going to be in a good spot. So they're actually kind of waiting on their 2s to come up. So you see Wexy's PI, we see the combustion. That's kind of what we're waiting for because we want to be pressing our lust on CD in 35 seconds. And so we also have to get this trash killed off in some reasonable capacity. So softening it up, doing a little bit of damage to it before pulling on top of the boss, popping all of our offensive cooldowns in that lust. Mm-hmm. That's a good way of making sure that this is going to be a little bit safer because I think Legendary believes that they have a bit more time to spare on the back half of it. They don't need to like panic pull straight into Talandras.
Yeah, it's definitely true. They're definitely playing it a lot more safe than we've seen from other teams, which, you know, it's hard to be upset with them doing that because they've been playing so well anyways. If you have the ability to play safe and still be on top, go for it. What do you think about what Last Moment has been doing in this Algathar, though? This has been a trend for them. They've been one of the only teams to just not snap anything whatsoever up to this Guardian Sentry. They've been one of the only teams that just pure single targets it. It's a really rough spot for them to be in. I mean, they lose a lot of time on the key from doing this, and we've seen that in general their splits have been quite slow in this dungeon compared to other ones.
I don't know. I think that just like I think if there's not an expectation of you going to the 29, it doesn't really matter, right? Because you can do a 28 with like slower splits. But if Legendary really, I think up the ante and put the 29 on the board, you might have to revisit how you're looking to do this dungeon, and it might not be something you're comfortable with, and that would be really tough, right? Because this was a time trial dungeon. You kind of expect the teams to have the most comfort in this dungeon, but maybe if one team was like, oh yeah, 28's as high as it's going to go, and then other teams prepped to do the 29, I think that, like you were talking about, the slower splits might be a bit of a problem. Ooh, NA's Last Hope had to reset their Algathar Academy at some point in the bottom left.
I went to look and now it's gone. It's Legendary again. Unfortunate. Yeah, Ready Checks. You're about right there. I mean, actually quite a bit faster. It's almost 3 minutes on the dot, surprising without lust, but yeah, not enough time. Just going to be a 1-chest from them. Really, really unfortunate for them. They'll get the +3. That's the important part of the moment for them. But they're definitely going to be looking for Pixel to have issues here at the end of their 28 Oldemon. Pixel's timer is looking totally fine. Remember, we're looking at about, on a 28, something around the realm of 9 minutes needed to deal with all of the trash up to and including Chrono Lord Deus, right?
Okay, that makes
So
sense.
their timer's looking great. I mean, they're fine. They just need to make sure they don't have any mistakes.
A noble chatter helping me out. Apparently, that a full wipe on Vex. That's unfortunate. Very easy boss to wipe too. I would say it's quite a challenging boss if you don't layer your personals perfectly. There's a lot of problems that can arise there. Once you get to a 30, it's really easy to kind of make those mistakes. It seems like last weekend, I think that's something that we were, I don't want to say caught off guard by, but it was like a bit surprising, is the step up from 29 to 30 in these keys with how the key level scaling works is just an insane amount. Like, it is noticeably harder to be able to do it at 30 than a 29, and you just like start getting one shot by a lot of different stuff.
I mean, this is the spot, of course, that we find ourselves in when we get to the point where they've done all the easy keys, and every other key that they can get for +1 score is a difficult key. We aren't at the point of like the 31 Azure Vault from last weekend just yet. These keys are, at least one tier easier than that. But still, they're at the point where Errant Kick doesn't happen, or you don't line a mechanic properly, you die. Happened on Croth, happened on the Trash Bowl right before Veximus. Hasn't happened for Legendary just yet, but they're also dealing with that in this 29 Oldemon, which, remember once again, would be a world first key. So, yeah, there's not a lot of room for error. These error keys, as Torquay goes down, as the ads spawn an Overgrown Ancient, that's going to be another reset, go again. Just like
masking
that.
Masking down the side of Pixel, too. There's mass him, though.
Shouldn't be too big of an issue for them. It's just more time lost, which they really can't give up right now. And so going back to the timer bit, right?
Okay.
This is the thing that I was going to talk about right before ReadyChecks had their extremely unfortunate wipe. Pixel's in a scenario where by the time they finish this Oldemon, which is going to be... Oh no. As I'm talking about them, 2 DPS deaths to this trash pack.
They lost their lust also.
They lost their lust. Their Evoker released. They battle res their Shadow Priest.
Okay.
So this trash pack is going to take that much longer to die. This is their last lust of the dungeon, by the way. They're not going to get another one in. Ooh, man. This timer just became difficult for them.
This timer became a little bit harder. I think it's definitely still doable, but I think if they have any other deaths or any other mistakes or any friction against their timer, I'm really worried about it.
Ooh, HP bar's getting low.
These mobs
just
hurt?
barely staying alive. These mobs definitely hurt a lot.
So, I mean, we could compare this to Legendary's timers in the bottom right in the 29, right? Just like look at the Talandra split differential that you were talking about. How Pixel is playing their Talandra slower. Legendary actually able to get that done on a key level higher, 30 seconds faster. Just the whole entire boss.
Yeah, because they're just going for it. Well, not only are they just going for it, they kind of have to go for it in the higher key because of how much more HP there is to chew through. You really have to just go, WWW in the higher keys because there's no time for downtime in higher keys.
Have you maybe considered that Lepan is the best tank in the world?
I thought it was Fem.
Well, I think the torch got passed yesterday.
Did the torch get passed yesterday? Unfortunate. We'll see what Now has to say about that next weekend. But here, back to what I was saying right before Pixel made the mistake here. Here's the problem for them, right? Even if they do get this 28 done, they only have time for one more key, right? They're going to go right up to the timer at the end of this key. That's going to be 8 minutes from now. At that point, we'll have 28 minutes left in the day. You look at the keys they have available to them. None of them are doable in a 28-minute timer. Then you can start another key, right? That's not possible. Actually, no. Is 29 freehold maybe doable in that timer? No, because all of our 29s that have been timed have been longer than 28 minutes. So yeah,
they've been like
only going to be
30,
able
right?
to do. Yeah, they're only going to be able to do one more key, so they'll only be able to get that +1 score. So their spot with these mistakes being made and how long it's taken them to finish this key, this actually gives
really
ReadyChecks the chance to make it through today and knock out Pixel, which is insane because if you remember, Pixel was our third. Actually, they were our second highest team, right, at the start of today.
I do think that Pixel is going to be able to kill off Deus here in a little bit of time and be able to get this dealt with. They're having no more mistakes. Again, I was talking about this earlier. You probably need like 330, 345 for the final boss, especially if you don't have Lust. It's like a longer boss on Fortified, but like, it's like a longer Fortified boss just in general. But I think that Pixel is going to have enough time to be able to time this 28.
So looking at our bottom 3 teams, if we could bring up the scoreboard here, because the number one thing we're concerned about at the end of today here is who's getting eliminated, right? Last moment, they should be safe. They've got 3 more score than ready checks. They should be fine.
Yeah.
The real thing we're looking at is ready checks and Pixel. Ready checks right now is up 1 point on Pixel. Should Pixel complete the Ultimate that they're currently in, they'll be 1 point up on ready checks. And if ready checks finishes this key, they'll be tied. Right? That's the big thing. But then ready checks has the potential to run another key that Pixel does not. So ready checks could just, based off of the timing they've done in their keys today, just run away with the 4 seed today.
So wait, you're saying that Pixel can't get out of this Ultima and go immediately to Neltharian's Lair 30? It's only 33-minute dungeon, right?
That's what they would have to go for. They would have to go for that. The problem for them is ready checks can do it too.
Ooh, Pixel having deaths.
Oh, Pixel again. Deaths on the skip.
This is bad.
Well, LeMike lived. He can res up here. Maybe this was just planned. Maybe they didn't have any way of getting past this trash. They knew they didn't need the count. Okay,
with these deaths, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to time the Nelth Slayer and get to the second key. I think that they lost too much time in this dungeon. I think they're still timing this key, right? They do not have count currently, but we only need 4 minutes at the worst case scenario for this boss, and then you're able to have to kill some whelps, which those whelps aren't like a huge deal at the very end to be able to get your final little bit of percent. So I think that Pixel should be fine on this dungeon, but I think that the deaths and just the time that they lost during this key, it's not going to let them be able to get the second run after the Neltharian Slayer, assuming they time that like first attempt.
It's actually probably going to come down to which of the two between ready checks and Pixel can get to 30 Nelths done, right? If either of them can one-shot it, they'll be the team that moves through to tomorrow. That's what we're going to be looking at here in the last 30 minutes plus overtime of the day. That's assuming Pixel gets this boss down, which is not a given considering how shaky this dungeon has been for them, as we see Viklin going down to 10% but being topped quickly by Velo. This is a tense moment for them.
How do you like the fact that they don't lust to this boss? How do you feel about that on Fortified?
I think it's acceptable considering where they popped their lust earlier on, right? They popped it on a relatively large trash pack on Fortified, which meant it's probably a huge time save. And also this boss is kind of nice to you, right? It gives you nice little haste puddles, so the lust is a little bit less valuable. That being said, it is a relatively dangerous boss, so I don't know. I think it's probably an overall time save to use it on a massive trash pool, but it's definitely not a safety play, I don't think.
Side note, the amount of damage that actually goes on your tank on this fight is rather high. A lot of people look at the wing buff in like the time spiral circles as pretty dangerous, but like the sand breath that hits your tank every so often, if you don't use your defensives well on that, you can pretty easily die to this boss as a tank.
Oh yeah. I've had plenty of tanks go down. And of course with the comp they're running, the fact that they can dispel most of these debuffs pretty much instantly, it makes their lives a lot easier.
So what do they have? They have Freedom from the Paladin, they have Fade Snare removal.
MD for every other, right?
And then you MD every other, but you really don't want to be MDing every other. You can also just like solo dispel. I think that.
Right.
And you can only Freedom every other. You can't Freedom every single one.
They've got a lot of tools of getting rid of them. It shouldn't be too much of an issue for them. The big thing is going to be these. It's essentially the burst of the wing buffet plus making sure you heal through these rewind phases.
How long do we need a budget for them to kill the whelps at the end of the dungeon?
Safe, probably 30 seconds. Again, this is going to be scary.
Do those die insta? Actually, I didn't realize that they had no health.
They don't die insta. They take a little time to kill, but they're not like normal trash mobs. They're like a half mob, if I had to say. Maybe a third of a normal mob. It's going to be really close to the timer here. This is going to be down to the wire because they have to finish off this boss. They then have to back pull. If they really feel like they're in danger and need to pull for time, they could just decide to pull through the 2 mobs that are at the start here, but you really don't want to deal with those because they give you a stacking haste debuff, right?
Yeah.
They
So what is Deus going to die and...
They have to back pull.
Next...
They have to pull them up into the room with a Mind Soothe on the 2. That's the safest thing to do. I don't know if they have time to do that, though.
So we're only have 40 seconds to kill these whelps after the boss dies. Oh my gosh, we were going to have to hurry. We have combustion up for Maskin.
Is he saving it? Okay, they have the PI too. They have the breath. This should be okay. This should be okay.
We have all of our CDs. We have all our CDs. Never mind.
They have the whole package.
Oh my gosh. All right, we got to get close to the door. All right. Hustle through the door. Hustle through the ground.
Door. Let's go. Mind Soothe? No, they're just pulling.
No. We just got to go. We got to go.
They just got to go.
Bang. Big breath. Big breath.
All right, 20 seconds left. Yeah, these are done quickly.
Dispel that afflicted. Dispel that afflicted. They're
good. They're good. Come on, guys. Kill the whelps. They're only one each. 2 more? 1 more? All right. There we go. See, here's the problem for them. 29 minutes left. They got to go. They probably have to go to Nelth Slayer, right? They got to get 30 done.
They could technically go, like, what, Freehold and then time that and then go Nelth Slayer?
I think travel time plus making the key, there's just no time. I think they just have to go Nelths and hope that they can get it done.
Think about the menu.
That's it for me. I think Mix is back.
Yeah.
See you guys later. Enjoy the last hour.
All right, wait, Zyro. Wait.
What's up?
What's your official prediction? Who is your official prediction for getting eliminated today?
Wow, that's mean.
And who wins the day at the top of the leaderboard? It's not mean. It's not just about
putting me on the spot like that. Oh,
yeah. Why would you do that?
I think Ready Checks pulls it together, gets their Nelths done, and barely snipes Pixel at the end of the day. I think top of the leaderboard. Man, I really want it to be NA's last hope, but with the way Legendary's played today, I think it's going to be Legendary.
Okay. All right, thank you, Zyro. Hello, mates.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Hi. So I was just looking at our shift, and then I realized I put you and me for the last shift, which usually involves a lot of math. So we're going to see how this goes.
Right. Now we need to clear out the
I don't think there's any math involved today.
You think they knew that?
Yeah. You know what's bad? Before last week, I would consider myself okay at doing math, but now I'm a bit scarred after what happened last week. The inability to be able to tell time. Yeah, history begs to differ. All right. So let's take a look at what we have going on for all of the teams. Pixel, instead of electing to go to that 30 Neltharian's lair, they're zoning into Brackenhide Hollow. I don't know if... I feel like they're... I feel like progging the 30 Neltharian's lair would have made more sense, but maybe they're a bit more comfortable with the 29 Brackenhide.
So the thing is, if we can bring up our leaderboard, now this is where we get into math, even though it's like single-digit math. If I am not mistaken, Pixel is sitting on a +2. Yeah, so they have a 28 +2 in the Neltharian's lair, meaning that if they get a 30 there, it's actually going to be 2-point score. Whereas if they do the Brackenhide, it's only 1-point score, and it's also not a 30 that would help in a tiebreaker or anything.
Okay, Uldaman excluded though. Okay, so what I'm looking at here is if they do this Brackenhide and then Ready Checks are able to get the 28 Uldaman aside, Pixel was ahead in the time tiebreaker.
Yes.
So I think that if Pixel time this, they're probably safe, almost regardless of what Ready Checks do, unless Ready Checks does this on a 27 and then leaves and goes and does Uldaman on a, or not Uldaman, Neltharion Slayer on a 30. I think that's.
I mean, I think if you're
win
ready
con.
checks, that's your plan, right?
Yeah.
You finish this dungeon and you zone into the 30, because that's the only one you can pick up with easy, with like
Yes.
an easy upgrade in score.
Yes. In addition to that, Pixel, this I don't want to say this is their last run of the day, but if they're staying in Brackenhide, like this is where they're locked to for the rest of the day because the timer is longer than 26 minutes, right? Like this is, if they are going to time it this first run, this is their last run of the day.
Yeah, because we only have 26 minutes to go, roughly.
Yeah. So Ready Check's win con out of this is after you do this 27, you have to go the 30 Neltharion's Lair and time that first attempt, or maybe even second attempt. Maybe you have like a couple of chances at the first pull.
I would think that they have a couple of tries on like the first few instances of the.
You're not gonna have a lot though.
Well, we do know that that's not the biggest problem in Nel Slayer, right?
That's true.
Usually when stuff goes wrong, it's later down the line. We've seen teams die to Noraxas. We've seen teams die to Dominators. Seen even teams have a couple of trouble with the alligator pole. So
Alligator pull. Yeah? Those crocs do bully your tank a little bit.
see you later, alligator. They I'm not feeling too confident about the ready check situation, to be honest with you. That's going to be hard to one-shot that 30.
Okay, so in the bottom right, I think probably the most impressive run that we have on our screen right here is the 29 Uldaman and the 30 Algathar Academy. But let's talk about the 29 Uldaman first. Legendary, able to get Emberon down in 21-21. On a 29 Fortified, I think that we're probably going to want... They do have Lust, but I think they're probably going to want like 4 minutes for Chronoloord Deos, and then they're done with their trash, so they don't have to do that wealth pull. I think they're okay here, Makes. They have about 6 minutes left to be able to kill off this final boss with Lust. They have all of their offensive CDs available. If they're able to stay alive, they have 1 battle res, but if they're able to stay alive, we should be okay. That's a huge key. That's a world's first key.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just still thinking about all these different win cons. While we're looking at all of that, 2 teams up there in that Algathar. So both of them are trying to get up there. 30 for NA's Last Hope, 29 for Last Moment, and Last Moment going back to that mage in this key. I kind of hate to see it, but I also understand.
We got NA's Last Hope on Croth. This is where they had some deaths last time. Is like, as the stacks got higher and higher on that Sonic Screech debuff, they really started running into deaths. Oh, interestingly enough, there's Zeph. Oh, okay, look at this. Goop and Smacked are lining. They're going to be lining the AoE, and Drogo also on that corner, just to make sure that you're not getting that deafening Screech circle. So you're able to line the application of that debuff, and that's like a really big deal. So they still only have 2 stacks of that debuff as opposed to going any higher, and that's going to allow them to extend out this 30 Tyrannical Croth, which would have got them up to whatever 6 stacks maybe, and would have eventually killed them.
We've seen this out of Legendary earlier, and I believe they were 29 as well, but unfortunately it did hit Junkrat there. He went down, cost him a battle rest, but Krath now slowly but surely going down, but so is Dorky, and they don't have a battle rest!
I think that's a reset moment. You can kite out this boss.
No.
So you can technically kite out this boss as a mage infinitely, but like at some point you're probably just going to die to the Sonic Screech debuff.
That is, they're still trying. You can see Kroth is still alive, but the team is slowly but surely taking a bunch of damage. It's Junkrat and Smacked trying to fight it out here. 5% to go, which on a boss like this is a lot. Junkrat, a little bit of flying tech, but okay. I don't think it's gonna work. Smack down.
They're out of here.
Everyone down. We redo this one.
Last Moment and Legendary are on really good runs. They're both on 2 different dragons. We got Chronoloord Deos and Echo Adorogosa. I think the bigger run and the more important run, I believe, is going to be the Legendary run in the top right-hand corner of the screen. They're fine on their timer, assuming that they're able to stay alive. They have 2 battle reses left for Legendary, assuming that they're able to not die to the Wing Buffet, assuming that Lepan doesn't die to any of these Sand Breath Frontals. Oh, no. I think Legendary is going to be all right to be able to time this. Last Moment, they have a little bit of trash that they have to take into the boss here. This is always a bit scary, especially since they still have these restorers available. They do like Dominate Mind and then utilize that buff to grant haste to players, but like there are still problems that can happen as you did see some deaths. Oh
Yeah,
my god!
that's why I said, oh
another
no.
Emberon. What? I didn't see that.
Do we have Savior down? I think
We do.
we do. Yeah. Let's see. Run off. It's gonna explode. All right. We can maybe keep going here. I think it should be fine, right? In the 26 that they did, we're just barely over that +2, but unfortunate.
Second wipe on Emberon makes.
It was.
I hate that. This is a big deal on screen right here. Legendary in the 29 Oldemon. This is absolutely huge deal. This is going to be a world first key. This is going to be the first time that we've seen, like, even typically whenever you see time trial dungeons, you typically think that they're going to time the same level as they did during time trials. However, Legendary showing up on broadcast day, able to time +1 key level higher, and that's going to force the other teams that want to be able to take down top 2 this weekend. It's going to force them to go to Oldemon 29 at some point or figure out a way to be able to time that. So that's huge for them.
It absolutely is, and honestly, you just love to see it, right? Those world record keys coming in here in Group B as well. We saw some in Group A already. It's just fantastic. That's when TGP kind of feels like it starts, right? When the very, very high keys come in. All right, Echo of Duragosa, last moment, kiting it out here. You can see the team still has 2 minutes to go and 30% on the boss HP. We have finished all of the trash. There's no restorer anywhere to be found. They do have 1 battle rush should they need it. Now today we already have seen a couple of these vacuums coming in. Grips getting people into orbs, but thus far the team lifts, and before anybody yells about that destabilize there in the background, that mob is dominate minded, which is basically a mind control from that Shadow Priest, allowing you to turn this unit into one of your friends, and really that destabilize is helping you.
Our timer's okay here, right, Mix? I'm pretty sure it is.
I think so, yeah. It's like 1 more minute and 20 seconds. It's definitely not super free, but we do have cooldowns coming up again in a couple seconds, so that is going to be a big boost in DPS once again. So I'm not too worried about them. I think they got this.
Yeah, we got the Spree CDs to be able to carry us and take us home there.
Sorry?
I said we have the Spree CDs to be able to carry us and take us home there. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
Right. Yeah, that'll be good. So yeah, so where does last moment go from here? You think 30? It's either 30 Freehold or 30 Neltharian's Lair.
I mean, you're kind of thinking about what's.
I think the Neltharian's Lair is more on the table.
Yeah, the thing is they do play Enhancement Shaman and that Prot Warrior there, and I do think their 29 looked really good on the timer.
Yeah?
But there were some other situations that were kind of worrisome to an extent, so I'm not sure how well the upscaling does them. Of course, it's going to increase the damage of the Spell Reflect, in which the Prot Warrior becomes even more valuable, but I'm a little bit worried about that key. Ready checks, continuing their run there in the Oldemon. You can see our timer coming in the bottom left. 17 minutes to go. As Pixel, we're going to get a couple restarts out of this Brackenhide here.
Yeah. I mean, the first area of Brackenhide is pretty tricky, especially if you have like a lot of Sanguine healing at the very beginning. You just may as well bail on it. What Pixel was doing, though, you saw Vikland off to the side. He was running around opening a bunch of the different cages and making sure that he was able to stay out of combat. So Priest in general, with Fade and Mindsoothe, can just open up all of the cages without combating any of the trash packs. So you don't have to necessarily pull any of the packs that are next to the cages. You can just have like your Priest go and do it. And so that allows Pixel to use like a minimum number of pulls in this first area before having to fight the first boss. And so that's actually a pretty good time save, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Legendary also just running it back here in this Algathar Academy. Plus 30.
Well, they just got here, right? Or wait, did they wipe to the first pull or something?
No, they did the 29 before, right?
Oh, yeah, you're just talking about in general. Yeah, because they just came off that Oldemon.
Yeah. But they did the 29 before, and
I
we
understand what
just saw NA's last moment finish theirs. So, gonna continue with the Alcathar runs, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah. Allegedly, last moment swapping characters, so I think there's a chance we see them go to Neltharian's Lair.
You think they're also gonna deploy the Prot Warrior?
Yes.
There we go.
After analyzing, yes, I do think they were going to deploy the Prot Warrior.
Life magic can only do so much, you know.
I absolutely think so too. It's just gonna, gotta play what you want to play. And honestly, it's been doing them well, so it does make sense. And it's Last Hope up there, dealing with the Ancient first. Now, we were talking about this a little bit, with how teams prioritize Veximus and teams prioritize Ancient in terms of routing. What do you prefer, personally?
It seems like all the teams that had MDI experiences went Vex first, right? Whereas all the live key teams just went Overgrown Ancient. That's kind of what I've noticed. Going Ancient first, I think, allows you 4 less strat, which is like a pretty big deal, where you see Legendaries already having to hold their Lust. They're holding it for that. They're holding it for Veximus, just in general. So I think it's just like a difference in strategy. What I would prefer the 4 less strat. Making sure that you're able to get 4 Lust under that 32-minute timer, which is like, it just requires you to Lust within the first 2 minutes of the dungeon to make sure you're lusting on CD. I think that both strats have merit, and we saw both deployed a lot during Season 1. I think that it went back and forth as to who was doing what. I don't think that there's like a significant difference in terms of which one is superior for this format.
We just saw Legendary, unfortunately, wipe there at the beginning of Veximus to the trash, just so lethal. So they're gonna redo it, and I think that's really smart to do these front-loaded dungeons towards the end of the day, where you can get a couple redos, especially if you're in a position like NA's Last Hope or Legendary, where they're already very safe for the day, so they can kind of lean back, make sure they target dungeons that actually cost them a little bit of work. Pixel here on the right-hand side, dealing with the first boss. How are they looking on the timer in that 29?
So they're doing strats similar to Legendaries with what they're pulling in this first area. So I think that it makes the most sense to probably compare their Bracken to Legendary. So 6:58 was Legendary's time coming out the first boss. I mean, I think that Pixel is going to be, pretty much in line with that. They have 30-some-odd% on Hack Claw and Gash Tooth, so I think that with this trash pull, it's going to be similar count to where Legendary was. I think it's going to be similar time. So I think that they're good. They're looking okay here.
That's good. That's great. They really want to get a little bit ahead here and get that 29 locked in. Would do them quite well. Although I still feel like they should have done the 30 just because. But more for tomorrow, hopefully, I guess.
Interesting. So some people from Legendary side are burning Invisibility Potion, or just like Druid stealthing across the bridge, where Wexy is slow falling himself into that platform and actually jumping up to be able to save his damage potion. It's cool. It's a cool strat.
I think that's something we saw in the MDI as well, when some of the disc priests came around. It feels like forever ago, but we did see them eventually. So yeah, they did that. This pull here, however, is scary. It doesn't look like as much, right? If you're just looking at it and you're like, oh yeah, it's like a big pull, but it's not like crazy. It is crazy. These mobs hurt.
I think the big thing for Legendary isn't necessarily like how bad the mobs hurt. It's more like if you end up having any of the textbooks or the Mana Fiend's cast go off, you end up like with the potential of like wiping instantly. On top of that, they have the Ravager, which could also one-shot people if they don't appropriately pop defensives. It's not, and it's like, so you need a perfect CC chain. On top of that, you need to make sure that you are popping all of your offensive cooldowns, but they're not lusting the pull, and it's a 30. I don't know. It's really sketch. I think that pull is incredibly dangerous, and I think that one of the advantages of doing Veximus first is being able to see that pull over and over again. I think that's actually a really big deal.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I mean, I think it comes back to what we've been saying, that like if you have a dungeon where you can like do the really hard part at the beginning, then it's always like more time efficient in the overall scheme of things, because teams only have 5 hours per day plus whatever dungeon they're in at the end of the day. They can still finish that, and we're approaching that mark quite quickly, Tettles.
So yeah, we have 11 minutes at the end of the day. Is anybody else going to get us started a new run? Okay, so Ready Check's in the top right. They're going to be able to start a new run. You and I were talking about this earlier, Makes. We think that Neltharian's Lair 30 is their best bet in terms of where they should go next to be able to have the best tiebreaker. So once they're able to get to this, they're able to get to 141 points.
Yes.
So they'll be tied with Pixel. Now, Pixel is currently in this Brackenhide Hollow, and they have the time tiebreaker over Ready Checks. So that's actually a pretty big deal. But if Ready Checks go and get second highest dungeon, actually highest dungeon tiebreaker, then they'll be able to overtake it with that 30 Neltharians. Actually, they'll have points over them anyways. It won't even be like highest dungeon tiebreaker. It'll be points, which is very good for Ready Checks.
If it basically what Ready Check needs to have happen, right, is finish this dungeon that they're in, then zone into the Neltharian's Lair, time the plus 30, and have Pixel not finish their run?
Well,
no, they can finish their run.
They don't even necessarily need
their run. Yeah.
They don't even necessarily need Pixel to not finish their run. I don't think it really matters what Pixel does anymore. Ready Checks has to time that 30 Neltharian's Lair. That's their win con.
But if they can do it, they are safe and they're moving on to tomorrow. See, I told you there was going to be math involved. You didn't want to believe me.
Okay, it's not that. I feel like the math's not that bad this time.
You think there's a world where Ready Check goes for the 29 Nels Lair instead of the 30?
So what does their 29 tiebreaker look like? Let's see.
They
would have
29
one more
in Brackenhide and
they would have one
Algathar.
more 29 than Pixel, so that would also work. They actually don't have to go to the 30. Ew. Okay.
All right.
That's big. Okay.
That is big.
It's winnable. It's winnable.
All right. Ready Check's finishing off their key. They just need a couple of whelps. You can see them pull it together right now. They want to be real quick here, so they're just pulling everything. They don't care about these time reavers, because as soon as the whelps are dead, the count has stopped. The key is done, and that 27 is locked in for now. And I really want to see them go to that Nels there, right? That's the general consensus. Of course, they could also try and get another 29. So the
they could just time 29
perhaps,
freehold. That would own. But
I think the Nels layer is probably more doable, just seeing as how their 28 looked.
What are you doing? Are you on 30 here? Or are you on 29 mix?
I think really
I think they need
hard.
the points. Like here's the deal. If they want to make top 2 on the weekend, I'm pretty sure they need the points from the 30 like right now.
Yeah, I agree.
But if they want to avoid being eliminated today, then I think they just go to 29 and just play it safe.
Yeah. And if they want to shock us, they go 29 freehold. All right, let's see what they do.
They do more than
are
I
getting
do,
ready
so
right now.
I don't question.
I'm sure our admins are telling them what their options are. But Ready Checks is getting ready here. Ready Checks getting out. And last moment is showing us what that 30 Nels Lair could look like. They're in here, bottom left. Jan just took a bunch of damage from this pull here, but thus far, they're doing quite good with it.
Their Rockmora split, by the way, is rather quick. 623 on Rockmora is a good split. Like, I would say like 7 minutes is kind of what I was expecting coming off the first boss. But last moment being able to do this in 623, it means that they're going to have probably like a minute and a half or something like that of bonus, of like wiggle room in terms of time on this dungeon.
I mean, it kind of depends, right? They will be a little bit slower in the midsection of this dungeon, and then towards the end, I mean, we really saw the power of that spell reflect in that 29 on Dark Roll. So it's a little bit harder to compare these team splits with other teams, just because of how they're running this dungeon with their comp and their approach, and lots of spell reflect damage.
I mean, you can spell reflect Ula Ragnaraxis and Dargrul and do like a decent amount of damage to it. It's not crazy or anything. It's not. You remember BFA spell reflect where you would like solo bosses and stuff like that. It wasn't that level of soloing stuff.
But it's still very good.
Yeah. It's definitely really
And then,
good.
of course, the Prot Warrior does a little bit damage himself, which is buffed by the Wind Fury of Elbro. So they're all a little bit interacting there.
When are we seeing DPS Warrior in here, Makes?
I've been saying, where are my melees at? Stuck in queue, trying to get an invite. That's what it is.
Yeah, we have melee at home. Holy Paladin.
Wow.
They played melee.
That's not the same thing. We do not claim them. NA's Last Hope, finishing their plus 30 craft, hopefully. Previously, we did see them wipe to this one. This time, looking a little bit safer. Team is okay here. And Krath should go down. One battle rest available. Goop getting out of this frontal here. And then Krath will keel over. Lepan died?
Yeah, Lepan went down. They battle resed him. It's okay. Not too bad. They're through probably... they're through one of the hardest parts of the dungeon. The Veximus Trash area is definitely one of the most intense parts. I think the Kroth boss fight is probably number 2, and then like the final pull of the dungeon, which is like the trash into Echo Adorgos, is like the last like really big challenge. And his last hope is I think through like a big brunt of it. They only have that Veximus Trash.
Big here though, right?
And the boss. What were you saying, Mick? Sorry.
They go big here, if I remember correctly.
They do go big here, yeah. So they take a while to set up this pull, but what they're trying to get is they're trying to get all of these foragers, and they're trying to take these foragers to a spot where they're able to like Z-axis their leap to where none of them are going to get leapt on by the lunge, and instead only Dorky's going to get leapt on by the lunge, and so that's going to save them like a lot of group damage, because even though it's a tyrannical, it is a 30, and the foragers damage alone, especially whenever look at how large they're going. They're taking all this trash into this pull. Like with how large they're going, it's just not tank. Like you're not going to tank all of these foragers.
And you can see them set up here. So that's exactly what they're doing right now. On the right-hand corner, they're going to be moving to this left-hand corner here. And that is where they're going to be LOSing all of these foragers, doing exactly what you just explained, making sure that they don't get hit. And even though Goop is kind of going to fly in here for a second, we'll see him move back to his spot in just a couple of seconds, trying to avoid to get absolutely brushed over by these foragers.
They also need to make sure that they're getting... This is actually a really tank damage intensive pull, because they have the battle axe, and on top of the battle axe they have the Ravager, which is just owning the tank. They have all of those foragers, and then it's like they need to make sure that they're getting kicks and stops and everything on all of the mobs. This is like a wild pull to be able to deal with. This is definitely a bear incarn pull.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why certain teams pull it off, and Dorky being a huge bear fan over all of those years, you know, it does make sense that we would see something out of him, especially when it comes to that. And here come the Spiteful Shades, but of course we have them under control. Nice little CC, making sure you don't get too close, and the pull is nearly finished, having dealt with it beautifully from NA's Last Hope.
It seemed like, according to our sheet, that Ready Checks hadn't zoned into a key yet, but I don't know if that's true. I don't know where they went. I think it's a pretty big deal. Okay, apparently they're still in Valdraken.
We're going to find out where they're going. I'm sure they're doing a lot of thinking right now. But NA's Last Hope doing the next big pull, because they're going to go with all 3 of these packs here that are right before Veximus. So that is also, as we said, a very hard pull chained into the next one. And hopefully they get through this one without any obstacles or hiccups.
It looked like they zoned into Ultima whenever we got them for a split second, which I don't think is the correct play. I'm pretty sure they have to do an Elves of any level, because they are losing time tiebreaker by a decent amount.
Yeah, I don't think Ultima is the play for Ready Checks, but maybe they know something I don't. I don't know. Surely they should go into the 29, right? Either the Freehold or the...
I think they're just discussing where they want to go still.
Yeah. Maybe they're just zoning around.
Anyways. All right, last moment, bottom right. Ularok Cragshaper at 54%. Let me pull up my split sheet real quick. I think they're looking okay. I think they want to be off this boss at like 17 something, if I remember correct. Yeah, so teams that have time to 30, we're off of this boss at 16:30-ish. And so if last moment, I would say if they're able to get this boss killed off before 17 minutes, they're on pace to be able to time this dungeon.
Yeah, that's good. We did see them have a little bit of problems with Ularok yesterday, where they unfortunately added a group that they shouldn't have, and that led to a lot of wiping. But you can see our timer is ticking, which means if you want to start a new dungeon, you should get to it soon. And NA's Last Hope definitely does not want to do that. They have pulled Veximus, and I think they're looking really good on that timer in the plus 30.
Regichex is in the 28 Oldemon.
Oh no.
I see.
I hate that. I really hate that. Oh no.
I think this is going to, okay. So this is going to be the last run that Regichex is able to do. I think that unless anybody's going to be zoning out right now, I think these are going to be the final runs of the day.
We're going to get confirmation from our admins for sure, so we'll let you know once we get that. But the 20 at Oldemon, in one way I get it, because it's safer, right? If you can only start one more key for the end of the day, the 28 Oldemon is a little bit more of a safety net rather than those 29 or even the 30. But in the greater scheme of things, you really would have liked to have that dungeon score tiebreaker with like either having the 30 timed or another 29.
Yeah. By the way, we kind of glossed over a little bit, but NA's Last Hope being able to kill off that Veximus trash, I think that's the first time they were able to do it on a 30. So that's huge for them. I think that they're in the top left-hand corner of the screen. It's not to be understated like how big of a deal it was that they were able to kill that Veximus trash. So they're in position to be able to time this dungeon and complete this key on the 30.
And we are getting confirmation that these are the final runs of the day. So whatever happens, happens. There are no do-overs. The teams that are in the dungeons right now will either finish them and time them or go until, well, they deplete it, which hopefully doesn't happen.
Hey, look at this. Last moment. In the bottom left. Ularok Cragshaper down at 16:33. We were talking about the time.
Really
we were wanting
good.
to 16:30. Hey, that's really good for us. And we know that they're a little bit back half boss loaded, where they have that Prot Warrior. They have that Prot Warrior and that spell reflection technology. And so it's going to allow them to be able to just kind of accelerate once they hit Neuraxis and Dargrul. This is probably the last very dangerous point for last moment. This pull that Yant is setting up, where they're grabbing all of this Crocs, they're grabbing the Worm and this Grub Master, and they're taking it into that Breaker Shaper Pelter pull. It's very dangerous. There's a lot of ways that people can die here, but once Yant gets this set up, he's going to be a lot more stable, and if they're able to battle through this pull, I think last moment's going to be in a good spot.
I do agree. However, this ball is not only scary for your tank, as you are seeing, but also for all of your other players, particularly because we're running 3 melees here, which means there are eventually going to be avalanches that are spawning in the melee range, which is it's just so annoying. You already you're already in all of these mobs, man. Yeah, look, man. Actually, going down here, they do have a battle rest, but why use it? He can just release, be back with the team in a second. So in that situation, it's actually quite good that the respawn point is up there, but it is going to cost a couple of seconds to make sure the team is back together. And in the meantime, that means it's one less range.
What are the splits looking like for Regichex in the bottom right on first boss? They have like 425.
I think that's good. We're looking at the Oldemon splits that we have in the 28. Ooh, no,
Yeah.
that's actually not very good. So 340 for Legendary, 327 for NA's Last Hope. Both of these teams were actually still within the timer with like a couple minutes to go. So they had room, but I still don't like the 423. That's already quite low.
On the top right, we were talking about, so basically if they time this key, they're qualified to day 3. They're in a position where Regichex are worse on the timer tiebreaker, and so if they get to that 142nd point, Pixel will be making it to the next day. They only have 1 death here. But the hardest part of the dungeon is the final boss. They are in a 29, but it is fortified, fortunate enough for them. And if you take a look at our tool that's on screen right here, if you like hover over the screen and you click, there's like a thing that looks like the world marker icon drop down. If you click that, you can actually see what gear players are running, and you can take a look at Pixel's gear, and they are currently running what looks to be 1, 2, 3 beacons of the Beyond on their players. So they should actually have more than enough damage to be able to deal with the totems.
Third one being on the Augworker, I assume.
Ooh. Legendary had a wipe off screen, apparently. Look at this, they have 6 deaths.
That's very bad, but they did finish that trash pack, which was the pain point here. However, and his last hope, finishing Maximus and setting out for Echo of Doragosa. They're doing their Echo Knights right now. And I think their timer is looking kind of okay, right?
Well, that timer would be sus in Season 1. I don't know what it's... These CGP teams do a lot of trash into bosses that you wouldn't do like in a live key route typically from Season 1. In addition to that, just like the damage from Season 1 to Season 2 is so different on some of these bosses. You typically want to be off of Veximus around the 23-30 range. So 24-16 is a bit tough, but with how they're pulling this dungeon, I just kind of have to assume that they're going to be okay.
Yeah, I do agree. So everything after this basically is pulled into the boss, right?
How long do you think the final boss is, Makes?
Well, it is a plus 30, so it's gonna...
It's Tyran.
Be a little while. It's Tyran. I was gonna say 6 minutes, but looking at the timer, then that doesn't work.
I think they're dead, but like I'm not positive on it.
I really don't want them to be in the Depleto range, but we'll see how it goes, right? I still have hope. Maybe they can conjure some crazy damage while but they're currently still kind of setting up to go in even.
I'm just not of the belief that this is a 3-minute boss with the trash on it.
No. Not really.
Yeah. It's tough. I think it's going to be a deplete for Ene's Last Hope, which that means that the runs that are on the right side of the screen are by far the most important ones. Legendary repulling Veximus. But I think that Pixel
you're just going to keep going, right?
Are a huge deal. I mean, why are they practicing?
Yeah, basically.
They're just practicing. I think they want to see Croth, probably, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I would agree with that, especially as Croth kind of cost them a little bit earlier on. You're just going to go through the motions, make the most out of that extra timer, because of course they can't practice between today and tomorrow when TGP happens. They can only do strat talks but not actual practice, so they are using the extra timer that this dungeon is going to give them just to check some of the things that are going on here. Whereas last moment, Ready Checks and Pixel, all of the teams that are now showing, they're still in it to win it. They want these keys timed, and there's a lot that's hanging on them actually doing so. Last moment on Araxis. Now, this was a boss that went terribly yesterday when they tried to approach this dungeon in the overtime. Let's see how it goes for them now. On the plus 30, Araxis is dropping slowly but surely, and in come the extra devours.
Yeah. Oh, dude. NA Last Hope in the top left-hand corner of the screen having a wipe. So we were really worried about their timer. I think that this is giga dead now.
Yeah. No, definitely not timeable now. I think it was already already not very timeable, but I'm glad that they tried. Last moment, having a little bit of trouble there. Elbro going really low. But I think they're able to recover this. So Ready Checks finishing off Bromac. On 9:26, let's see how those splits are looking. We have Oldeman, second boss. Yeah, ideally they would really like to be 2 minutes faster, right?
On the Bromac split?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you want Sentinel Salandras dead at? 12:30? 12:40 something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're a bit slow on Bromac, but relative to like where you're killing this boss on live and being able to time it, I think they're still within range. I think
so too. It's just more that if anything happens, they don't really have any wiggle room, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw teams like softening up this trash before taking it to the boss. So Pixel played this trash like really slow before taking it into the boss. Ready Checks is still a little bit ahead of where Pixel ended up pulling Talandris at. I'm relatively sure. They also have Lust available. They have all of their offensive CDs going into this pool here in just a couple seconds, and so I think they should be able to blow up this trash. This is a much like the way that they're playing this for Ready Checks is much safer on the tank. It decreases your chance of like having a tank death.
Yeah, it does. And speaking of things that are going smoothly, last moment getting through their Neuraxis, 16% to go, and I'm really happy with them here. Look at their timer. I think it's actually really good from them. The plus 30 looking so clean. Legendary and NA's Last Hope both already did this dungeon, and they came out around the 24-minute mark. One team a little bit faster, the other team 24:30. And Last Moment is going to come out here at the 25:30. Boss dying now, but of course they are going to be a little bit faster on their gruel.
Are they? How? So wait, they're fine on Dark Rule, you think, to time this? How is this relative to the other teams?
Well, they're slower by a minute on the Rexus, but they are much faster on Dark Rule from what we've seen so far.
Pixel on the top left. So here's the situation for the end of the day. Ready Checks on the top right are basically their fate is with Pixel being able to time this key or not in the top left. If Pixel are able to time this key, they're going to be the 4th place team. They're going to make it on to tomorrow. They're going to be scoring that 142nd point. It doesn't really matter what Ready Checks does in the top right. If Pixel wiped to this, if Pixel wiped to this and Ready Checks time their key, then Ready Checks will be the 4th place team going into tomorrow, and they will advance. If both teams wipe and deplete both of their keys, then Pixel will still be the team that advances. Those are the situations that we're in right here.
Exactly. And Pixel is looking on pace to time this key. Top left side, they have 4.5 minutes to go on the Patriarch, and they're already down to 70%. The big thing here is you need to nuke those totems. We were talking about it. 3 of the members here running that beacon, which is going to give you on-demand damage. So whenever they feel like one of the totems might get a cast through, then they can just nuke them out, and that will help them. Of course, the Incorporeal here being mind-controlled, or dominate-minded rather, it's also going to help with a little bit of destabilize cast on the boss.
Mm-hmm. Which, I mean, that's going to reduce the amount of damage from the burst on the boss. So it's actually important to note that the Incorporeal, whenever you MC it, it doesn't reduce like environmental damage or damage from mobs that like aren't the totem or like the totem or whatever.
Chad is saying your math is wrong. I'm just letting you know. I would have never said anything, but you're eating you out there.
How?
They're saying
what's
Ready
wrong
Checks
with...
can still win if both time the key, because both teams have 229s then.
Yeah, okay. So they would be they're tied in every dungeon, yeah.
So
and
they're then tied.
Pixel's ahead on time tiebreaker?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
Pixel's
what Chad is saying.
much
Don't
further ahead
ask
on
me.
time
I'm just
tiebreaker.
translating.
Oh, if they both deplete. Oh, you're right. Okay, that's a good point.
Okay.
If they both deplete, yeah,
all right.
then
yes,
then it would be over because then Ready Checks would have
Chad
more.
is saying different things, but
yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean,
that's true.
Is there a world where Ready Check actually gets the time tiebreaker if they're really? I mean, they're not really fast here, but if they are really fast here,
I mean, let me look. Whenever I was
we'll figure out the time deduction as soon as Pixel is finished, right? Because then we know their total time. They can't start a new dungeon, and then we can do. Well, I'm not going to do the math, but somebody will do the math on how fast Ready Check actually needs to be to make up for that time tiebreaker. Meantime, Last Moment plus 30 Neltharion Slayer. We have seen this dungeon timed from Legendary and NH Last Hope. Last Moment is looking to get up there. Your timer looking a little bit close, but I have faith in them, and I think they can do it. No Bloodlust available. That has gone out the window. It's all about the team and trying to get it. 2 battle resses on the menu, and you can see in that damage meter how much damage Yonta's doing with every single one of these reflects.
So the time tiebreaker is actually not impossible because Pixel was a bit slow in their 28 Ultimon. It really I think that Ready Checks, if they're able to put up an Ultimon 28 with a similar time to, in his Last Hope, then I think they should be fine. They need like a 31 something. Okay, so Pixel are able to kill off Decaytriarch 33-35. So 20.
Okay,
I think they're
I'm gonna
ahead
need you
by.
to stop doing math on broadcast. We have people that do that for just focus on what's going on. Chat is baiting you.
They're
I'm
ahead
trying
by
to save
approximately
you.
a minute. No, they're ahead by approximately a minute on time tiebreaker. That's not
right.
official numbers. We'll get the official numbers in a second, but I think it's about a minute.
Okay,
So
I'm glad you did some mathing. Do look at last moment though, because that timer might come down to the wire. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Boss is on 50 HP.
How do you feel about the prot where you're doing 133k DPS here?
I'm feeling really good about that. That's the reason we're bringing him, right? That's the spell reflect damage. That's a little bit of the wind fury, a little bit of the damage rotation, but mostly it's that spell reflect that's helping here. One more char skin that's going to come in here. You need to get rid of this one. Crystals are going to spawn right in it. Make sure that they prolong the stun on the char skin, and down it goes. Of course, Enhancement Shaman doing a great job of getting that nuked. But the overall dungeon timer, it's ticking. 1 minute and 30 seconds for Dark Roll to fall. Can they do that?
This is tough. Just looking at the timer. So, do they have to kill this next ad, or do you think they're able to commit to the boss makes? They don't have any offensive CDs available here.
We commit. I think we gotta. We have 1 more minute. If we switch to the ad, I'm not sure that's the move. It has quite a lot of HP, and it is a little bit out from the spawn. So I think we just zoom through. It's all boss.
Full boss. Yeah.
And hopefully they can get it done. 45 seconds to go. 8 seconds. Yeah, execute on the warrior with the spell
execute
reflect.
on the warrior. Big deal.
Zooming.
Oh,
here comes a spike.
Okay, he didn't eat both of our spikes. That's really good.
Yeah, I was scared for that too, but timer's ticking. 30 seconds, 4% on the boss. They got this. Easy. Last moment, going up here with another plus 30 Neltharion Slayer on the board from this Enhancement Shaman Prot Warrior comp.
Not bad. So that's actually big for last moment's points. Yeah, like you're saying, tied up with NA's Last Hope at 145 points apiece.
All right, so we know Legendary is practicing. They're not doing this to get a timeout. We know that Last Moment just finished their run, and we know that Pixel have finished their run. Did NA's Last Hope? They're also not running.
No,
anything,
they
right?
died
They're
in
also
the
done.
ALG.
Right,
They died in the
exactly.
ALG, yeah.
That was after timer. So this is the last team that's still in a run, and if the math is mathing, they need 33 minutes and 35 seconds.
Okay, so it's winnable. So there are teams that did that dungeon in 32 minutes. Last Moment even put up a 33:28. So it's definitely doable for Ready Checks. Ready Checks 26 and 27 were a bit long, but they also had to drop a savior because they had wipes on Emberon. So now we're praying that there are no more wipes on Emberon.
We are praying
Third
so
time's
hard.
the charm for sure.
If something happens again, I'm going to evaporate. So we'll see how it goes. Ready Checks has pulled. There's a little bit of extra trash here, which we love. That's generally a very good strat, especially with these higher keys where you don't want to be doing one mob gaming, but you can see there's so much damage going out on the group, and they're trying their best to get this boss as low as possible before we enter the dreaded intermission here.
This pull is actually normally just a decent amount of tank damage, so the leaps from the crawlers, you would expect them to actually do some damage, but fortunately enough, they don't really do anything, so then it's just like the bats applying the poison to the tank that's a lot of the points of damage here. And so now, once they get the trash pack killed off, we're kind of chilling. We do proc Cauterize, but the Cauterize is taken to be used. It looks like Ready Checks are able to make it into the intermission. They have their Lust coming up. If they can sync this Lust with all their offensive CDs, I think you send it here, depending on if you think you can kill the boss from 55.
All right, that Vault Keeper has a couple of dots ticking and should be dropping. So that's the Crawler. No Pound Steer. Looking pretty good. Keepers are going low.
If they wait for their Spriest cooldowns to come up here, I think they can kill from 55 on a Fortified. I believe this is doable. Okay, they're going to get back
really high. They need to go all the way back.
Yeah, we're going to get back to the Void Eruption. It's okay. We're sandbagging. This is intentional sandbagging.
Yeah, there is the official math node. Ready Checks must finish by 33-35 to advance over Pixel. It's still all on the board for this team in their hands. So maybe it was the smartest move to go to Uldaman. We don't know. I don't know. The safe play. They can do this, for sure. Bloodlust comes in here.
This is a big push. Like I think this is a great push. Some would say that you need 55% on the boss isn't non-doable. I think if they were over 60, I would have been a bit more concerned. But with that Lust and all their offensive CDs, they're able to just melt the boss.
Yeah, we do have a couple more scary moments lined up. First up is this skip here, which can fail. Does
I don't love that.
Getting in fight here. Actually, several people, Shella and Vroyben.
It looks like we're just battling.
We're fighting. We did not go for wiping. We did go for fighting.
Okay.
That's that was not on the menu, but this is what we're eating.
So this is when your tank opens up MDT mid pull and is like, okay, what do we need for count now?
Ay. Yeah, that's what they're doing right now. We have to fight this poll. They decided that they do not want any deaths against them. I can understand that, because that would obviously press their timer down. But at the same time, this poll is also not something you usually want.
I don't think it's like that bad. I don't think it's like the deal with the golems is that you would actually rather have pulled one of the other golems in the other room as opposed to pulling this double golem. So it's not like they're going to have to get like an insane differential in regards to like where they're grabbing their count from. It's just like they might have to get like a bonus weaver somewhere to make sure they're perfect on count.
Yeah, that's true. If not, we'll just pull half a welt pack. That's okay. But we are going to spend a little bit of extra time here where I think we would have liked to go bigger in the next poll. So obviously now cooldown timings are going to be different from what they expected going into this key, and hopefully that doesn't cause them any issues.
Yeah, so the Weavers are both dealt with. Now we just need to make sure that we're still lining the golems or popping appropriate defensive cooldowns anytime that we have scales for the group, or we pop our Zephyr there to make sure we have some DR. We're able to stay in, and that's actually pretty big for like the Shadow Priest and the Fire Mage to continue to have 100% uptime on these mobs.
Yeah, that's true. Golems will fall eventually, and the team can move on and to put mostly of what they had planned originally, as they are moving towards stay as a little bit of extra trash still to be done, which you'll find in the next hallway once we get there. And the timer that they're looking to beat is 33-35. How are we looking on that? How long does the boss take on 28? It's like 4.5 minutes?
What I will say is last moment on Emberon, finish the dungeon in 33 minutes and 28 seconds. And so that's under the time that we need to beat. And their Emberon split was 22-13. So we are 5 seconds faster than that.
That's really good.
So it's possible. It's winnable. Is the
We just gotta
calculation
believe.
here?
We are believing in this team. They can.
This
They
poll-
can do it.
Is very scary, but this is why you have all of your offensive CDs for this poll. They've taken the Guardian plus double Golem here. This is real tough.
Yeah. Gotta finish it off quickly. One more time.
Looks like they're
Tap comes
focusing
in.
one of the golems even, and then they're gonna. Okay, so they're focusing one of the golems, and then they're gonna take the rest of this trash into the next poll. I think is what's going on here.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. You can see them already advancing a little bit. Oh. Trying to get out of that blessing, of course. This is the golem that we want to die, the one with a very big bar. But of course, it does help if the custodians roll over. We'd like that. And the goalpost is at the end of this room. It's where we want to go. As quickly as possible.
Oh! Alright, we lived those.
Yeah.
I think we lived with 5 HP.
Oh no!
Oh!
Tank goes
Oh,
down.
she
They do
skills
have a
going
better
down.
rest. Get him back
Alright,
up. Try to
we
regroup.
I think we... Oh, gosh.
Are we okay? I think we're okay. Blessings come out. Need to move out of this.
Royben
Royben.
dropping incredibly low.
Shella goes down. That's one more battle rest. Ay, ay, ay.
I think
he
Shelly just
released.
released. I think Shelly
Yeah.
released.
This is a nail biter. I'm so stressed right now.
So again, it's not that we're looking for them to time this. I think that they're going to time this key almost regardless of
Easily,
what's happening.
yeah.
The issue is that we need them to time the key within 33 minutes and 35 seconds to be able to take top 4 here. And so they were on pace coming out of Emberon, but they were really that was a really aggressive pull. It looks like they're going to be able to recover.
But look at the timer. 33:35.
Yeah.
They still need to finish all of this trash and move to Deus and kill Deus.
That's correct, yeah.
I think the timer is gone. I really don't want it to be that way, but
Well, so the boss on a fortified, I would say, is probably about 4 minutes.
yeah. And how long do you think they're going to take with this? And they still need to move there?
I have no idea. I have no idea how much longer this trash is going to take. So they just pulled the final agents that they need. There's also a question as to whether or not they're getting their count from the... There are whelps at the end of the dungeon that some people have been getting, whereas some people have just been getting their count elsewhere. I'm not 100% sure on what ready checks are doing now since they adapted their route. They were pulling the whelps earlier, but when they pulled that extra golem earlier, like how is that going to affect their count? Is this going to put them at 100% enemy forces, or is this going to put them a little bit below? I think it's going to put them a little bit below, but within range of being able to kill the whelps.
Yeah, we'll see what they come out on, but whether or not the whelps are even going to play a role is what I'm questioning, I'll be honest. It's 1 minute until 30, and then they have like 30 seconds to finish this and pull boss. They need to run
Okay, so
all
that
the way
full count,
there.
that full count. This is fine.
Come on, ready checks.
This is winnable.
Jesus.
I'm budgeting like 4 minutes for this
Ram
boss.
goes
Okay, I'm
down.
not budgeting for that.
Maybe planned, maybe no.
Oh, we're jamming a savior. That's huge.
Yeah. All right. Waiting for the rest of the team to arrive, I suppose.
Did the savior get him? Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. So he's going to have to get topped. He's also out of mana, so he's not going to be able to mass dispel this first AoE, by the way. So something that's really annoying whenever you get res by savior is that you res 0 HP, 0 mana. So if they were waiting for a mass res there, it was never happening. Gingham was completely but they're able to get the boss pulled. They're going to have lust within this timer. Again, the timer isn't the 35 minutes that we're waiting for the end of Oldemon 28. It's 33:35.
Yes.
So they're going to get 20 seconds of lust at the end, according to our producer.
Yeah, which is better than 0, but also not the most ideal. Boss is going to drop a little bit here, but are those 20 seconds enough is going to be the question. Combustion up in a couple of seconds, going to be up and running again. And of course, PI will be a little bit longer out than you said on pole. Oh, I'm so stressed. All right.
This is tough.
The thing is, we don't even, like, the battle roses are kind of fake, right? Because if somebody dies, that's 5 seconds against the clock, and that most definitely nails it in. They're already very tight on the overall dungeon timer.
I don't know if the battle roses are fake, but I think any more deaths, and we cannot afford any more deaths.
That's what I mean. "37 seconds to go until that Bloodlust goes in." Theo's on 61%. We can see the cooldowns will be ready with that lust. That'll be really good.
Okay, so we actually have way more lust than I thought we were going to have. Again, the timer that we're looking for is 33:35, so we have about 2 minutes left on this boss. We're going to get lust with all of our offensive cooldowns here in about 15 seconds. You see that PI coming up. You see that combustion is getting ready right now. We're going to couple that with Breath of the Eons. I think we're okay, Mix. I think that... Oh, gosh. I think there's a chance.
I think there's a chance, too, but it's going to be very close. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go for them to kill this boss. I think they can do it. Bloodlust is pumping. We can see everything going out here. That's PI, that's our combustion, that's all of our CDs going into this boss to try and get as much HP down in the time given. Timer's relentlessly ticking. We basically have a little under 1 minute to nuke it over. Oh, it's going to be so close, but Bloodlust is still there. Maybe we can just, on the back of it, get it sub 25. Yeah, that's it. Here we go. Boss is melting in front of our eyes.
So we have 1 minute left to do 20% of the boss's HP. We're going to have another combustion here.
Come on.
We're going to have no more uses of Breath of the Eons. We have no more Void Eruptions. So all of that from ready checks. Like the Priest and the Evoker are out of like major offensive cooldowns, but their mage is absolutely owning right now.
They can do
10% on the boss. We have
30 seconds.
30 seconds, yes. I think the ready checks are doing it.
They can do this.
We're going to execute.
8% on the boss. 20 seconds to go.
Oh,
the cooldowns are out. We're doing this natty. It is going to slow down just a little bit, but I think they have this. Come on. 10 seconds. 3%. 2%. Timer is ticking, and they have it. They have the timer here, and on the back of that, they are going to beat out Pixel in the elimination. Wow.
This group is insane, by the way. 9 seconds separate ready checks from Pixel there. 9 seconds. That was incredibly clutch. Holy.
Whew. All right. Shout out to Ready Checks for seeing this and knowing that they could pull this off, right? They didn't have much time to actually look at their options and see what they could do. Of course, with that, we do say goodbye to Pixel, who were actually second at the end of yesterday. They showed up really well. I loved seeing them. Unfortunately, not enough here, getting beaten out by the time tiebreaker from Ready Checks. Wowee.
I'd like to apologize for questioning their decision on going to Ultimon. That was the right one.
Agree.
Holy. They got the time tiebreaker was just so far off. It didn't even seem like it was possible. And then they just came in and absolutely smashed that Ultimon 28. They had an issue in the 26. They had a wipe. They had a wipe in the 27. And they showed up in the 28. No wipes. And they had just an insanely fast run. And they looked great in there.
They did. Also, we did see a couple of new dungeons today. That Ultimon came in with a world record, right, on the very first day that we gave it to the teams. I do think that's a shout out to Legendary. And of course, NA's Last Hope and Last Moment still fighting. And I think the race is still kind of open to how it goes tomorrow with all of these teams being so close and neck and neck.
I feel like there's going to be a lot of like world first key level pushing tomorrow. So as the days start up, you have like the first day and the second day where you end up having to push up a lot of keys from the 22s and the 23s. We have the dungeon starting first off on a 24 tomorrow, but then on top of that we have a lot of progression time for Algathar Academy 30. There's a chance that we see progression time for Freehold 30 or Brackenhide also on a higher level as well. That Brackenhide 30 seems like it was on the table with the timer. It's going to be a lot of interesting stuff coming into day 3.
I absolutely agree. I'm really excited for it. And I loved seeing the teams today. We're going to see what that mystery dungeon holds for us tomorrow. And yesterday you said something cooked, like Uldaman. What was
bolstering?
it?
I just said bolstering Uldaman.
Uldaman. I'm not going to ask you what you want, because I don't trust you on your wishes.
I didn't want that.
I'm going to ask chat what they want for tomorrow. Let's see what they say.
Let me think. I'll think about what I want.
I didn't ask you. Don't answer.
Well, I know you didn't ask, but I'm going to give my opinion anyways. I could be down for like a pretty easy affix Halls of Infusion. That would be kind of cool.
All right. Chat is saying, I saw someone say the other side. I'm just going to veto that.
All right, what if we do like fortified volcanic spiteful Halls of Infusion? That'd be kind of cool.
Okay. Well, we'll see. But we will see you in one sleep. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time as today. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for chatting and giving us all the right answers to the trivia, even though Teddles doesn't always recognize them. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
All right, goodbye.